Chapter 21 of The Bishop's Secret by Fergus HUME. Chapter 21 Mrs Pansey's Festival. Once a year the archdeacon's widow discharged her social obligations by throwing open the jail in which she dwelt. Her festival, to which all that Beorminster could boast of in the way of society was invited, usually took the form of an out of door party, as Mrs Pansey found that she could receive more people and trouble herself less about their entertainment by filling her grounds than by crushing them into the rather small reception rooms of her house. Besides, the gardens were really charming, and the wide spreading green of the lawns, surrounded by ample flower beds, now brilliant with rainbow blossoms, looked most picturesque when thronged with well dressed, well bred, well pleased guests. Nearly all of the invitations had been accepted, firstly because Mrs Pansey made things unpleasant afterwards for such defiant spirits as stayed away; secondly, for the very attractive reason that the meat and drink provided by the hostess were of the best. Thus Mrs Pansey's entertainments were usually the most successful of the Beorminster season. On this auspicious occasion the clerk of the weather had granted the hostess an especially fine day. Sunshine filled the cloudless arch of the blue sky, the air was warm, but tempered by a softly blowing breeze, and the guests, to do honour at once to Mrs Pansey and the delightful weather, wore their most becoming and coolest costumes. Pretty girls laughed in the sunshine, matrons gossiped beneath the rustling trees, and the sober black coats of the clerical element subdued the too vivid tints of the feminine frippery. The scene was animated and full of colour and movement, so that even Mrs Pansey's grim countenance expanded into an unusual smile when greeting fresh arrivals. At intervals a band played lively dance music; there was croquet and lawn tennis for the young, iced coffee and scandal for the old. Altogether, the company, being mostly youthful and unthinking, was enjoying itself immensely, as the chatter and laughter and smiling and bowing amply testified. "Altogether I may regard it as a distinct success," said Mrs Pansey, as, attired in her most Hamlet-like weeds, she received her guests under the shade of a many coloured Japanese umbrella. "And the gardens really look nice." "The gardens of Paradise," observed the complimentary Cargrim, who was smirking at the elbow of his hostess. "Don't distort Holy Writ, if you please," snapped Mrs Pansey, who still reserved the right of being disagreeable even at her own entertainment. "But if you do call this the Garden of Eden, I daresay there are plenty of serpents about." "And many Adams and Eves," said Dr Graham, surveying the company with his usual cynicism, "but I don't see Lilith, Mrs Pansey." "Lilith, doctor! What an improper name!" "And what an improper person, my dear lady. Lilith was the other wife of Father Adam." "How dare you, Dr Graham? The first man a bigamist? Ridiculous! Profane! Only one rib was taken out of Adam." "Lilith wasn't manufactured out of a rib, Mrs Pansey. The devil created her to deceive Adam. At least, so the Rabbinists tell us." "Oh, those Jewish creatures!" said the lady with a sniff. "I don't think much of their opinion. What do Jews know about the Bible?" "As much as authors generally know about their own books, I suppose," said Graham dryly. "We are becoming theological," observed Cargrim smoothly. "Not to say blasphemous," growled Mrs Pansey. "At least the doctor is, like all sceptics of his infidel profession. Remember Ananias and his lies, sir? I shall rather remember Eve and her curiosity," laughed Graham. "And to follow so good an example, let me inquire what yonder very pretty tent contains, Mrs Pansey." "That is a piece of Daisy's foolishness, doctor. It contains a gipsy, whom she induced me to hire for some fortune telling rubbish." "Oh, how sweet! How jolly! cried a mixed chorus of young voices. 'A real gipsy, Mrs Pansey?' And the good lady was besieged with questions. 'She is cunning and dirty enough to be genuine, my dears. Some of you may know her. Mother Jael.' 'Aroint thee witch!' cried Dr Graham. 'That old beldam! Oh, she can pen Dunkerum to some purpose. I have heard of her. So have the police.' 'What language is that?' asked Miss Whichello, who came up at this moment with a smile and a word for all. 'It sounds like swearing.' 'I'd like to see anyone swear here,' said Mrs Pansey, grimly. 'Set your mind at rest, dear lady. I was speaking Romany, the black language, the calo jib which the gipsies brought from the East when they came to plunder the hen coops of Europe.' 'Do you mean to tell me that those creatures have a language of their own?' asked Miss Whichello, disbelievingly. 'Why not? I daresay their ancestors made bricks on the plain of Shinar, and were lucky enough to gain a language without the trouble of learning it.' 'You allude to the Tower of Babel, sir,' said Mrs Pansey, with a scowl. 'Rather to the Tower of Fable, dear lady, since the whole story is a myth.' Not caring to hear this duel of words, and rather surprised to learn that Mother Jael was present, Cargrim slipped away at the first opportunity to ponder over the information and consider what use he could make of it. So the old woman still followed the bishop; had followed him even into society, and had made herself Mrs Pansey's professional fortune teller, so that she might still continue to vex the eyes of her victim with the sight of her eternal red cloak. Dr Pendle was at that very moment walking amongst the guests, with his youngest son by his side, and appeared to be more cheerful and more like his former self than he had been for some time. Apparently he was as yet ignorant that Mother Jael was in his immediate vicinity; but Cargrim determined that he should be warned of her presence as speedily as possible, and be lured into having an interview with her, so that his scheming chaplain might see what would come of the meeting. Also Cargrim resolved to see the old gipsy himself and renew the conversation which she had broken off when she had thieved his gold. In one way or another he foresaw that it would be absolutely necessary to force the woman into making some definite statement, either inculpating or exonerating the bishop in respect of Jentham's death. Therefore, having come to this conclusion, Cargrim strolled watchfully through the merry crowd. It was his purpose to inform Dr Pendle that Mother Jael was telling fortunes in the gaily striped tent, and his determination to bring, if possible, the prelate into contact with the old hag. From such a meeting artful Mr Cargrim hoped to gather some useful information from the conversation and behaviour of the pair. Unfortunately, Cargrim was impeded in the execution of the scheme from the fact of his remarkable popularity. He could not take two steps without being addressed by one or more of his lady admirers; and although he saw the bishop no great distance away, he could not reach him by reason of the detaining sirens. As gracefully as possible he eluded their snares, but when confronted by Daisy Norsham hanging on the arm of Dean Alder, he almost gave up hope of reaching his goal. There was but little chance of escape from Daisy and her small talk. Moreover, she was rather bored by the instructive conversation of the ancient parson, and wanted to attach herself to some younger and more frivolous man. Cupid in cap and gown and spectacles is a decidedly prosy divinity. 'Oh, dear Mr Cargrim!' cried the gushing Daisy. 'Is it really you? Oh, how very sweet of you to come to day! And what is the very latest news of poor dear Mrs Pendle?' 'I believe the Nauheim baths are doing her a great deal of good, Miss Norsham. If you will excuse Nauheim," croaked the dean, with a dry cough, "is unknown to me, save as a geographical expression, but the town of Baden Baden, formerly called Aurelia Aquensis, was much frequented by the Romans on account of its salubrious and health giving springs. I may also instance Aachen, vulgarly termed Aix la Chapelle, but known to the Latins as Aquisgranum, or " "How interesting!" interrupted Daisy, cutting short this stream of information. "You do seem to know everything, Mr Dean. The only German watering place I have been to is Wiesbaden, where the doctors made me get up at 5 o'clock to drink the waters. And fancy, Mr Cargrim, a band played at the Kochbrunnen at 7 in the morning. Did you ever hear anything so horrid?" "Music at so early an hour would be trying, Miss Norsham." "Aqua Matticae was the Roman appellation of Wiesbaden," murmured Dr Alder, twiddling his eyeglass. "I hear on good medical authority that the waters are most beneficial to renovate health and arrest decay. I should advise his lordship the bishop to visit the springs, for of late I have noticed that he appears to be sadly out of sorts." "He is looking much better to day," observed the chaplain, with a glance at the bishop, who was now conversing with Miss Whichello. "Oh, the poor dear bishop should have his fortune told by Mother Jael." "That would hardly be in keeping with his exalted position, Miss Norsham." "Oh, really, I don't see that it is so very dreadful," cried Daisy, with one of her silvery peals of artificial laughter, "and it's only fun. Mother Jael might tell him if he was going to be ill or not, you know, and he might take medicine if he was. Besides, she does tell the truth. Oh, really, it's too awful what she knew about me. But I'm glad to say she prophesied a lovely future." "Marriage and money, I presume?" "Well, you are clever, Mr Cargrim. That is just the fortune she told me. How did you guess? I'm to meet my future husband here. He is to be rich and adore me, and I'm to be very, very happy." "I'm sure so charming a young lady deserves to be," said Cargrim, bowing. "Siderum regina bicornis audi luna puellas," quoted Mr Dean, with a side glance at the radiant Daisy; and if that confident lady had understood Latin, she would have judged from his satirical quotation that Dr Alder was not so subjugated by her charms as to contemplate matrimony. But being ignorant, she was, in accordance with the proverb, blissful, and babbled on with a never failing stream of small talk, which was at times momentarily obstructed by the heavy masses of information cast into it by the dean. Leaving this would be May and wary old December to their unequal flirtation, Cargrim again attempted to reach the bishop, but was captured by Miss Tancred, much to his disgust. She entertained him with a long and minute account of her rheumatic pains, and the means by which she hoped to cure them. Held thus as firmly as the wedding guest was by the ancient mariner, Cargrim lost the chance of hearing a very interesting conversation between Miss Whichello and the bishop; but from the clouded brow of Dr Pendle he saw that something was wrong, and chafed at his enforced detention. Nevertheless, Miss Tancred kept him beside her until she exhausted her trickle of small talk. It took all Cargrim's tact and politeness and Christianity to endure patiently her gabble. "Yes, bishop," Miss Whichello was saying, with some annoyance, "your son has admired my niece for some considerable time. Lately they became engaged, but I refused to give my consent until your sanction and approval had been obtained." "George has said nothing to me on the subject," replied Dr Pendle, in a vexed tone. "Yet he should certainly have done so before speaking to your niece." "No doubt; but unfortunately young men's heads do not always guide their hearts. Still, Captain Pendle promised me to tell you all during his present visit to Beorminster, and of course both Mrs Pendle and your daughter Lucy know of his love for Mab." 'It would appear that I am the sole person ignorant of the engagement, Miss Whichello.' 'It was not with my consent that you were kept in ignorance, bishop. But I really do not see why you should discourage the match. You can see for yourself that they make a handsome pair.' Dr Pendle cast an angry look towards the end of the lawn, where George and Mab were talking earnestly together. 'I don't deny their physical suitability,' he said severely, 'but more than good looks are needed to make a happy marriage.' 'Am I to understand that you disapprove of my niece?' cried the little old lady, drawing herself up. 'Oh, by no means, by no means. How can you think me so wanting in courtesy? But I must confess that I desire my son to make a good match.' 'You should rather wish him to get a good wife,' retorted Miss Whichello, who was becoming annoyed. 'But if it is fortune you desire, I can set your mind at rest on that point. Mab will inherit my money when I die, and should she marry Captain Pendle during my lifetime, I shall allow the young couple 1,000 a year.' '1,000 a year, Miss Whichello?' 'Yes, and more if necessary. Let me tell you, bishop, I am much better off than people think.' The bishop, rather nonplussed, looked down at his neat boots and very becoming gaiters. 'I am not so worldly minded as you infer, Miss Whichello,' said he mildly, 'and did George desire to marry a poor girl, I have enough money of my own to humour his whim. But if his heart is set on making Miss Arden his wife, I should like if you will pardon my candour to know more about the young lady.' 'Mab is the best and most charming girl in the world,' said the little Jenny Wren, pale and a trifle nervous. 'I can see that for myself. You misunderstand me, Miss Whichello, so I must speak more explicitly. Who is Miss Arden?' 'She is my niece,' replied Miss Whichello, with trembling dignity, 'the only child of my poor sister, who died when Mab was an infant in arms.' 'Quite so,' assented the bishop, with a nod. 'I have always understood such to be the case. But Mr Arden?' 'Mr Arden,' faltered the old lady, turning her face from the company, that its pallor and anxiety might not be seen. 'Her father is he alive?' 'No!' cried Miss Whichello, shaking her head. 'He died long, long ago.' 'Who was he?' 'A gentleman of independent fortune.' Dr Pendle bit his nether lip and looked embarrassed. 'Miss Whichello,' he said at length, in a hesitating tone, 'your niece is a charming young lady, and, so far as she herself is concerned, is quite fit to become the wife of my son George.' 'I should think so, indeed,' cried the little lady, with buckram civility. 'But,' continued the bishop, with emphasis, 'I have heard rumours about her parentage which do not satisfy me. Whether those are true or not is best known to yourself, Miss Whichello, but before consenting to the engagement you speak of, I should like to be fully informed on the point.' 'To what rumours does your lordship refer?' asked Miss Whichello, very pale faced, but very quiet. 'This is neither the time nor place to inform you,' said the bishop, hastily. 'I see Mr Cargrim advancing. On another occasion, Miss Whichello, we shall talk about the matter.' As the chaplain, with 3 or 4 young ladies, including Miss Norsham, was bearing down on the bishop, Miss Whichello recognised the justice of his speech, and not feeling equal to talk frivolity, she hastily retreated and ran into the house to fight down her emotion. What the poor little woman felt was known only to herself, but she foresaw that the course of true love, so far as it concerned George and Mab, was not likely to run smooth. Still, she put a brave face on it, and hoped for the best. In the meantime, Bishop Pendle was enveloped in a whirl of petticoats, as Cargrim's Amazonian escort, prompted by the chaplain, was insisting that he should have his fortune told by Mother Jael. The bishop looked perturbed on hearing that his red cloaked phantom was so close at hand, but he managed to keep his countenance, and laughingly refused to comply with the demand of the ladies. "Think of what the newspapers would say," he urged, "if a bishop were to consult this Witch of Endor." "Ah, but really it is only a joke." "A dignitary of the Church shouldn't joke, Miss Norsham." "Why not, your lordship?" put in Cargrim amiably. "I have heard that Richelieu played with a kitten." "I am not Richelieu," replied Dr Pendle dryly, "nor is Mother Jael a kitten." "It's for a charity, bishop," said Daisy imploringly. "I pay Mother Jael for the day, and give the rest to Mrs Pansey's Home for servants out of work." "Oh, for a charity," repeated Dr Pendle, smiling. "That puts quite a different complexion on the question. What do you say, Mr Cargrim?" "I don't think that your lordship can refuse the prayer of these charming young ladies," replied the chaplain obsequiously. Now the bishop really wished to see Mother Jael in order to learn why she haunted him so persistently; and as she had always vanished heretofore, he thought that the present would be a very good time to catch her. He therefore humoured the joke of fortune telling for his own satisfaction, and explained as much to the expectant company. "Well, well, young ladies," said he good naturedly, "I suppose I must consent to be victimised, if only to further the charitable purposes of Mrs Pansey. Where dwells the Sibyl?" "In this tent. This way, your lordship." Dr Pendle advanced towards the gaily striped tent, smiling broadly, and with a playful shake of the head at the laughing nymphs around, he invaded the privacy of Mother Jael. With a sigh of relief at having accomplished his purpose, Cargrim let fall the flap which he had held up for the bishop's entry, and turned away, rubbing his hands. His aim was attained. It now remained to be seen what would come of the meeting between bishop and gipsy. Chapter 22 of The Bishop's Secret by Fergus HUME. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22. Mr Mosk is indiscreet. While the bishop was conversing with Miss Whichello about the engagement of George and Mab, the young people themselves were discussing the selfsame subject with much ardour. Captain Pendle had placed 2 chairs near a quickset hedge, beyond the hearing of other guests, and on these he and Mab were seated as closely as was possible without attracting the eyes of onlookers. Their attitude and actions were guarded and indifferent for the misleading of the company, but their conversation, not being likely to be overheard, was confidential and lover-like enough. No spectator from casual observation could have guessed their secret. "You must tell your father about our engagement at once," said Mab, with decision. "He should have known of it before I consented to wear this ring." "I'll tell him to morrow, dearest, although I am sorry that Lucy and the mater are not here to support me." "But you don't think that he will object to me, George?" "I should think not," replied Captain Pendle, smiling at the very idea. "Object to having the prettiest daughter-in-law in the county? You don't know what an eye for beauty the bishop has." "If you are so sure of his consent, I wonder you did not tell him before," pouted Mab. "Aunty has been very angry at my keeping our engagement secret." "Darling, you know it isn't a secret. We told Cargrim, and when he is aware of it the whole town is. I didn't want to tell my father until I was sure you would marry me." "You have been sure of that for a long time." "In a sort of way," asserted Captain Pendle. "But I was not absolutely certain until I placed a ring on that pretty hand. Now I'll tell my father, get his Episcopalian benediction, and wire the news to Lucy and the mater. We shall be married in spring. Miss Whichello will be the bridesmaid, and all will be hay and sunshine." "Oh, what nonsense you talk, George." "I'd do more than talk nonsense if the eyes of Europe were not on us. Mother Jael is telling fortunes in that tent, my fairy queen, so let us go in and question her about the future. Besides,' added George, with an insinuating smile, 'I don't suppose she would mind if I gave you one kiss.' Mab laughed and shook her head. 'You will have to dispense with both kiss and fortune for the present,' said she, 'for your father has this moment gone into the tent.' 'What! Is Saul also among the prophets?' cried George, with uplifted eyebrows. 'Won't there be a shine in the tents of Shem when it is published abroad that Bishop Pendle has patronised the Witch of Endor? I wonder what he wants to know. Surely the scroll of his fortune is made up.' 'George,' said Mab, gravely, 'your father has been much worried lately.' 'About what? By whom?' 'I don't know, but he looks worried.' 'Oh, he is fidgeting because my mother is away. He always fusses about her health like a hen with one chick.' 'Be more respectful, my dear,' corrected Mab, demurely. 'I'll be anything you like, sweet prude, if you'll only fly with me far from this madding crowd. Hang it, here is some one coming to disturb us.' 'It is your brother.' 'So it is. Hullo, Gabriel, why that solemn brow?' 'I have just heard bad news,' said Gabriel, pausing before them. 'Old Mr Leigh is dying.' 'What! the rector of Heathcroft? I don't call that bad news, old boy, seeing that his death gives you your step.' 'George!' cried Mab and Gabriel in a breath. 'How can you?' 'Well, Leigh is old and ripe enough to die, isn't he?' said the incorrigible George. 'Remember what the old Scotch sexton said to the weeping mourners: "What are ye greeting aboot? If ye dinna bring 'em at 80, when will ye bring 'em?" My Scotch accent is bad,' added Captain Pendle, 'but the story itself is a thing of beauty.' 'I want to tell my father the news,' said Gabriel, indignantly turning away from George's wink. 'Where is he?' 'With mother oh, there he is!' cried Mab, as the bishop issued from the Sibyl's tent. 'Oh, George, how ill he looks!' 'By Jove, yes! He is as pale as a ghost. Come and see what is wrong, Gabriel. Excuse me a moment, Mab.' The two brothers walked forward, but before they could reach their father he was already taking his leave and shaking hands with Mrs Pansey. His face was white, his eyes were anxious, and it was only by sheer force of will that he could excuse himself to his hostess in his ordinary voice. 'I am afraid the sun has been too much for me, Mrs Pansey,' he said, in his usual suave tones, 'and the close atmosphere of that tent is rather trying. I regret being obliged to leave so charming a scene, but I feel sure you will excuse me.' 'Certainly, bishop,' said Mrs Pansey, graciously enough. 'But won't you have a glass of sherry or ' 'Nothing, thank you, nothing. Good bye, Mrs Pansey. Your fête has been most successful. Ah, Gabriel,' catching sight of his youngest son, 'will you be so good as to come with me?' 'Are you ill, sir?' asked George, with solicitude. 'No, no; a little out of sorts, perhaps. The sun merely the sun;' and waving his hand in a hurried manner, Dr Pendle withdrew as quickly as his dignity permitted, leaning on Gabriel's arm. The curate's face was as colourless as that of his father, and he seemed equally as nervous in manner. Captain Pendle returned to Mab in a state of bewilderment, for which there was surely sufficient cause. 'I never saw the bishop so put out before,' said he, with a puzzled look. 'Old Mother Jael must have prophesied blue ruin and murder.' Murder! The ominous word struck on the ears of Cargrim, who was passing at the moment, and he smiled cruelly as he heard the half joking tone in which it was spoken. Captain George Pendle little thought that the chaplain took his jesting speech in earnest, and was more convinced than ever that the bishop had killed Jentham, and had just been warned by Mother Jael that she knew the truth. This, then, as Cargrim considered, was her reason for haunting the bishop in his incomings and outgoings. Of course it was impossible that the bishop's agitation could have escaped the attention of the assembled guests, and many remarks were made as to its probable cause. His sudden illness at his own reception was recalled, and taken in conjunction with this seizure it was observed that Dr Pendle was working too hard, that his constitution was breaking up, and that he sadly needed a rest. The opinion on this last point was unanimous. "For I will say," remarked Mrs Pansey, who was an adept at damning with faint praise, "that the bishop works as hard as his capacity of brain will let him." "And that is a great deal," said Dr Graham tartly. "Bishop Pendle is one of the cleverest men in England." "That is right, doctor," replied the undaunted Mrs Pansey. "Always speak well of your patients." Altogether, so high stood the bishop's reputation as a transparently honest man, that no one suspected anything was wrong save Graham and Mr Cargrim. The former remembered Dr Pendle's unacknowledged secret, and wondered if the gipsy was in possession of it, while the latter was satisfied that the bishop had been driven away by the fears roused by Mother Jael's communication, whatever that might be. But the general opinion was that too much work and too much sun had occasioned the bishop's illness, and it was spoken of very lightly, as a mere temporary ailment, soon to be set right by complete change and complete rest. Thus Dr Pendle's reputation of the past stood him in good stead, and saved his character thoroughly in the present. "Now," said Cargrim to himself, "I know for certain that Mother Jael is aware of the truth, also that the truth implicates the bishop in Jentham's death. I shall just go in and question her at once. She can't escape from that tent so easily as she vanished the other day." But Cargrim quite underrated Mother Jael's power of making herself scarce, for when he entered the tent he found it tenanted only by Daisy Norsham, who was looking, in some bewilderment, at an empty chair. The cunning old gipsy had once more melted into thin air. "Where is she?" demanded Cargrim, regretting that his clerical garb prevented him from using appropriate language. "Oh, really, dear Mr Cargrim, I don't know. After the dear bishop came out so upset with the heat, we all ran to look after him, so I suppose Mother Jael felt the heat also, and left while our backs were turned. It is really very vexing," sighed Daisy, "for lots of girls are simply dying to have their fortunes told. And oh," making a sudden discovery, "how very, very dreadful." "What is it?" asked the chaplain, staring at her tragic face. "That wicked old woman has taken all the money. Oh, poor Mrs Pansey's home!" "She has no doubt run off with the money," said Cargrim, in what was for him a savage tone. "I must question the servants about her departure. Miss Norsham, I am afraid that your beautiful nature has been imposed upon by this deceitful vagrant." Whether this was so or not, one thing was clear, that Mother Jael had gone off with a considerable amount of loose silver in her pocket. The servants knew nothing of her departure, so there was no doubt that the old crone, used to dodging and hiding, had slipped out of the garden by some back way, while the guests had been commiserating the bishop's slight illness. As Cargrim wanted to see the gipsy at once, and hoped to force her into confessing the truth by threatening to have her arrested with the stolen money in her pocket, he followed on her trail while it was yet fresh. Certainly Mother Jael had left no particular track by which she could be traced, but Cargrim, knowing something of her habits, judged that she would either strike across Southberry Heath to the tents of her tribe, or take refuge for the time being at the Derby Winner. It was more probable that she would go to the hotel than run the risk of being arrested in the gipsy camp, so Cargrim, adopting this argument, took his way down to Eastgate. He hoped to run Mother Jael to earth at the tap room of the hotel. On arriving at the Derby Winner, he walked straight into the bar, and found it presided over by a grinning pot boy. A noise of singing and shouting came from the little parlour at the back, and when the chaplain asked for Mr Mosk, he was informed by the smiling Ganymede that the guv'nor was enj'yin' hisself, goin' on like 1 o'clock. "Dear, dear,' said the scandalised chaplain, 'am I to understand that your master has taken more than is good for him?' 'Yuss. He's jist drunk up to jolliness, sir.' 'And Miss Mosk?' 'She's a trying to get him to bed, as young missus and old missus is crying upstairs.' 'I shall certainly speak about this to the authorities,' said Cargrim, in an angry tone. 'You are sober enough to answer my questions, I hope?' 'Yuss, sir. I'm strite,' growled the pot boy, pulling his forelock. 'Then tell me if that gipsy woman, Mother Jael, is here.' 'No, sir, she ain't. I ain't set eyes on her for know how long.' The man spoke earnestly enough, and was evidently telling the truth. Much disappointed to find that the old crone was not in the neighbourhood, the chaplain was about to depart when he heard Mosk begin to sing in a husky voice, and also became aware that Bell, as he judged from the raised tones of her voice, was scolding her father thoroughly. His sense of duty got the better of his anxiety to find Mother Jael, and feeling that his presence was required, he passed swiftly to the back of the house, and threw open the door of the parlour with fine clerical indignation. 'What is all this noise, Mosk?' he cried sharply. 'Do you wish to lose your licence?' Mosk, who was seated in an arm chair, smiling and singing, with a very red face, was struck dumb by the chaplain's sudden entrance and sharp rebuke. Bell, flushed and angered, was also astonished to see Mr Cargrim, but hailed his arrival with joy as likely to have some moral influence on her riotous father. Personally she detested Cargrim, but she respected his cloth, and was glad to see him wield the thunders of his clerical position. 'That is right, Mr Cargrim,' she cried, with flashing eyes. 'Tell him he ought to be ashamed of drinking and singing with mother so ill upstairs.' 'I don't mean to do any 'arm,' said Mosk, rising sheepishly, for the shock of Cargrim's appearance sobered him a good deal. 'I was just to have a glass to celebrate a joyful day.' 'Cannot you take your glass without becoming intoxicated?' said Cargrim, in disgust. 'I tell you what, Mosk, if you go on in this way I shall make it my business to warn Sir Harry Brace against you.' 'I told you how 'twould be, father,' put in Bell, reproachfully. 'You onnatural child, goin' agin your parent,' growled Mr Mosk. 'Wasn't I drinking to your health 'cause the old 'un at Heathcroft was passing to his long home?' 'Tell me that.' 'What do you mean, Mosk?' asked the chaplain, starting. 'Oh, nothing, sir,' interposed Bell, hurriedly. 'Father don't know what he is saying.' 'Yes, I do,' contradicted her father, sulkily. 'Old Mr Leigh, the Passon of Heathcroft, is dying, and when he dies you'll live at Heathcroft with ' 'Father, hold your tongue!' 'With my son in law, Gabriel.' 'Your son in law!' gasped Cargrim, recoiling. 'Is your daughter the wife of young Mr Pendle?' 'No, I am not, Mr Cargrim,' cried Bell, nervously. 'It's father's nonsense.' 'It's Bible truth, saving your presence,' said Mosk, striking the table. 'Young Mr Pendle is engaged to marry you, ain't he? And he's a going to have the living at Heathcroft, ain't he? And old Leigh's a dying fast, ain't he?' 'Go on, father, you've done it now,' said Bell, resignedly, and sat down. Cargrim was almost too surprised to speak. The rector of Heathcroft dying! Gabriel engaged to marry this common woman! He looked from one to the other in amazement; at the triumphant Mosk and the blushing girl. 'Is this true, Miss Mosk?' he asked doubtfully. 'Yes, I am engaged to marry Gabriel Pendle,' cried Bell, with a toss of her head. 'You can tell the whole town so if you like. Neither he nor I will contradict you.' 'It's as true as true,' growled Mosk. 'My daughter's going to be a lady.' 'I congratulate you both,' said Cargrim, gravely. 'This will be a surprise to the bishop,' and feeling himself unequal to the situation he made his escape. 'Well, father,' said Bell, 'this is a pretty kettle of fish, this is.' Chapter 23 Chapter 23 of The Bishop's Secret by Fergus HUME. Chapter 23 In the Library. Certainly there was little enough to admire in Mr Cargrim's character. Still, he was not altogether a bad man. In common with his fellow creatures he also had his good qualities, but these were somewhat rusty for want of use. As Mrs Rawdon Crawley, née Sharp, remarked, most people can be good on 5,000 a year, and if Cargrim had been high placed and wealthy he would no doubt have developed his better instincts for lack of reasons to make use of his worser. But being only a poor curate, he had a long ladder to climb, which he thought could be ascended more rapidly by kicking down all those who impeded his progress, and by holding on to the skirts of those who were a few rungs higher. Therefore he was not very nice in his distinction between good and evil, and did not mind by what means he succeeded, so long as he was successful. He knew very well that he was not a favourite with the bishop, and that Dr Pendle would not give him more of the Levitical loaves and fishes than he could help. But as the holder of the Beorminster See was the sole dispenser of these viands with whom Cargrim was acquainted, it behoved him at all risks to compel the bestowal of gifts which were not likely to be given of free will. Therefore Cargrim plotted and planned and schemed to learn the bishop's secret and set him under his thumb. But with all the will in the world, the schemer was not clever enough to deal with the evidence he had accumulated. The bishop had had an understanding with Jentham. He had attempted to secure his silence, as was proved by the torn out butt of the cheque book. He had, as Cargrim suspected, killed the blackmailer to bury his secret in the grave, and he had been warned by Mother Jael that she knew of his wicked act. This was the evidence, but Cargrim did not know how to place it ship-shape in order to prove to Bishop Pendle that he had him in his power. It needed a trained mind to grapple with these confused facts, to follow out clues, to arrange details, and Cargrim recognised that it was needful to hire a helper. With this idea he resolved to visit London, and there engage the services of a private inquiry agent; and as there was no time to be lost, he decided to ask the bishop for leave of absence on that very night. There is nothing so excellent as prompt attention to business, even when it consists of the dirtiest kind. Nevertheless, to allow his better nature some small opportunity of exercise, Cargrim determined to afford the bishop one chance of escape. The visit to the Derby winner had given him at once a weapon and a piece of information. The rector of Heathcroft was dying, so in the nature of things it was probable that the living would soon be vacant. From various hints Cargrim was aware that the bishop destined this snug post for his younger son, but Gabriel Pendle was engaged to marry Bell Mosk, and when the bishop was informed of that fact, Cargrim had little doubt but that he would refuse to consecrate his son to the living. Then, failing Gabriel, the chaplain hoped that Dr Pendle might give it to him, and if he did so, Mr Cargrim was quite willing to let bygones be bygones. He would not search out the bishop's secret, at all events for the present, although if Dean Alder died he might make a later use of his knowledge to get himself elected to the vacant post. However, the immediate business in hand was to secure Heathcroft Rectory at the expense of Gabriel. So Mr Cargrim walked rapidly to the palace, with the intention of informing the bishop without delay of the young man's disgraceful conduct. Only at the conclusion of the interview could he determine his future course. If, angered at Gabriel, the bishop gave him the living, he would let the bishop settle his account with his conscience; but if Dr Pendle refused, he would then go up to London and hire a bloodhound to follow the trail of Dr Pendle's crime even to his very doorstep. In thus giving his patron an alternative, Cargrim thought himself a very virtuous person indeed. Yet, so far as he knew, he might be compounding a felony, but that knowledge did not trouble him in the least. With this pretty little scheme in his head, the chaplain entered the library in which Dr Pendle was usually to be found, and sure enough the bishop was there, sitting all alone and looking as wretched as a man could. His face was grey and drawn; he had aged so markedly since Mrs Pendle's garden party that Mr Cargrim was quite shocked, and he started nervously when his chaplain glided into the room. A nerve storm, consequent on his interview with Mother Jael, had exhausted the bishop's vitality, and he seemed hardly able to lift his head. The utter prostration of the man would have appealed to any one save Cargrim, but that astute young parson had an end to gain, and was not to be turned from it by any display of mental misery. He put his victim on the rack, and tortured him as delicately and scientifically as any inquisition of the good old days, when Mother Church, anticipating the saying of the French Revolution, said to the backsliders of her flock, "Be my child, lest I kill thee." So Cargrim, like a modern Torquemada, racked the soul instead of the body, and devoted himself very earnestly to this congenial talk. "I beg your pardon, my lord," said he, making a feint of retiring. "I did not know that your lordship was engaged." "I am not engaged," replied the bishop, seemingly glad to escape from his own sad thoughts. "Come in, come in. You have left Mrs Pansey's fête rather early." "But not so early as you, sir," said the chaplain, taking a chair where he could command an uninterrupted view of the bishop's face. "I fear you are not well, my lord." "No, Cargrim, I am not well. In spite of my desire to continue my duties, I am afraid that I shall be forced to take a holiday for my health's sake." "Your lordship cannot do better than join Mrs Pendle at Nauheim." "I was thinking of doing so," said the bishop, glancing at a letter at his elbow, "especially as Sir Harry Brace is coming back on business to Beorminster. I do not wish my wife to be alone in her present uncertain state of health. As to my own, I'm afraid no springs will cure it. My disease is of the mind, not of the body." "Ah!" sighed Cargrim sagely, "the very worst kind of disease. May I ask what you are troubled about in your mind?" "About many things, Cargrim, many things. Amongst them the fact of this disgraceful murder. It is a reflection on the diocese that the criminal is not caught and punished." "Does your lordship wish the assassin to be captured?" asked the chaplain, in his softest tone, and with much apparent simplicity. Dr Pendle raised his head and darted a keen look at his questioner. "Of course I do," he answered sharply, "and I am much annoyed that our local police have not been clever enough to hunt him down. Have you heard whether any more evidence has been found?" "None likely to indicate the assassin, my lord, but I believe that the police have gathered some information about the victim's past." The bishop's hand clenched itself so tightly that the knuckles whitened. "About Jentham?" he muttered in a low voice, and not looking at the chaplain. "Ay, what about him?" "It seems, my lord," said Cargrim, watchful of his companion's face, "that 30 years ago the man was a violinist in London, and his professional name was Amaru." "A violinist? Amaru?" repeated Dr Pendle, and looked so relieved that Cargrim saw that he had not received the answer he expected. "A professional name, you say?" "Yes, your lordship," replied the chaplain, trying hard to conceal his disappointment. "No doubt the man's real name was Jentham." "Oh, no doubt," assented the bishop indifferently, "although I daresay so notorious a vagrant must have possessed at least half a dozen names." It was on the tip of Cargrim's tongue to ask by what name Jentham had been known to his superior, but restrained by the knowledge of his incapacity to follow up the question, he was wise enough not to put it. Also, as he wished to come to an understanding with the bishop on the subject of the Heathcroft living, he turned the conversation in that direction by remarking that Mr Leigh was reported as dying. "So Gabriel informed me," said Dr Pendle with a nod. "I am truly sorry to hear it. Mr Leigh has been rector of Heathcroft parish for many years." "For 25 years, your lordship. but latterly he has been rather lax in his rule. What is needed in Heathcroft is a young and earnest man with a capacity for organisation, one who by words and deeds may be able to move the sluggish souls of the parishioners, who can contrive and direct and guide." "You describe an ideal rector, Cargrim," remarked Dr Pendle, rather dryly. "A kind of bishop in embryo; but where is such a paragon to be found?" The chaplain coloured and looked conscious. "I do not describe myself as a paragon," said he in a low voice. "Nevertheless, should your lordship think fit to present me with the Heathcroft cure of souls, I should strive to approach in some degree the ideal I have described." The bishop was no stranger to Cargrim's ambition, as it was not the first time that the chaplain had hinted that he would make a good rector of Heathcroft; therefore he did not feel surprised at being approached so crudely on the subject. With a testy gesture he pushed back his chair and looked rather frowningly on the presumptuous parson. But Cargrim was too sure of his ability to deal with the bishop to be daunted by looks, and with his sleek head on one side and a suave smile on his pale lips, he waited for the thunders from the episcopalian throne. However, the bishop was just as diplomatic as his chaplain, and too wise to give way to the temper he felt at so downright a request, approached the matter in an outwardly mild spirit. "Heathcroft is a large parish," said his lordship meditatively. "And therefore needs a hard-working young rector," replied Cargrim. "I am, of course, aware of my own deficiencies, but these may be remedied by prayer and by a humble spirit." "Mr Cargrim," said the bishop with a smile, "do you remember the rather heterodox story of the farmer's comment on prayer being offered up for rain? 'What is the use of praying for rain,' said he, 'when the wind is in this quarter?' I am inclined," added Dr Pendle, looking very intently at Cargrim, "to agree with the farmer." "Does that mean that your lordship will not give me the living?" "We will come to that later, Mr Cargrim. At present I mean that no prayers will remedy our deficiencies unless the desire to do so begins in our own breasts." "Will your lordship indicate the particular deficiencies I should remedy?" asked the chaplain, outwardly calm but inwardly raging. "I think, Mr Cargrim," said the bishop gently, "that your ambition is apt to take precedence of your religious feelings, else you would hardly adopt so extreme a course as to ask me so bluntly for a living. If I deemed it advisable that you should be rector of Heathcroft, I should bestow it on you without the necessity of your asking me to give it to you. But to be plain with you, Mr Cargrim, I have other designs when the living becomes vacant." "In that case we need say no more, your lordship." "Pardon me, you must permit me to say this much," said Dr Pendle, in his most stately manner, "that I desire you to continue in your present position until you have more experience in diocesan work. It is not every young man, Mr Cargrim, who has so excellent an opportunity of acquainting himself with the internal management of the Catholic Church. Your father was a dear friend of mine," continued the bishop with emotion, "and in my younger days I owed him much. For his sake and for your own, I wish to help you as much as I can, but you must permit me to be the best judge of when and how to advance your interests. These ambitions of yours, Michael, which I have observed on several occasions, are dangerous to your better qualities. A clergyman of our Church is a man, and being a priest, something more than a man. Therefore it behoves him to be humble and religious and intent upon his immediate work for the glory of God. Should he rise, it must be by such qualities that he attains a higher post in the Church. But should he remain all his days in a humble position, he can die content, knowing he has thought not of himself, but of his God. Believe me, my dear young friend, I speak from experience, and it is better for you to leave your future in my hands." These sentiments, being the antithesis to those of Cargrim, were of course extremely unpalatable to one of his nature. He knew that he was more ambitious than religious, but it was galling to think that Dr Pendle should have been clever enough to gauge his character so truly. His mask of humility and deference had been torn off, and he was better known to the bishop than was at all agreeable to his cunning nature. He saw that so far as the Heathcroft living was concerned, he would never obtain it as a free gift from Dr Pendle, therefore it only remained to adopt the worser course, and force the prelate to accede to his request. Having thus decided, Mr Cargrim, with great self-control, smoothed his face to a meek smile, and even displayed a little emotion in order to show the bishop how touched he was by the kindly speech which had crushed his ambition. "I am quite content to leave my future in your hands," he said, with all possible suavity, "and indeed, my lord, I know that you are my best, my only friend. The deficiency to which you allude shall be conquered by me if possible, and I trust that shortly I shall merit your lordship's more unreserved approbation." "Why," said the bishop, shaking him heartily by the hand, "that is a very worthy speech, Michael, and I shall bear it in mind. We are still friends, I trust, in spite of what I consider it was my duty to say." "Certainly we are friends, sir. I am honoured by the interest you take in me. And now, my lord," added Cargrim, with a sweet smile, "may I prefer a little request which was in my mind when I came to see you?" Of course, Michael. What is it?" "I have some business to transact in London, my lord, and I should like, with your permission, to be absent from my duties for a few days." "With pleasure," assented the bishop. "Go when you like, Cargrim. I am only too pleased that you should ask me for a holiday." "Many thanks, your lordship," said Cargrim, rising. "Then I shall leave the palace to morrow morning, and will return towards the end of the week. As there is nothing of particular importance to attend to, I trust your lordship will be able to dispense with my services during my few days' absence without trouble to yourself. Set your mind at rest, Cargrim. You can take your holiday." "I again thank your lordship. It only remains for me to say that if, as I have heard, your lordship intends to make Mr Gabriel rector of Heathcroft, I trust he will be as earnest and devout there as he has been in Beorminster." "I have not yet decided how to fill up the vacancy," said the bishop coldly, "and let me remind you, Mr Cargrim, that as yet the present rector of Heathcroft still holds the living." "I do but anticipate the inevitable, my lord," said Cargrim, preparing to drive his sting into the bishop, "and certainly the sooner Mr Gabriel is advanced to the living, the better it will be for his matrimonial prospects." Dr Pendle stared. "I don't understand you," he said stiffly. "What?" Mr Cargrim threw up his hands in astonishment. "Has not Mr Gabriel informed your lordship of his engagement?" "Engagement!" echoed the bishop, half rising. "Do you mean to tell me that Gabriel is engaged, and without my knowledge?" "Oh, your lordship, I thought you knew. Most indiscreet of me," murmured Cargrim, in pretended confusion. "To whom is my son engaged?" asked the bishop sharply. To really, I feel most embarrassed," said the chaplain. I should not have taken—" "Answer at once, sir," cried the bishop irritably. "To whom is my son Gabriel engaged? I insist upon knowing." "In that case, I must tell your lordship that Mr Gabriel is engaged to marry Miss Bell Mosk." The bishop bounded out of his chair. "Bell Mosk! The daughter of the landlord of the Derby Winner?" "Yes, your lordship." The barmaid? My son? Oh, it is impossible." "I had it from the lips of the young lady herself," said Cargrim, delighted at the bishop's annoyance. "Certainly Miss Mosk is hardly fitted to be the wife of a future rector. Still, she is a handsome "Stop, sir!" cried the bishop, imperiously. "Don't dare to couple my son's name with that of a barmaid. I cannot, I will not, I dare not believe it." "Nevertheless, it is true." "Impossible! Incredible! The boy must be mad." "He is in love, which is much the same thing," said Cargrim, with more boldness than he usually displayed before Dr Pendle. "But to assure yourself of its truth, let me suggest that your lordship should question Mr Gabriel yourself. I believe he is in the palace." "Thank you, Mr Cargrim," said the bishop, recovering from his first surprise. "I thank you for the information, but I am afraid you have been misled. My son would never choose a wife out of a bar." "It is to be hoped he will see the folly of doing so, my lord," replied the chaplain, backing towards the door. "And now I shall take my leave, assuring your lordship that I should never have spoken of Mr Gabriel's engagement had I not believed that you were informed on the point." The bishop made no reply, but sank into a chair, looking the picture of misery. After a glance at him, Cargrim left the room, rubbing his hands. "I think I have given you a very good Roland for your Oliver, my lord," he murmured. Chapter 24 of The Bishop's Secret by Fergus HUME. Chapter 24. The Bishop asserts himself. On being left alone, the bishop sat motionless in his chair for some considerable time. The information conveyed by Cargrim struck at his pride, but in his heart he knew well that he had as little right to be proud as to resent the blow. Casting a look over the past, he saw that Dr Graham had been right in his reference to the ring of Polycrates, for although he was outwardly still prosperous and high placed, shame had come upon him, and evil was about to befall. From the moment of Jentham's secret visit a blight had fallen on his fortunes, a curse had come upon his house, and in 1,000 hidden ways he had been tortured, although for no fault of his own. There was his secret, which he did not dare even to think of; there was the enforced absence of his wife and daughter, whom he had been compelled to send away; there was the hidden enmity of Cargrim, which he did not know how to baffle; and now there was the shame of Gabriel's engagement to a barmaid; of George's choice of a wife, who, if rumour could be believed, was the daughter of a scoundrel. With these ills heaped upon his head, the bishop did not know how he could ever raise it again. Still all these woes were locked up in his own breast, and to the world he was yet the popular, prosperous Bishop of Beorminster. This impression and position he was resolved to maintain at all costs; therefore, to put an end to his last trouble, he concluded to speak seriously to his sons on the subject of unequal marriages. A pressure of the electric button summoned the servant, who was instructed to request Captain Pendle and Mr Gabriel to see their father at once in the library. It would seem as though they almost expected the message, for in a few minutes they were both in the room; George with his usual jaunty, confident air, but Gabriel with an anxious look. Yet neither of the young men guessed why the bishop had sent for them; least of all George, who never dreamed for a moment that his father would oppose his engagement with Mab Arden. "Sit down, both of you," said Dr Pendle, in grave tones. "I have something serious to say," and the bishop took up an imposing position on the hearthrug. The two sons looked at one another. "There is no bad news from Nauheim, I hope, sir?" said George, quite ignorant of the meaning of this exordium. "No. Lucy's last letter about your mother was very cheerful indeed. I wish to speak seriously to both of you. As you are the elder, George, I shall begin with you. Gabriel I shall reason with later." "Reason with me?" wondered the curate. Have I been doing anything which requires me to be reasoned with?" And he gave a half smile, never thinking how soon his jest would be turned into bitter earnest. "I think a word in season will do you no harm," answered his father austerely, "but I shall address myself to George first." "I am all attention, sir," said the captain, rather weary of this solemnity. "What have I done?" "You have concealed from me the fact of your engagement to Miss Arden." "Oh!" cried George, smiling. "So Miss Whichello has been speaking?" "Yes, she spoke to me to day, and told me that you had formally engaged yourself to her niece without my knowledge or sanction. May I inquire your reason for so singular a course?" "Is it singular, sir?" asked George, in a half joking tone. "I always understood that it was first necessary to obtain the lady's consent before making the matter public. I asked Mab to be my wife when I last visited Beorminster, and I intended to tell you of it this time, but I find that Miss Whichello has saved me the trouble. However, now that you know the truth, sir," said Captain Pendle, with his sunny smile, "may I ask for your approval and blessing?" "You may ask," said the bishop, coldly, "but you shall have neither." "Father!" The answer was so unexpected that George jumped up from his chair with a cry of surprise; and even Gabriel, who was in the secret of his brother's love for Mab, looked astonished and pained. "I do not approve of the engagement," went on the bishop, imperturbably. "You do not approve of Mab?" said Captain Pendle, slowly, and his face became pale with anger. "I said nothing about the lady," corrected the bishop, haughtily. "You will be pleased, sir, to take my words as I speak them. I do not approve of the engagement." "On what grounds?" asked George, quietly enough. "I know nothing about Miss Arden's parents." "She is the daughter of Miss Whichello's sister." "I am aware of that. But what about her father?" "Her father?" repeated George, rather perplexed. "I never inquired about her father. I do not know anything about him." "Indeed!" said the bishop. "It is just as well that you do not." Captain Pendle looked disturbed. "Is there anything wrong with him?" he asked nervously. "I thought he was dead and buried ages ago." "I believe he is dead, but from all accounts he was a scoundrel." "From whose account, bishop?" "Mrs Pansey's, for one." "Father," cried Gabriel, "surely you know that Mrs Pansey's gossip is most unreliable." "Not in this instance," replied the bishop, promptly. "Mrs Pansey told me some 26 years ago, when Miss Whichello brought her niece to this city, that the child's father was little better than a jail bird." "Did she know him?" asked George, sharply. "That I cannot say, but she assured me that she spoke the truth. I paid no attention to her talk, nor did I question Miss Whichello on the subject. In those days it had no interest for me, but now that I find my son desires to marry the girl, I must refuse my consent until I learn all about her birth and parentage." "Miss Whichello will tell us about that," said George, hopefully. "Let us trust that Miss Whichello dare tell us." "Dare, sir?" cried Captain Pendle, gnawing his moustache. "I used the word advisedly, George. If what Mrs Pansey asserts is true, Miss Whichello will feel a natural reluctance to confess the truth about Miss Arden's father." "Admitting as much," urged Gabriel, seeing that George kept silent, "surely you will not visit the sins of the father on the innocent child?" "It is scriptural law, my son." "It is not the law of Christ," replied the curate. "Law or no law," said Captain Pendle, determinedly, "I shall not give Mab up. Her father may have been a Nero for all I care. I marry his daughter all the same. She is a good, pure, sweet woman." "I admit that she is all that," said the bishop, and I do not want you to give her up without due inquiry into the matter of which I speak. But it is my desire that you should return to your regiment until the affair can be sifted.' 'Who should sift it but I?' inquired George, hotly. 'If you place it in my hands, all will, I trust, be well, my son. I shall see Miss Whichello and Mrs Pansey, and learn the truth.' 'And if the truth be as cruel as you suspect?' 'In that case,' said the bishop, slowly, 'I shall consider the matter. You must not think that I wish you to break off your engagement altogether, George; but I desire you to suspend it, so to speak. For the reasons I have stated, I disapprove of your marrying Miss Arden, but it may be that, should I be informed fully about her father, I may change my mind. In the meantime, I wish you to rejoin your regiment, and remain with it until I send for you.' 'And if I refuse?' 'In that case,' said the bishop, sternly, 'I shall refuse my consent altogether. Should you refuse to acknowledge my authority, I shall treat you as a stranger. But I have been a good father to you, George, and I trust that you will see fit to obey me.' 'I am not a child,' said Captain Pendle, sullenly. 'You are a man of the world,' replied his father, skilfully, 'and as such must see that I am speaking for your own good. I ask merely for delay, so that the truth may be known before you engage yourself irrevocably to this young lady.' 'I look upon my engagement as irrevocable. I have asked Mab to be my wife. I have given her a ring. I have won her heart. I should be a mean hound,' cried George, lashing himself into a rage, 'if I gave her up for the lying gossip of an old she devil like Mrs Pansey.' 'Your language is not decorous, sir.' 'I beg your pardon, father, but don't be too hard on me.' 'Your own good sense should tell you that I am not hard on you.' 'Indeed,' put in Gabriel, 'I think that my father has reason on his side, George.' 'You are not in love,' growled the captain, unconvinced. A pale smile flitted over Gabriel's lips, not unnoticed by the bishop, but as he purposed speaking to him later, he made no remark on it at the moment. 'What do you wish me to do, sir?' said George, after a pause. 'I have told you,' rejoined the bishop, mildly. 'I desire you to rejoin your regiment, and not to come back to Beorminster until I send for you.' 'Do you object to my seeing Mab before I go?' 'By no means. See both Miss Arden and Miss Whichello, if you like, and tell them both that it is my desire you go away.' 'Well, sir,' said Captain Pendle, slowly, 'I am willing to obey you and return to my work, but I refuse to give up Mab;' and not trusting himself to speak further, lest he should lose his temper altogether, he abruptly left the room. The bishop saw him retire with a sigh, and shook his head. Immediately afterwards he addressed himself to Gabriel, who, with some apprehension, was waiting for him to speak. 'Gabriel,' said Dr Pendle, picking up a letter, 'Harry has written to me from Nauheim, saying that he is compelled to return home on business. As I do not wish your mother and Lucy to be alone, it is my desire that you should join them at once.' The curate was rather amazed at the peremptory tone of this speech, but hastened to assure his father that he was quite willing to go. The reason given for the journey seemed to him a sufficient one, and he had no suspicion that his father's real motive was to separate him from Bell. The bishop saw that this was the case, and forthwith came to the principal point of the interview. 'Do you know why I wish you to go abroad?' he asked sharply. 'To join my mother and Lucy. You told me so.' 'That is one reason, Gabriel. But there is another and more important one.' A remembrance of his secret engagement turned the curate's face crimson, but he faltered out that he did not understand what his father meant. 'I think you understand well enough,' said Dr Pendle, sternly. 'I allude to your disgraceful conduct in connection with that woman at the Derby Winner.' 'If you allude to my engagement to Miss Mosk, sir,' cried Gabriel, with spirit, 'there is no need to use the word disgraceful. My conduct towards that young lady has been honourable throughout.' 'And what about your conduct towards your father?' asked the bishop. Gabriel hung his head. 'I intended to tell you,' he stammered, 'when you could summon up courage to do so,' interrupted Dr Pendle, in cutting tones. 'Unfortunately, your candour was not equal to your capability for deception, so I was obliged to learn the truth from a stranger.' 'Cargrim!' cried Gabriel, his instinct telling him the name of his betrayer. 'Yes, from Mr Cargrim. He heard the truth from the lips of this girl herself. She informed him that she was engaged to marry you. You, my son!' 'It is true,' said Gabriel, in a low voice. 'I wish to make her my wife.' 'Make her your wife!' cried Dr Pendle, angrily. 'This common girl, this barmaid, this ' 'I shall not listen to Bell being called names even by you, father,' said Gabriel, proudly. 'She is a good girl, a respectable girl, a beautiful girl.' 'And a barmaid,' said the bishop, dryly. 'I congratulate you on the daughter in law you have selected for your mother.' Gabriel winced. Much as he loved Bell, the idea of her being in the society of his delicate, refined mother was not a pleasant one. He could not conceal from himself that although the jewel he wished to pick out of the gutter might shine brilliantly there, it might not glitter so much when translated to a higher sphere and placed beside more polished gems. Therefore he could find no answer to his father's speech, and wisely kept silence. 'Certainly my sons are a comfort to me,' continued the bishop, sarcastically. 'I have brought them up in what I judged to be a wise and judicious manner, but it seems I am mistaken, since the first use they make of their training is to deceive the Father who has never deceived them.' 'I admit that I have behaved badly, father.' 'No one can deny that, sir. The question is, do you intend to continue behaving badly?' 'I love Bell dearly, very dearly.' The bishop groaned and sat down helplessly in his chair. 'It is incredible,' he said. 'How can you, with your refined tastes and upbringing, love this well, I shall not call her names. No doubt Miss Mosk is well enough in her way, but she is not a proper wife for my son.' 'Our hearts are not always under control, father.' 'They should be, Gabriel. The head should always guide the heart. That is only common sense. Besides, you are too young to know your own mind. This girl is handsome and scheming, and has infatuated you in your innocence. I should be a bad father to you if I did not rescue you from her wiles. To do so, it is my intention that you shall go abroad for a time.' 'I am willing to go abroad, father, but I shall never, never forget Bell.' 'You speak with all the confidence of a young man in love for the first time, Gabriel. I am glad that you are still sufficiently obedient to obey me. Of course you know that I cannot consent to your making this girl your wife.' 'I thought that you might be angry,' faltered Gabriel. 'I am more hurt than angry,' replied the bishop. 'Have you given this young woman a promise of marriage?' 'Yes, father. I gave her an engagement ring.' 'I congratulate you, sir, on your methodical behaviour. However, it is no use arguing with one so infatuated as you are. All I can do is to test your affection by parting you from Miss Mosk. When you return from Nauheim we shall speak further on the subject.' 'When do you wish me to go, father?' asked Gabriel, rising submissively. 'To morrow,' said the bishop, coldly. 'You can leave me now.' 'I am sorry.' 'Sorry!' cried Dr Pendle, with a frown. 'What is the use of words without deeds? Both you and George have given me a sore heart this day. I thought that I could trust my sons. I find that I cannot. But it is useless to talk further. I shall see what absence can do in both cases. Now leave me, if you please." The bishop turned to his desk and busied himself with some papers, while Gabriel, after a moment's hesitation, left the room with a deep sigh. Dr Pendle, finding himself alone, leaned back in his chair and groaned aloud. "I have averted the danger for the time being," he said sadly. "But the future ah me, what of the future?" Chapter 25 of The Bishop's Secret by Fergus HUME. Chapter 25 Mr Baltic, Missionary. About this time there appeared in Beorminster an elderly, weather-beaten man, with a persuasive tongue and the quick, alert eye of a fowl. He looked like a sailor, and as such was an object of curiosity to inland folk. But he called himself a missionary, saying that he had laboured these many years in the Lord's vineyard of the South Seas, and had returned to England for a sight of white faces and a smack of civilization. This hybrid individual was named Ben Baltic, and had the hoarse voice of a mariner accustomed to outroar storms, but his conversation was free from nautical oaths, and remarkably entertaining by reason of his adventurous life. He could not be said to be obtrusively religious, yet he gave every one the impression of being a good and earnest worker, and one who practised what he preached, for he neither smoked, nor gambled, nor drank strong waters. Yet there was nothing pharisaic about his speech or bearing. In a pilot's suit of rough blue cloth, with a red bandana handkerchief, and a wide-brimmed hat of Panama straw, Mr Baltic took up his residence at the Derby Winner, and rolling about Beorminster in the true style of Jack ashore, speedily made friends with people high and low. The low he became acquainted with on his own account, as a word and a smile in his good-humoured way was sufficient to establish at least a temporary friendship. But he owed his familiarity with the high to the good offices of Mr Cargrim. That gentleman returned from his holiday with much apparent satisfaction, and declared himself greatly benefited by the change. Shortly after his resumption of his duties he received a visit from Baltic, the missionary, who presented him with a letter of introduction from a prominent London vicar. From this epistle the chaplain learned that Baltic was a rough diamond with a gift of untutored eloquence, that he desired to rest for a week or two in Beorminster, and that any little attention shown to him would be grateful to the writer. It said much for Mr Cargrim's goodwill and charity that, on learning all this, he at once opened his arms and heart to the missionary mariner. He declared his willingness to make Baltic's stay as pleasant as he could, but was shocked to learn that the newcomer had taken up his abode at the Derby Winner. His feelings extended even so far as remonstrance. "For," said Cargrim, shaking his head, "I assure you, Mr Baltic, that the place is anything but respectable." "And for such reason I stay there, sir. If you want to do good, begin with the worst. That's my motto. The Christian heathen can't be worse than the pagan heathen, I take it, Mr Cargrim." "I don't know so much about that," sighed Cargrim. "Refined vice is always the most terrible. Witness the iniquities of Babylon and Rome." "There ain't much refinement about that blackguard public," answered the missionary, without the shadow of a smile, "and if I can stop all the swearing and drinking and shuffling of the devil's picture books which goes on there, I'll be busy at the Lord's work, I reckon." From this position Baltic refused to budge, so in the end Cargrim left off trying to dissuade him, and the conversation became of a more confidential character. Evidently the man's qualities were not overpraised in the letter of introduction, for on meeting him once or twice and knowing him better, Cargrim found occasion to present him to the bishop. Baltic's descriptions of his South Sea labours fascinated Dr Pendle by their colour and wildness, and he suggested that the missionary should deliver a discourse of the same quality to the public. A hall was hired, the lecture was advertised as being under the patronage of the bishop, and so many tickets were sold that the building was crowded with the best Beorminster society, led by Mrs Pansey. The missionary, after introducing himself as a plain and unlettered man, launched out into a wonderfully vigorous and picturesque description of those islands of paradise which bloom like gardens amid the blue waters of the Pacific Ocean. He described the fecundity and luxuriance of nature, drew word portraits of the mild brown-skinned Polynesians, wept over their enthralment by a debased system of idolatry, and painted the blessings which would befall them when converted to the gentle religion of Christ. Baltic had the gift of enchaining his hearers, and the audience hung upon his speech with breathless attention. The natural genius of the man poured forth in burning words and eloquent apostrophes. The subject was picturesque, the language was inspiriting, the man a born orator, and when the audience dispersed, every one, from the bishop downward, agreed that Beorminster was entertaining an untutored Demosthenes. Dr Pendle sighed as he thought of the many dull sermons he had been compelled to endure, and wondered why the majority of his educated clergy should fall so far behind the untaught, unconsecrated, rough-mannered missionary. From the time of that lecture, Ben Baltic, for all his lowly birth and uncouth ways, became the lion of Beorminster. He was invited by Mrs Pansey to afternoon tea; he was in request at garden parties; he gave lectures in surrounding parishes, and on the whole created an undeniable sensation in the sober cathedral city. Baltic observed much and said little. His eyes were alert, his tongue was discreet, and even when borne on the highest tide of popularity, he lost none of his modesty and good humour. He still continued to dwell at the Derby Winner, where his influence was salutary, for the customers there drank less and swore less when he was known to be present. Certainly such reformation did not please Mr Mosk overmuch, and he frequently grumbled that it was hard a man should have his trade spoilt by a psalm-singing missionary, but a wholesome fear of Cargrim's threat to inform Sir Harry checked him from asking Baltic to leave. Moreover, the man was greatly liked by Mrs Mosk on account of his religious spirit, and approved of by Bell from the order he kept in the hotel. Therefore Mosk, being in the minority, could only stand on one side and grumble, which he did with true English zeal. It was while Baltic was thus exciting Beorminster that Sir Harry Brace came back. Gabriel, in pursuance of his father's wish, had gone over to Nauheim after a short interview with Bell, in which he had told her of his father's opposition to the match. Bell was cast down, but did not despair, as she thought that the bishop might soften towards Gabriel during his absence. So she sent him abroad with a promise that she would remain true to him until he returned. When the curate joined Mrs Pendle and Lucy, Sir Harry, with much regret, had to relinquish his prenuptial honeymoon, and returned to Beorminster in the lowest of spirits. The bishop did not tell him about Gabriel's infatuation for Bell, nor did he explain that George had engaged himself secretly to Mab Arden, so Harry was quite in the dark as regards the domestic dissensions, and, ascribing the bishop's gloom to the absence of his family, visited him frequently in order to cheer him up. But the dark hour was on Bishop Pendle, and notwithstanding the harping of this David, the evil spirit would not depart. 'What is the matter with the bishop?' asked Harry one evening of Cargrim. 'He is as glum as an owl.' 'I do not know what ails him,' replied the chaplain, who, for reasons of his own, was resolved to hold his tongue, 'unless it is that he has been working too hard of late.' 'It isn't that, Cargrim. All the years I have known him he has never been so down in the mouth before. I fancy he has something on his mind.' 'If you think so, Sir Harry, why not ask him?' Brace shook his head. 'That would never do,' he answered. 'The bishop doesn't like to be asked questions. I wish I could see him livelier. Is there nothing you can suggest to cheer him up?' 'Baltic might deliver another lecture on the South Seas,' said Cargrim, blandly. 'His lordship was pleased with the last one.' 'Baltic!' repeated Sir Harry, giving a meditative twist to his black moustache. 'That missionary fellow. I was going to ask you something about him.' Cargrim looked surprised and slightly nervous. 'Beyond that he is a missionary, and is down here for his health's sake, I know nothing about him,' he said hastily. 'You introduced him to the bishop, didn't you?' 'Yes. He brought a letter of introduction to me from the vicar of St Anne's in Kensington, but his biography was not given me.' 'He's been in the South Seas, hasn't he?' 'I believe that his labours lay amongst the natives of the islands.' 'Well, I know him,' said Brace, with a nod. 'You know him?' repeated the chaplain, anxiously. 'Yes. Met him 5 years ago in Samoa. He was more of a beach comber than a missionary in those days. Ben Baltic he calls himself, doesn't he? I thought so. It's the same man.' 'He is a very worthy person, Sir Harry.' 'So you say. I suppose people improve when they get older, but he wasn't a saint when I knew him. He racketed about a good deal. Perhaps he repented when I saved his life.' 'Did you save his life?' 'Well, yes. Baltic was raising Cain in some drunken row along with a set of Kanakas, and one of 'em got him under to slip a knife into him, and I caught the nigger up a clip on the jaw and sent him flying. There wasn't much fight in old Ben when I straightened him out after that. So he's turned devil dodger. I must have a look at him in his new capacity.' 'Whatever he has been,' said Cargrim, who appeared uneasy during the recital of this little story, 'I am sure that he has repented of his past errors, and is now quite sincere in his religious convictions.' 'I'll judge of that for myself, if you don't mind,' drawled the baronet, with a twinkle in his dark eyes, and nodding to Cargrim, he strolled off, leaving that gentleman very uncomfortable. Sir Harry saw that he was so, and wondered why any story affecting Baltic should render the chaplain uneasy. He received an explanation some days later from the missionary himself. Brace possessed a handsome family seat, embosomed in a leafy park, some 5 miles from the city. At present it was undergoing alterations and repairs, so that it might be a more perfect residence when the future Lady Brace crossed its threshold as a bride. Consequently the greater part of the house was in confusion, and given over to painters, plasterers, and such like upsetting people. Harry, however, had decided to live in his own particular rooms, so that he might see that everything was carried out in accordance with Lucy's wish, and the wing he inhabited was in fairly good order. Still, Sir Harry, being a bachelor and extremely untidy, his den, as he called it, was in a state of pleasing muddle, which oftentimes drew forth rebukes from Lucy. She was resolved to train her Harry into better ways when she had the wifely right to correct him, but, as she frequently remarked, it would be the 13th labour of Hercules to cleanse this modern Augean stable. Harry himself, with male obstinacy, always asserted that the room was tidy enough, and that he hated to live in a prim apartment. He said that he could lay his hand on anything he wanted, and that the seeming confusion was perfect order to him. Lucy gave up arguing on these grounds, but privately determined that when the honeymoon was over she would have a grand clarin' up time, like Dinah in Uncle Tom's Cabin. In the meantime, Harry continued to dwell amongst his confused household gods, like Marius amid the ruins of Carthage. And after all, the den, if untidy, was a very pleasant apartment, decorated extensively with evidences of Harry's athletic tastes. There were boxing gloves, fencing foils, dumb bells, and other aids to muscular exertion. Silver cups won at college sports were ranged on the mantelpiece, and on one wall hung a selection of savage weapons which Harry had brought from Africa and the South Seas. On the other, a hunting trophy of whip, spurs, cap, and fox's brush was arranged, and pictures of celebrated horses and famous jockeys were placed here, there, and everywhere. The writing table, pushed up close to the window, was littered with papers, and letters, and plans, and before this Harry was seated one morning writing a letter to Lucy, when the servant informed him that Mr Baltic was waiting without. Harry gave orders for his instant admittance, as he was curious to see again the sinner turned saint, and anxious to learn what tide from the far South Seas had stranded him in respectable, unromantic Beorminster. When the visitor entered with his burly figure and bright, observant eyes, Harry gave him a friendly nod, but, knowing more about Baltic than the rest of Beorminster, did not offer him his hand. From his height of 6 feet he looked down on the thick-set little missionary, and, telling him to be seated, made him welcome in a sufficiently genial fashion, nevertheless with a certain reserve. He was not quite certain if Baltic's conversion was genuine, and if he found proof of hypocrisy, was prepared to fall foul of him forthwith. Sir Harry was not particularly religious, but he was honest, and hated cant with all his soul. "Well, Ben," said he, looking sharply at his visitor's solemn red face, "who would have thought of seeing you in these latitudes?" "We never know what is before us, sir," replied Baltic in his deep, rough voice. "It was no more in my mind that I should meet you under your own fig tree than it was that I should receive a call through you." "Receive a call, man? What do you mean?" asked Harry negligently. "By the way, will you have a cigar?" "No, thank you, sir. I don't smoke now." "A whisky and soda, then." "I have given up strong waters, sir." "Here is repentance indeed," observed the baronet, with some sarcasm. "You have changed since the Samoan days, Baltic." "Thanks be to Christ, sir, I have," said the man reverently, "and my call was through you, sir. When you saved my life, I resolved to lead a new one, and I sought out Mr Eva, the missionary, who gave me hope of being a better man. I listened to his preaching, Sir Harry, I read the Gospels, I wrestled with my sinful self, and after a long fight I was made strong. My doubts were set at rest, my sins were washed in the blood of the Lamb, and since he took me into his holy keeping, I have striven to be worthy of his great love." Baltic spoke so simply and with such nobility that Brace could not but believe that he was in earnest. There was no spurious affectation, no cant about the man. His words were grave, his manner was earnest, and his speech came from the fulness of his heart. If there had been a false note, a false look, Harry would have detected both, and great would have been his disgust and wrath. But the dignity of the speech, the simplicity of the description, impressed him with the belief that Baltic was speaking truly. The man was a rough sailor, and therefore not cunning enough to feign an emotion he did not feel, so, almost against his will, Brace was obliged to believe that he saw before him a Saul converted into a Paul. The change of pagan Ben into Christian Baltic was little else than miraculous. "And are you now a missionary?" said Brace, after a reflective pause. "No, Sir Harry," answered the man calmly and with dignity. "I am a private inquiry agent." Chapter 26 of The Bishop's Secret by Fergus Hume. Chapter 26 The Amazement of Sir Harry Brace. A private inquiry agent! Sir Harry jumped up from his chair with an angry look and a sharp ejaculation, neither of which disturbed his visitor. With his red bandana handkerchief spread on his knees, and his straw hat resting on the handkerchief, Baltic looked at his flushed host calmly and solemnly, without moving a muscle, or even winking an eye. Brace did not know whether to treat the ex sailor as a madman or as an impudent impostor. The situation was almost embarrassing. "What do you mean, sir," he asked angrily, "by coming to me with a cock and bull story about your conversion, and then telling me that you are a private inquiry agent, which is little less than a spy?" "Is it impossible for such a one to be a Christian, Sir Harry?" "I should think so. One who earns his living by sneaking can scarcely act up to the ethics of the Gospels." "I don't earn my living by sneaking," replied Baltic, coolly. "If I did, I shouldn't explain my business to you as I have done as I am doing. My work is honourable enough, sir, for I am ranged against evildoers, and it is my duty to bring their works to naught. There is no need for me to defend my profession to any one but you, Sir Harry, as no one but yourself, and perhaps two other people, know what I really am." "They shall know it," spoke Sir Harry hastily. "All Beorminster shall know of it. We don't care for wolves in sheep's clothing here." "Better be sure that I am a wolf before you talk rashly," said Baltic, in no wise disturbed. "I came here to speak to you openly, because you saved my life, and that debt I wish to square. And let me tell you, sir, that it isn't Christianity, or even justice, to hear one side of the question and not the other." Harry looked puzzled. "You are an enigma to me, Baltic." "I am here to explain myself, sir. As your hand dashed aside the knife of that Kanaka, you have a claim on my confidence. You'll be a sad man and a glad man when you hear my story, sir." Harry resumed his seat, shrugged his shoulders, and took a leisurely look at his self-possessed visitor. "Sad and glad are contradictory terms, my friend," said he carelessly. "I would rather you explained riddles than propounded them." "Sir Harry, Sir Harry, it is the riddle of man's life upon this earth that I am trying to explain." "You have set yourself a hard task, Baltic, for so far as I can see there is no reading of that riddle." "Save by the light of the Gospel, sir, which makes all things plain." "Baltic," said Brace bluntly, "there is that about you which would make me sorry to find you a Pharisee or a hypocrite. Therefore, if you please, we will stop religion and allegory, and come to plain matter of fact. When I knew you in Samoa you were a sailor without a ship." "Add a castaway and a child of the devil, sir, and you will describe me as I was then," burst out Baltic in his deep voice. "Hear me, Sir Harry, and gauge me as I should be gauged. I was, as you know, a drunken, godless, swearing dog, in the grip of Satan as fuel for hell. But when you saved my worthless life, I saw that it behoved me, as it does all men, to repent. I sought out a missionary who heard my story and set my feet in the right path. I listened to his preaching, I read the good book, and so I learned how I could be saved. The missionary made me his fellow labourer in the islands, and I strove to bring the poor heathen to the foot of the cross. For 3 years I laboured there, until it was borne in upon me that I was called upon by the Spirit to labour in the greater vineyard of London. Therefore I came to England and looked round to see what task was fittest for my hand. On every side I saw evil prosper. The wicked, as I noted, flourished like a green bay tree. So, to bring them to repentance and punishment, I became a private inquiry agent." "Humph! That is a novel kind of missionary enterprise, Baltic." "It is a righteous one, Sir Harry. I search out iniquities. I snare the wicked man in his own nets. I make void the devices of his evil heart. If I cannot prevent crimes, I can at least punish them by bringing their doers within the grip of the law. Then, when punished by man, they repent and turn to God, and thereby are saved through their own lusts." 'Not in many cases, I am afraid. So you regard yourself as a kind of scourge for the wicked?' 'Yes. When I state that I am a missionary, I regard myself as one who works in a new way.' 'A kind of fin de siècle apostle, in fact,' said Brace dryly. 'But isn't the term "missionary" rather a misnomer?' 'No,' replied Baltic, earnestly. 'I do my work in a different way, that is all. I baffle the wicked, and by showing them the futility of sin induce them to lead a new life. I make them fall only to aid them to rise, for when all is lost their hearts soften.' 'You give them a kind of Hobson's choice, I see,' commented Sir Harry, who was puzzled by the man's conception of his work, but saw that he spoke in all seriousness. 'Well, Baltic, it is a queer way of calling sinners to repentance, and I can't understand it myself.' 'My method of conversion is certainly open to misconstruction, sir. That is why I term myself rather a missionary than a private inquiry agent.' 'I see. You don't wish to scare your promising flock of criminals. Does anyone here know that you are a private inquiry agent?' 'Mr Cargrim does,' said the ex sailor calmly, 'and one other.' Harry leaned forward with an incredulous look. 'Cargrim knows!' he said, in utter amazement. 'I should think he would be the last man to approve of your ideas, with his narrow views and clerical red tapeism.' 'Perhaps so, sir. But in this case my views happen to fall in with his own. I came to see you, Sir Harry, in order to ease my mind on that point.' 'In order to ease your mind?' repeated Brace, with a keen look. 'Go on.' 'Sir Harry, I speak to you in confidence about Mr Cargrim. I do not like that man, sir.' 'You belong to the majority, then, Baltic. Few people like Cargrim or trust him. But what is he to you?' 'My employer.' 'Yes, sir, you may well look astonished. Mr Cargrim asked me down to Beorminster for a certain purpose.' 'Connected with his self aggrandisement, no doubt.' 'That I cannot tell you, Sir Harry, as Mr Cargrim has not told me his motive for engaging me in my business capacity. All I know is that he wishes me to discover who killed a man called Jentham.' 'The deuce!' Harry jumped up with an excited look. 'Why is he taking the trouble to do that?' 'I can't say, sir, unless it is that he dislikes Bishop Pendle.' 'Dislikes Bishop Pendle, man! And what has all this to do with the murder of Jentham?' 'Sir,' said Baltic, with a cautious glance around, and sinking his voice to a whisper, 'Mr Cargrim suspects Dr Pendle of the crime.' 'What!' Sir Harry turned the colour of chalk, and sprang back until he almost touched the wall. 'You hound!' said he, speaking with unnatural calmness. 'Do you dare to sit there and tell me that you have come here to watch the bishop?' 'Yes, Sir Harry,' was Baltic's stolid rejoinder, 'and calling me names won't do away with the fact.' 'Does Cargrim believe that the bishop killed this man?' 'Yes, sir, he does, and wishes me to bring the crime home to him.' 'Curse you!' roared Harry, striding across the room and towering over the unmoved Baltic. 'I'll wring your neck, sir, if you dare to hint at such a thing. I am merely stating facts, Sir Harry. Facts,' he added pointedly, 'which I wish you to know.' 'For what purpose?' 'That you may assist me.' 'To hunt down the bishop, I suppose?' said Sir Harry, quivering with rage. 'No, sir, to save the bishop from Mr Cargrim.' 'Then you do not believe that the bishop is guilty?' 'Sir,' said Baltic, with dignity, 'in London and in Beorminster I have collected certain evidence which on the face of it incriminates the bishop; but since knowing Dr Pendle I have been observant of his looks and demeanour, and after much thought I have come to the conclusion that he is innocent of this crime which Mr Cargrim lays to his charge. It is because of this belief that I tell you my mind and seek your assistance. We must work together, sir, and discover the real criminal, so as to baffle Mr Cargrim." "Cargrim! Cargrim!" repeated Brace angrily. "He is a bad lot." "That is what I say, Sir Harry. He is one who spreads a snare, and I wish him to be taken in it himself." "Yet Cargrim is your employer and pays you," sneered Sir Harry. "You are wrong," replied Baltic, quietly. "I do not take payment for my work." "How do you live, then? You were not independent when I knew you." "That is true, Sir Harry. But when I arrived in England I found that my father was dead, and had left me sufficient to live upon. Therefore I take no fee for my work, but labour to punish the wicked, for religion's sake." Brace muttered something about the heat, and wiped his forehead as he resumed his seat. The peculiar views held by Baltic perplexed him greatly, and he could not reconcile the man's desire to capture criminals with his belief in a religion, the keynote of which is "God is love." Evidently Baltic wished to convert sinners by playing on their fears rather than by appealing to their religious feelings, although it was certainly true that those rascals with whom he had to deal probably had no elements of belief whatsoever in their seared minds. But be this as it may, Baltic's mission was both novel and strange, and might in some degree prove successful from its very originality. Torquemada burned bodies to save souls, but this man exposed vices, so that those who committed them, being banned by the law and made outcasts from civilization, should find no friend but the Deity. Harry was not clever enough to understand the ethics of this conception, therefore he abandoned any attempt to do so, and treating Baltic purely as an ordinary detective, addressed himself to the task of arriving at the evidence which was said to inculpate Dr Pendle in the murder of Jentham. The ex sailor accepted the common ground of argument, and in his turn abandoned theology for the business of everyday life. Common sense was needed to expose and abase and overturn those criminals whose talents enabled them to conceal their wickedness. Proselytism could follow in due course. There was the germ of a new sect in Baltic's conception of Christianity as a terrorizing religion. "Let me hear your evidence against the bishop," said Sir Harry, calm and businesslike. Baltic complied with this request, and gave the outlines of the case in barren detail. "Sir," said he gravely, "some weeks ago, while there was a reception at the palace, this man Jentham called to see the bishop, and evidently attempted to blackmail him on account of some secret. Afterwards Jentham, not being able to pay for his board and lodging at the Derby Winner, promised Mosk, the landlord, that he would discharge his bill shortly, as he expected the next week to receive much money. From whom he did not say, but while drunk he boasted that Southberry Heath was Tom Tiddler's ground, on which he could pick up gold and silver. In the meantime Bishop Pendle went up to London and drew out of the Ophir Bank a sum of £200 in 20 £10 notes. With this money he returned to Beorminster, and kept an appointment, on the Common, with Jentham, when returning on Sunday night from Southberry. Whether he paid him the blackmail I cannot say; whether he killed the man no one can declare honestly. But it is undoubtedly true that the next morning Jentham, whom the bishop regarded as his enemy, was found dead. These, sir, are the bare facts of the case, and, as you can see, they certainly appear to inculpate Dr Pendle in the crime." This calm and pitiless statement chilled Sir Harry's blood. Although he could not bring himself to believe that the bishop was guilty, yet he saw plainly enough that the evidence tended almost beyond all doubt to incriminate the prelate. Yet there might be flaws even in so complete an indictment, and Harry, seeking for them, began eagerly to question Baltic. "Who told you all this?" he demanded with some apprehension. "Mr Cargrim told me some parts, and I found out others for myself, sir." Does Cargrim know the nature of Dr Pendle's secret?' 'Not that I know of, Sir Harry.' 'Is he certain that there is one?' 'Quite certain,' replied Baltic, emphatically, 'if only on account of Jentham's boast about being able to get money, and the fact that Bishop Pendle went up to London to procure the blackmail.' 'How does he know how does anyone know that the bishop did so?' 'Because a butt was torn out of Dr Pendle's London cheque book,' said Baltic, 'and I made inquiries at the Ophir Bank, which resulted in my discovery that a cheque for 200 had been drawn on the day the bishop was in town.' 'Come now, Baltic, it is not likely that any bank would give you that information without a warrant; but I don't suppose you dared to procure one against his lordship.' 'Sir,' said Baltic, rolling up his red handkerchief, 'I had not sufficient evidence to procure a warrant, also I am not in the service of the Government. Nevertheless, I have my own ways of procuring information, which I decline to explain. These served me so well in this instance that I know Bishop Pendle drew a cheque for £200, and, moreover, I have the numbers of the notes. If the money was paid to Jentham, and afterwards was taken from his dead body by the assassin, I hope to trace these notes; in which case I may capture the murderer.' 'In your character of a private inquiry agent?' 'No, Sir Harry, I cannot take that much upon myself. I mentioned that one other person knew of my profession. That person is Inspector Tinkler.' 'Man!' cried Brace, with a start, 'you have not dared to accuse the bishop to Tinkler?' 'Oh, no, sir,' rejoined the ex sailor, composedly. 'All I have done is to tell Tinkler that I wish to hunt down the murderer of Jentham, and to induce him to obtain for me a warrant of arrest against Mother Jael.' 'Mother Jael, the gipsy hag? You don't suspect her, surely?' 'Not of the murder, but I suspect her of knowing the truth. Tinkler got me a warrant on the ground of her being concerned in the crime say as an accessory after the fact. To morrow, Sir Harry, I ride over to the gipsy camp, and then with this warrant I intend to frighten Mother Jael into confessing what she knows.' Harry smiled grimly. 'If you get the truth out of her you will be a clever man, Baltic. Does the bishop know that you suspect him?' 'I don't suspect him, sir,' replied Baltic, rising, 'and the bishop knows nothing, as he believes that I am a missionary.' 'Well, you are, in your own peculiar way.' 'Thank you, Sir Harry. Only you and Mr Cargrim and Mr Tinkler are aware of the truth. And I tell you all this, sir, as I neither approve of nor believe in Mr Cargrim. I am certain that Dr Pendle is innocent. Mr Cargrim is equally certain that he is guilty. So I am working to prove the truth, and that,' concluded the solemn Baltic, 'will not be what Mr Cargrim desires.' 'Good God! The man must hate the bishop.' 'Bating you're taking the name of God in vain, sir, I believe he does.' 'Well, Baltic, I am greatly obliged to you for your confidence, and feel thankful that you are on our side. You can command my services in any way you like, but keep me posted up in all you do.' 'Sir,' said Baltic, gravely shaking hands with his host, 'you can look upon me as your friend and well wisher.' Chapter 27 of The Bishop's Secret by Fergus HUME. Chapter 27 What Mother Jael Knew. Now, when Baltic and his grizzled head had vanished, Sir Harry must needs betake himself to Dr Graham for the easing of his mind. The doctor had known the young man since he was a little lad, and on more than one occasion had given him that practical kind of advice which results from experience. Therefore, when Harry was perplexed over matters too deep for him, as he was now, he invariably sought counsel of his old friend. In the present instance, for his own sake, for the sake of Lucy and Lucy's father, he told Graham the whole story of Bishop Pendle's presumed guilt, of Baltic's mission to disprove it, and of Cargrim's underhanded doings. Graham listened to the details in silence, and contented himself with a grim smile or two when Cargrim's treachery was touched upon. When in possession of the facts, he commented firstly on the behaviour of the chaplain. "I always thought that the fellow was a cur," said he contemptuously, "and now I am certain of it." "Curs bite, sir," said Brace sententiously, "and we must muzzle this one, else there will be the devil to pay." "No doubt when Cargrim receives his wages. Well, lad, and what do you propose doing?" "I came to ask your advice, doctor." "Here it is, then. Hold your tongue and do nothing." "What, and leave that hound to plot against the bishop?" "A cleverer head than yours is counterplotting him, Brace," warned the doctor. "While Cargrim, having faith in Baltic, leaves the matter of the murder in his hands, there can be no open scandal." Harry stared and moodily tugged at his moustache. "I never thought to hear you hint that the bishop was guilty," he grumbled. "And I," retorted Graham, "never thought to hear a man of your sense make so silly a speech. The bishop is innocent. I'll stake my life on that. Nevertheless, he has a secret, and if there is a scandal about this murder, the secret, whatever it is, may become public property." "That is to be avoided, certainly. But the secret can be nothing harmful." "If it were not," replied Graham dryly, "Pendle would not take such pains to conceal it. People don't pay £200 for nothing harmful, my lad." "Do you believe that the money was paid?" "Yes, on Southberry Heath, shortly before the murder. And what is more," added Graham warmly, "I believe that the assassin knew that Jentham had received the money, and shot him to obtain it." "If that is so," argued Harry, "the assassin would no doubt wish to take the benefit of his crime and use the money. If he did, the numbers of the notes being known, they would be traced, whereas Baltic, who got the numbers from the bank, has not yet had time to trace them. Wait, Brace, wait. Time, in this matter, may work wonders." "But, doctor, do you trust Baltic?" "Yes, my friend, I always trust fanatics in their own particular line of monomania. Besides, for all his religious craze, Baltic appears to be a shrewd man. Also he is a silent one, so if any one can carry the matter through judiciously, he is the person." "What about Cargrim?" "Leave him alone, lad. With sufficient rope he'll surely hang himself." "Shouldn't the bishop be warned, doctor?" "I think not. If we watch Cargrim and trust Baltic, we shall be able to protect Pendle from the consequences of his folly." "Folly? What folly?" "The folly of having a secret. Only women should have secrets, for they alone know how to keep them." "Every one is of the opposite opinion," said Brace with a grin. "And, as usual, every one is wrong," retorted Graham. "Do you think I have been a doctor all these years and don't know the sex? That is, so far as man may know them. You take my word for it, Brace, that a woman knows how to hold her tongue. It is a popular fallacy to suppose that she doesn't. You try and get a secret out of a woman which she thinks is worth keeping, and see how you'll fare. She will laugh and talk and lie, and tell you everything, except what you want to know. What strength is to a man, cunning is to a woman. They are the potters, we are the clay, and my discourse is as discursive as that of Praed's vicar," finished the doctor with a dry chuckle. "It has led us a long way from the main point," agreed Harry, "and that is, what is Dr Pendle's secret?" Graham shook his head and shrugged his shoulders. "You ask more than I can tell you," he said sadly. "Whatever it is, Pendle intends to keep it to himself. All we can do is to trust Baltic." "Well, doctor," said Harry, taking a reluctant leave, for he wished to thresh out the matter into absolute chaff, "you know best, so I shall follow your advice." "I'm glad of that," was Graham's reply. "My time is too valuable to be wasted." While this conversation was taking place, Baltic was walking briskly across the brown heath in the full blaze of the noonday. A merciless sun flamed like a furnace in the cloudless sky, and over the vast expanse of dry burnt herbage lay a veil of misty, tremulous heat. Every pool of water flashed like a mirror in the sun's rays. The drone of myriad insects rose from the ground. The lark's clear music rained down from the sky, and the ex-sailor, trudging along the white and dusty highway, almost persuaded himself that he was back in some tropical land, less gorgeous but quite as sultry as the one he had left. The day was fitter for mid-June rather than late September. Baltic made so much concession to the unusual weather as to drape his red handkerchief over his head and place his Panama hat on top of it; but he still wore the thick pilot suit, buttoned up tightly, and stepped out smartly, as though he were a salamander impervious to heat. With his long arms swinging by his side, his steady grey eyes observant of all around him, he rolled on, in true nautical style, towards the gipsy camp. This was not hard to discover, for it lay only a mile or so from Southberry Junction, some little distance off the main road. The missionary saw a huddle of caravans, a few straying horses, a cluster of tawny, half-clad children rioting in the sunshine; and knowing that this was his port of call, he stepped off the road on to the grass and made directly for the encampment. He had a warrant for Mother Jael's arrest in his pocket, but save himself there was no one to execute it, and it might be difficult to take the old woman in charge when she was, so to speak, safe in the heart of her kingdom. However, Baltic regarded the warrant only as a means to an end, and did not intend to use it, other than as a bogey to terrify Mother Jael into confession. He trusted more to his religiosity and persuasive capabilities than to the power of the law. Nevertheless, being practical as well as sentimental, he was glad to have the warrant in case of need, for it was possible that a heathenish witch like Mother Jael might fear man more than God. Finally, Baltic had some experience of casting religious pearls before pagan swine, and therefore was discreet in his use of spiritual remedies. Dogs barked and children screeched when Baltic stepped into the circle formed by caravans and tents, and several swarthy, sinewy, gipsy men darted threatening glances at him as an intrusive stranger. There burned a fire near one of the caravans, over which was slung a kettle swinging from a tripod of iron, and this was filled with some savoury stew, which sent forth appetising odours. A dark, handsome girl, with golden earrings and a yellow handkerchief twisted picturesquely round her black hair, was the cook, and she turned to face Baltic with a scowl when he inquired for Mother Jael. Evidently the Gentiles were no favourite in the camp of these outcasts, for the men lounging about murmured, the women tittered and sneered, and the very children spat out evil words in the Romany language. But Baltic, used to black skins and black looks, was not daunted by this inhospitable reception, and in grave tones repeated his inquiry for the Sibyl. "Who are you, Jugglemush?" asked a sinister-looking Hercules. "I am one who wishes to see Mother Jael," replied Baltic in his deep voice. "Aromali!" sneered the Cleopatra-like cook. "She has more to do than to see every cheating, choring Gentile." "Give me money, my royal master," croaked a frightful cripple. "My own little purse is empty." "Oh, what a handsome Gorgio!" whined a hag, interspersing her speech with curses. May evil befall him. "Good luck for gold, dearie." "I spit on your corpse, Gentile." "Charity, charity." A girl seated on the steps of a caravan cracked her fingers, and, spitting 3 times for the evil eye, burst into song. "With my kissings and caressings I can gain gold from the Gentiles, but to evil change my blessings." All this clatter and clamour of harsh voices, mouthing the wild gipsy's jargon, had no effect on Baltic. Seeing that he could gain nothing from the mocking crowd, he pushed back one or two who seemed disposed to be affectionate with a view to robbing his pockets, and shouted loudly, "Mother Jael! Mother Jael!" till the place rang with his roaring. Before the gipsies could recover from their astonishment at this sudden change of front, a dishevelled grey head was poked out from one of the black tents, and a thin, high voice piped, "Dearie, lovey, Mother Jael be here." "I thought I would bring you out of your burrow," said Baltic grimly, as he strode towards her. "In with you again, old witch of Endor, and let me follow." "Yiddity mush," growled one or two, but the appearance of Mother Jael and a few words from her sent the whole gang back to their idling and working, while Baltic, quite undisturbed, dropped on all fours and crawled into the black tent at the tail of the hag. She croaked out a welcome to her visitor, and, squatting on a tumbled mattress, leered at him like a foul old toad. Baltic sat down near the opening of the tent, so as to get as much fresh air as possible, and also to watch Mother Jael's face by the glimmer of light which crept in. Spreading his handsome handkerchief on his knee, according to custom, and placing his hat thereon, he looked straightly at the old hag and spoke slowly. "Do you know why I am here, old woman?" he demanded. "Yes, dearie, yes. Ain't it for your fortunes, as you always told? Oh, my pretty one, you ask old mother for a fair future. I knows, I knows." "You know wrong, then," retorted Baltic, coolly. "I am one who has no dealings with witches and familiar spirits. I ask you to tell me, not my fortune, which lies in the hand of the Almighty, but the name of the man who murdered the creature Jentham." Mother Jael made an odd whistling sound, and her cunning old face became as expressionless as a mask. In a second, save for her wicked black eyes, which smouldered like two sparks of fire under her drooping lids, she became a picture of stupidity and senility. "Bless 'ee, my pretty master, I knows not. All I knows I told the Gentiles yonder," and the hag pointed a crooked finger in the direction of Beorminster. "Mother of the witches, you lie!" cried Baltic, in very good Romany. The eyes of Mother Jael blazed up like torches at the sound of the familiar tongue, and she eyed the weather beaten face of Baltic with an amazement too genuine to be feigned. "Duvel," said she, in a high key of astonishment, "who is this Gorgio who patters with the gab of a gentle Romany?" "I am a brother of the tribe, my sister." "No gipsy, though," said the hag in the black language. "You have not the glassy eye of the true Roman." "No Roman am I, my sister, save by adoption. As a lad I left the Gentiles' roof for the merry tent of Egypt, and for many years I called Lovels and Stanleys my blood brothers." "Then why come you with a double face, little child?" croaked the beldam, who knew that Baltic was speaking the truth from his knowledge of the gipsy tongue. "As a Gentile I would speak no word, but my brother you are, and as my brother you shall know." "Know who killed Jentham?" said Baltic, hastily. "Of a truth, brother, but call him not Jentham, for he was of Pharaoh's blood." "A gipsy, mother, or only a Romany rye?" "Of the old blood, of the true blood, of our religion, verily, my brother. One of the Lovels he was, who left our merry life to eat with Gorgios and fiddle gold out of their pockets." "He called himself Amaru, then, did he not?" said Baltic, who had heard this much from Cargrim, to whom it had filtered from Miss Whichello through Tinkler. "It is so, brother. Amaru he called himself, and Jentham and Grieg, and a dozen other names, when cheating and choring the Gentiles. But a Bosvile he was born, and a Bosvile he died." "That is just it," said Baltic, in English, for he grew weary of using the gipsy tongue, in which from disuse he was no great proficient. "How did he die?" "He was shot, lovey," replied Mother Jael, relapsing also into the vulgar tongue. "Shot, dearie, on this blessed common." "Who shot him?"
Job, my noble rye, I can't say. Jentham he come here to patter the calo jib and drink with us. He said as he had to see some Gentile on that night. La, la, la,' she piped thinly, 'an evil night for him.' 'On Sunday night, the night he was killed?' 'Yes, pretty one. The Gorgio was to give him money for something he knowed.' 'Who was the Gorgio?' 'I don't know, lovey, I don't know.' 'What was the secret, then?' asked Baltic, casting round for information. 'Bless 'ee, my tiny, Jentham niver told me, and I was curious to know, my dove, so when he walks away half seas over I goes too. I follows, lovey, I follow, but I niver did cotch him up, for rain and storm come most dreadful.' 'Did you not see him on that night, then?' 'Sight of my eyes, I saw him dead. I heard a shot and I run, dearie, for I knows dat as had no pistol, but I lose my way, my royal rye, and it was only when the storm rolled off as I found him. He was lying in a ditch. Such was his grave,' continued Mother Jael, speaking in her own tongue. 'Water and grass and storm clouds above, brother. I was afraid to touch him, afraid to wait, as these Gentiles might think I had slain the man. I got back into the road, I did, and there I picked up this, which I brought to the camp with me. But I never showed it to the police, brother, for I feared the Gentile jails.' This proved to be a neat little silver mounted pistol, which Mother Jael fished from the interior of the mattress. Baltic balanced it in his hand, and believing, as was surely natural, that Jentham had been killed with this weapon, he examined it carefully. "G.P.," said he, reading the initials graven on the silver shield of the butt. "Ah!" chuckled Mother Jael, hugging herself. "George Pendle, that is, lovey. But which of 'em, my tender dove, the father or the son?" "Hum!" remarked Baltic, meditatively. "They are both called George." "But they ain't both called murderer, my brother. George Pendle shot that Bosvile, sure enough, and if you ask me, dearie, it was the son, the captain, the sodger. Ah, that it was." Chapter 27 Chapter 28 of The Bishop's Secret by Fergus HUME. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 28. The Return of Gabriel. "My dear Daisy, I am sorry you are going away, as it has been a great pleasure for me to have you in my house. I hope you will visit me again next year, and then you may be more fortunate." Mrs Pansey made this amiable little speech, which nevertheless, like a scorpion, had a sting in its tail, to Miss Norsham on the platform of the Beorminster railway station. After a stay of 2 months, the town mouse was departing as she had come, a single young woman, and Mrs Pansey's last word was meant to remind her of failure. Daisy was quick enough to guess this, but, displeased at the taunt, chose to understand it in another and more gracious sense, so as to disconcert her spiteful friend. "Fortunate! Oh, dear Mrs Pansey, I have been very fortunate this time. Really, you have been most kind. You have given me everything I wanted." "Excepting a husband, my dear," rejoined the archdeacon's widow, determined that there should be no misunderstanding this time. "Ah, it was out of your power to give me a husband," murmured Daisy, wincing. "Quite true, my dear, just as it was out of your power to gain one for yourself. Still, I am sorry that Dr Alder did not propose." "Indeed!" Daisy tossed her head. "I should certainly have refused him had he done so. A woman may not marry her grandfather." "A woman may not, but a woman would, rather than remain single," snapped Mrs Pansey, with considerable spite. Miss Norsham carefully inserted a corner of a foolish little handkerchief into one eye. "Oh, dear, I do call it nasty of you to speak to me so," said she, cheerfully. "You needn't think, like all men do, that every woman wants to be married. I'm sure I don't." The old lady smiled grimly at this appalling lie, but thinking that she had been a little hard on her departing guest,
hastened to apologise. "I'm sure you don't, dear, and very sensible it is of you to say so. Judging from my own experience with the archdeacon, I should certainly advise no one to marry." "You are wise after the event," muttered Daisy with some anger. "But here is my train. Mrs Pansey, thank you," and she slipped into a first class carriage, looking decidedly cross and very defiant. To fail in husband hunting was bad enough, but to be taunted with the failure was unbearable. Daisy no longer wondered that Mrs Pansey was hated in Beorminster. Her own feelings at the moment urged her to thrust the good lady under the wheels of the engine. "Well, dear, I'll say good bye," said Mrs Pansey, screwing her grim face into an amiable smile. "Be sure you give my love to your mother, dear," and the two kissed with that show of affection to be seen existing between ladies who do not love one another overmuch. "Horrid old cat," said Daisy to herself, as she waved her handkerchief from the now moving train. "Dear me, how I dislike that girl," soliloquised Mrs Pansey, shaking her reticule at the departing Daisy. "Well, well, no one can say that I have not done my duty by her," and much pleased with herself, the good lady stalked majestically out of the station, on the look out to seize upon and worry any of her friends who might be in the vicinity. For his sins Providence sent Gabriel into her clutches, and Mrs Pansey was transfixed with astonishment at the sight of him issuing from the station. "Mr Pendle," she said, placing herself directly in his way, "I thought you were at Nauheim. What is wrong? Is your mother ill? Is she coming back? Are you in trouble?" Gabriel could not answer all or even one of these questions on the instant, for the sudden appearance and speech of the Beorminster busybody had taken him by surprise. He looked haggard and white, and there were dark circles under his eyes, as though he suffered from want of sleep. Still, the journey from Nauheim might account for his weary looks, and would have done so to any one less suspicious than Mrs Pansey. But that good lady scented a mystery and wanted an explanation. This Gabriel, with less than his usual courtesy, declined to furnish. However, to give her some food for her mind, he answered her questions categorically. "I have just returned from Nauheim, Mrs Pansey," he said hurriedly. "There is nothing wrong, so far as I am aware. My mother is much better, and is benefiting greatly by the baths. She is coming back within the month, and I am not in trouble. Is there anything else you wish to know?" "Yes, Mr Pendle, there is," said Mrs Pansey, in no wise abashed. "Why do you look so ill?" "I am not ill, but I have had a long sea passage, a weary railway journey, and I feel hot and dirty and worn out. Naturally, under the circumstances, I don't look the picture of health." "H'm! Trips abroad don't do you much good." Gabriel bowed and turned away to direct the porter to place his portmanteau in a fly. Offended by his silence, Mrs Pansey shook out her skirts and tossed her sable plumes. "You have not brought back French politeness, young man," said Mrs Pansey acridly. "I have been in Germany," retorted Gabriel, as though that fact accounted for his lack of courtesy. "Good bye for the present, Mrs Pansey. I'll apologise for my shortcomings when I recover from my journey." "Oh, you will you?" growled the archdeacon's widow, as Gabriel lifted his hat and drove off. "You'll do more than apologise, young man, you'll explain. Hoity toity, here's brazen assurance!" And Mrs Pansey, with her Roman beak in the air, marched off, wondering in her own curious mind what could be the reason of Gabriel's sudden return. Her curiosity would have been gratified had she been present in Dr Graham's consulting room an hour later; for after Gabriel had bathed and brushed up at his lodgings, he paid an immediate visit to the little doctor. Graham happened to be at home, as he had not yet set out on his round of professional visits, and he was as much astonished as Mrs Pansey when the curate made his appearance. Also, like Mrs Pansey, he was struck by the young man's worn looks. 'What, Gabriel!' he cried, when the curate entered. 'This is an unexpected pleasure. You look ill, lad.' 'I am ill,' replied Gabriel, dropping into a chair with an air of fatigue. 'I feel very much worried, and I have come to ask for your advice.' 'Very pleased to give it to you, my boy. But why not consult the bishop?' 'My father is the last man in the world I would consult, doctor.' 'That is a strange speech, Gabriel,' said Graham, with a keen look. 'It is the prelude to a stranger story. I have come to confide in you because you have known me all my life, doctor, and because you are the most intimate friend my father has.' 'Have you been getting into trouble?' 'No. My story concerns my father more than it does me.' 'Concerns your father!' repeated the doctor, with a sudden recollection of the bishop's secret. 'Are you sure that I am the proper person to consult?' 'I am certain of it. I know. Well, what I do know is something I have not the courage to speak to my father about. For God's sake, doctor, let me tell you my suspicions and hear your advice.' 'Your suspicions!' said Graham, starting from his chair, with a chill in his blood. 'About that murder?' 'God forbid, doctor! No, not about the murder, but about the man who was murdered.' 'Jentham?' 'Yes, about the man who called himself Jentham. Are you sure we are quite private here, doctor?' Graham nodded, and walking to the door turned the key. Then he came back to his seat and fixed his eyes on the perturbed face of the young man. 'Does your father know that you are back?' he asked. 'No one knows that I am here save Mrs Pansey.' 'Then it won't be a secret long,' said Graham, dryly. 'That old magpie is as good as the town crier. You left your mother well?' 'Quite well, and Lucy also. I made an excuse to come back.' 'Then your mother and sister do not know what you are about to tell me?' Gabriel made a gesture of horror. 'God forbid!' said he again, then clasped his hands over his white face and burst into half hysterical speech. 'Oh, the horror of it, the horror of it!' he wailed. 'If what I know is true, then all our lives are ruined.' 'Is it so very terrible, my boy?' 'So terrible that I dare not question my father. I must tell you, for only you can advise and help us all. Oh, doctor, doctor, the very thought drives me mad. Indeed, I feel half mad already.' 'You are worn out, Gabriel. Wait one moment.' The doctor saw that his visitor's nerves were overstrained, and that unless the tension were relaxed he would probably end in having a fit of hysteria. The poor young fellow, born of a weakly mother, was neurotic in the extreme, and had in him a feminine strain which made him unequal to facing trouble or anxiety. Even as he sat there, shaking and white faced, the nerve storm came on, and racked and knotted and tortured every fibre of his being, until a burst of tears came to his relief, and almost in a swoon he lay back limply in his chair. Graham fixed him a strong dose of valerian, felt his pulse, and made him lie down on the sofa. Also he darkened the room and placed a wet handkerchief on the curate's forehead. Gabriel closed his eyes and lay on the couch as still as any corpse, while the doctor, who knew what he suffered, watched him with infinite pity. 'Poor lad!' he murmured, holding Gabriel's hand in his firm, warm clasp. 'Nature is indeed a harsh stepmother to you. With your nerves the pin prickles of life are as many dagger thrusts. Do you feel better now?' he asked as Gabriel opened his eyes with a languid sigh. 'Much better and more composed,' replied the wan curate, sitting up. 'You have given me a magical drug.' 'You may well call it that. This particular preparation of valerian is nepenthe for the nerves. But you are not quite recovered yet. The swell remains after the storm, you know. Why not postpone your story?' 'I cannot. "I dare not," said Gabriel, earnestly. "I must ease my mind by telling it to you. Doctor, do you know that the visitor who made my father ill on the night of the reception was Jentham?" "No, my boy, I did not know that. Who told you?" "John, our old servant, who admitted him. He told me about Jentham just before I went to Nauheim." "Did Jentham give his name?" "No, but John, like many other people, saw the body in the dead house. He there recognised Jentham by his gipsy looks and the scar on his face. Well, doctor, I wondered what the man could have said to upset the bishop, but of course I did not dare to ask him. By the time I got to Germany the episode passed out of my mind." "And what recalled it?" "Something my mother said. We were in the Kurgarten listening to the band, when a Heidelberg student, with his face all seamed and slashed, walked past us. I know, students in Germany are proud of those duelling scars. Well, Gabriel, and what then?" The curate quivered all over, and instead of replying directly, asked what seemed to be an irrelevant question. "Did you know that my mother was a widow when my father married her?" he demanded in low tones. "Of course I did," replied Graham, cheerily. "I was practising in Marylebone then, and your father was vicar at St. Benedict's. Why, I was at his wedding, Gabriel, and very pretty your mother looked. She was a Mrs. Krant, whose husband had been killed while serving as a volunteer in the Franco-Prussian War." "Did you ever see her husband?" "No, she did not come to Marylebone until he had left her. The rascal deserted the poor young thing and went abroad to fight. But why do you ask all these questions? They cannot but be painful." "Because the sight of that student's face recalled her first husband to my mother. She said that Krant had a long scar on the right cheek. I immediately thought of Jentham." "Good God!" cried Graham, pushing back his chair. "What do you mean, lad?" "Wait, wait," said Gabriel, feverishly. "I asked my mother to describe the features of her first husband. Not suspecting my reason for asking, she did so. Krant, she said, was tall, lean, swart, and black eyed, with a scar on the right cheek running from the ear to the mouth." "Doctor," cried Gabriel, clutching Graham's hand, "that is the very portrait of the man Jentham." "Gabriel," whispered the little doctor, hoarsely, "do you mean to say—" "I mean to say that Krant did not die, that Jentham was Krant, and that when he called on my father he appeared as one from the dead. He is dead now, but he was alive when my mother became my father's wife." "Impossible! Impossible!" repeated Graham, who was ashy pale and shaken out of his ordinary self. "Krant died at Sedan. Your father went over and saw his grave." "He did not see the corpse, though. I tell you I am right, doctor. Krant did not die. My mother is not my father's wife, and we—George, Lucy, and myself are, in the eyes of the law, nobody's children." The curate uttered these last words almost in a shriek, and fell back on the couch, covering his face with two trembling hands. Graham sat staring straight before him with an expression of absolute horror on his withered brown face. He recalled Pendle's sudden illness after Jentham had paid that fatal visit; his refusal to confess the real cause of his attack; his admission that he had a secret which he did not dare to reveal even to his oldest friend, and his strange act in sending away his wife and daughter to Nauheim. All these things gave colour to Gabriel's supposition that Jentham was Krant returned from the dead. But after all it was a supposition merely, and quite unsupported by fact. "There is no proof of it," said Graham, hoarsely. "No proof." "Ask my father for the proof," murmured Gabriel. "I dare not." The doctor could understand that speech very well, and now saw the reason why Gabriel had chosen to speak to him rather than to the bishop. It might be true after all, this frightful fact, he thought, and as in a flash he saw ruin, disaster, shame, terror following in the train of its becoming known. This, then, was the bishop's secret, and Graham, in his quick way, decided that at all costs it must be preserved, if only for the sake of Mrs Pendle and her children. The first step towards attaining this end was to see the bishop and hear confirmation or denial from his own lips. Once Graham knew all the facts, he fancied that he might in some way, at present he knew not how, help his wretched friend. With characteristic promptitude he decided on the spot how to act. "Gabriel," he said, bending over the unhappy young man, "I shall see your father about this at once. I cannot, I dare not believe it to be true, unless with his own lips he confirms the identity of Krant with Jentham. You wait here until I return, and sleep if you can." "Sleep!" groaned Gabriel. "Oh, God, shall I ever sleep again?" "My friend," said the little doctor, solemnly, "you have no right to doubt your father's honour until you hear what he has to say. Jentham may not be Krant, as you suspect. It may be a chance likeness, Gabriel shook his head. "You can't argue away what I know to be true," he muttered, looking at the floor with dry, wild eyes. "See my father and tell him what I have told you. He will not be able to deny his shame and the disgrace of his children." "That we shall see," said Graham, with a cheerfulness he was far from feeling. "I shall see him at once. Gabriel, my boy, hope for the best." Again the curate shook his head, and with a groan flung himself down on the couch with his face to the wall. Seeing that words were vain, the doctor threw one glance of pity on his prostrate form, and with a sigh passed out of the room. Chapter 29 of The Bishop's Secret by Fergus HUME. Chapter 29. The Confession of Bishop Pendle. Mr Cargrim was very much out of temper, and Baltic was the cause of his unchristian state of mind. As the employer of the so called missionary and actual inquiry agent, the chaplain expected to be informed of every fresh discovery, but with this view Baltic did not concur. In his solemn way he informed Cargrim that he preferred keeping his information and methods and suspicions to himself until he was sure of capturing the actual criminal. When the man was lodged in Beorminster Jail, when his complicity in the crime was proved beyond all doubt, then Baltic promised to write out, for the edification of his employer, a detailed account of the steps taken to bring about so satisfactory a result; and from this stern determination all Cargrim's arguments failed to move him. This state of things was the more vexatious as Cargrim knew that the ex sailor had seen Mother Jael, and shrewdly suspected that he had obtained from the beldam valuable information likely to incriminate the bishop. Whether his newly found evidence did so or not, Baltic gravely declined to say, and Cargrim was furious at being left in ignorance. He was particularly anxious that Dr Pendle's guilt should be proved without loss of time, as Mr Leigh of Heathcroft was sinking rapidly, and on any day a new rector might be needed for that very desirable parish. Certainly Cargrim, as he fondly imagined, had thwarted Gabriel's candidature by revealing the young man's love for Bell Mosk to the bishop. Still, even if Gabriel were not nominated, Dr Pendle had plainly informed Cargrim that he need not expect the appointment, so the chaplain foresaw that unless he obtained power over the bishop before Leigh's death, the benefice would be given to some stranger. It was no wonder, then, that he resented the silence of Baltic, and felt enraged at his own impotence. He almost regretted having sought the assistance of a man who appeared more likely to be a hindrance than a help. For once Cargrim's scheming brain could devise no remedy. Lurking about the library as usual, Mr Cargrim was much astonished to receive a visit from Dr Graham. Of course the visit was to the bishop, but Cargrim, being alone in the library, came forward in his silky, obsequious way to receive the new comer, and politely asked what he could do for him. "You can inform the bishop that I wish to see him, if you please," said Graham, with a perfectly expressionless face. "His lordship is at present taking a short rest," replied Cargrim, blandly. "But anything I can do——" "You can do nothing, Mr Cargrim. I wish for a private interview with Dr Pendle." "Your business must be important." "It is," retorted Graham, abruptly. "So important that I must see the bishop at once." "Oh, certainly, doctor. I am sorry to see that you do not look well." "Thank you, I am as well as can be expected." "Really, considering what, Dr Graham?" "Considering the way I am kept waiting here, Mr Cargrim," after which pointed speech there was nothing left for the defeated chaplain but to retreat as gracefully as he could. Yet Cargrim might have known from past experience that a duel of words with sharp-tongued Dr Graham could only end in his discomfiture. But in spite of all his cunning, he usually burnt his fingers at a twice-touched flame. Extremely curious to know the reason of Graham's unexpected visit and haggard looks, Cargrim, having informed the bishop that the doctor was waiting for him, attempted to make a third in the interview by gliding in behind his superior. Graham, however, was too sharp for him, and after a few words with the bishop, intimated to the chaplain that his presence was not necessary. So Cargrim, like the Peri at the gates of Paradise, was forced to lurk as near the library door as he dared, and he strained his ears in vain to overhear what the pair was talking about. Had he known that the revelation of Bishop Pendle's secret formed the gist of the interview, he would have been even more enraged than he was. But for the time being fate was against the wily chaplain, and in the end he was compelled to betake himself to a solitary and sulky walk, during which his reflections concerning Graham and Baltic were the reverse of amiable. As a defeated sneak, Mr Cargrim was not a credit to his cloth. Dr Pendle had the bewildered air of a man suddenly roused from sleep, and was inclined to be peevish with Graham for calling at so untoward a time. Yet it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon, which was scarcely a suitable hour for slumber, as the doctor bluntly remarked. "I was not asleep," said the bishop, settling himself at his writing table. "I simply lay down for half an hour or so." "Worn out with worry, I suppose?" "Yes," Dr Pendle sighed. "My burden is almost greater than I can bear." "I quite agree with you," replied Graham. "Therefore I have come to help you to bear it." "That is impossible. To do so you must know the truth, and God help me, I dare not tell it even to you." "There is no need for you to do so, Pendle. I know your secret." The bishop twisted his chair round with a rapid movement, and stared at the sympathetic face of Graham with an expression of blended terror and amazement. Hardly could his tongue frame itself to speech. "You know my secret?" stuttered Pendle, with pale lips. "Yes. I know that Krant did not die at Sedan, as we supposed. I know that he returned to life to Beorminster, to you, under the name of Jentham. Hold up, man, don't give way," for the bishop, with a heavy sigh, had fallen forward on his desk, and with his grey head buried in his arms, lay there silent and broken down in an agony of doubt and fear and shame. "Play the man, George Pendle," said Graham, who knew that the father was more virile than the son, and therefore needed the tonic of words rather than the soothing anodyne of medicine. "If you believe in what you preach, if you are a true servant of your God, call upon religion, upon your deity, for help to bear your troubles. Stand up manfully, my friend, and face the worst." "Alas! alas! Many waters have gone over me, Graham." "Can you expect anything else if you permit yourself to sink without an effort?" said the doctor, rather cynically. "But if you cannot gain strength from Christianity, then be a Stoic and independent of supernatural aid." The bishop lifted his head and suddenly rose to his full height until he towered above the little doctor. His pale face took upon itself a calmer expression, and stretching out his arm he rolled forth a text from the Psalms in his deepest voice, in his most stately manner. "In God is my salvation and my glory, the rock of my strength, and my refuge is in God." "Good," said Graham, with a satisfied nod. "That is the proper spirit in which to meet trouble. And now, Pendle, with your leave, we will approach the subject with more particularity." "It will be as well," replied the bishop, and he spoke collectedly and gravely, with no trace of his late excitement. When he most needed it, strength had come to him from above, and he was able to discuss the sore matter of his domestic troubles with courage and with judgment. "How did you learn my secret, Graham?" he asked after a pause. "Indirectly, from Gabriel." "Gabriel!" said the bishop, trembling. "Is at Nauheim." "You are mistaken, Pendle. He returned to Beorminster this morning, and as he was afraid to speak to you on the subject of Jentham, he came to ask my advice. The poor lad is broken down and ill, and is now lying in my consulting room until I return." "How did Gabriel learn the truth?" asked Pendle, with a look of pain. "From something his mother said." The bishop, in spite of his enforced calmness, groaned aloud. "Ah! Does she know of it?" he murmured, while drops of perspiration beaded his forehead and betrayed his inward agony. "Could not that shame be spared me? Do not be hasty, Pendle. Your wife knows nothing." "Thank God!" said the bishop fervently; then added almost immediately, "You say my wife. Alas! alas! that I dare not call her so." "It is true, then?" asked Graham, becoming very pale. "Perfectly true. Krant was not killed. Krant returned here under the name of Jentham. My wife is not my wife. My children are illegitimate. They have no name. Outcasts they are. Oh, the shame! Oh, the disgrace!" And Dr Pendle groaned aloud. Graham sympathised with the man's distress, which was surely natural under the terrible calamity which had befallen him and his. George Pendle was a priest, a prelate, but he was also a son of Adam, and liable, like all mortals, the strongest as the weakest, to moments of doubt, of fear, of trembling, of utter dismay. Had the evil come upon him alone, he might have borne it with more patience, but when it parted him from his dearly beloved wife, when it made outcasts of the children he was so proud of, who can wonder that he should feel inclined to cry with Job, "Is it good unto thee that thou shouldst oppress?" Nevertheless, like Job, the bishop held fast his integrity. Yet that he might have some comfort in his affliction, that one pang might be spared to him, Graham assured him that Mrs Pendle was ignorant of the truth, and related in full the story of how Gabriel had come to connect Jentham with Krant. Pendle listened in silence, and inwardly thanked God that at least so much mercy had been vouchsafed him. Then in his turn he made a confidant of his old friend, recalled the early days of his courtship and marriage, spoke of the long interval of peace and quiet happiness which he and his wife had enjoyed, and ended with a detailed account of the disguised Krant's visits and threats, and the anguish his reappearance had caused. "You remember, Graham," he said, with a wonderful self-control, "how almost 30 years ago I was the vicar of St Benedict's in Marylebone, and how you, my old college friend, practised medicine in the same parish?" "I remember, Pendle. There is no need for you to make your heart ache by recalling the past." "I must, my friend," said the bishop, firmly, "in order that you may fully understand my position. As you know, my dear wife, for I still must call her so, came to reside there under her married name of Mrs. Krant. She was poor and unhappy, and when I called upon her as the vicar of the parish, she told me her miserable story; how she had left her home and family for the sake of that wretch who had attracted her weak, girlish affections by his physical beauty and fascinating manners; how he treated her ill, spent the most of her money, and finally left her, within a year of the marriage, with just enough remaining out of her fortune to save her from starvation. She told me that Krant had gone to Paris and was serving as a volunteer in the French army, while she, broken down and unhappy, had come to my parish to give herself to God and labour amongst the poor." "She was a charming woman, and she is so now," said Graham, with a sigh. "I do not wonder that you loved her." "Loved, sir! Why speak in the past tense? I love her still. I shall always love that sweet companion of these many happy years. From the time I saw her in those poor London lodgings I loved her with all the strength of my manhood. But you know that, being already married, she could not be my wife. Then, shortly after the surrender of Sedan, that letter came to tell her that her husband was dead, and, dying, had asked her pardon for his wicked ways. Alas, alas! That letter was false." "We both of us believed it to be genuine at the time, Pendle, and you went over to France after the war to see the man's grave." "I did, and I saw the grave; saw it with its tombstone in a little Alsace graveyard, with the name Stephen Krant painted thereon in black German letters. I never doubted but that he lay below, and I looked far and wide for the man, Léon Durand, who had written that letter at the request of his dying comrade. I ask you, Graham, who would have disbelieved the evidence of letter and tombstone?" "No one, certainly," replied Graham, gravely. "But it was a pity that you could not find Léon Durand, so as to put the matter beyond all doubt." "Find him!" echoed the bishop, passionately. "No one on earth could have found the man. He did not exist." "Then who wrote the letter?" "Krant himself, as he told me in this very room, the wicked plotter." "But his handwriting. Would not his wife have—" "No," cried Pendle, rising and pacing to and fro, greatly agitated. "The man disguised his hand so that his wife should not recognise it. He did not wish to be bound to her, but to wander far and wide, and live his own sinful life. That was why he sent the forged letter, to make Amy believe that he was dead. And she did believe, the more especially after I returned to tell how I had seen his grave. I thought also that he was dead. So did you, Graham." "Certainly," assented Graham. "There was no reason to doubt the fact. Who would have believed that Krant was such a scoundrel?" "I called him that when he came to see me here," said Dr Pendle, with a passionate gesture. "Old man and priest as I am, I could have killed him as he sat in yonder chair, smiling at my misery, and taunting me with my position." "How did he find out that you had married Mrs. Krant?" "By going back to the Marylebone parish. He had been wandering all over the face of the earth, like the Cain he was, but meeting with no good fortune, he came back to England to find out Amy, and, I suppose, rob her of the little money he had permitted her to keep. He knew of her address in Marylebone, as she had told him where she was going before he deserted her." "But how did he learn about the marriage?" asked Graham again. "I cannot tell, but he knew that his wife, after his desertion, devoted herself to good works, so no doubt he went to the church and asked about her. The old verger who saw us married is still alive, so I suppose he told Krant that Amy was my wife, and that I was the Bishop of Beorminster. But however he learned the truth, he found his way here, and when I came into this room during the reception I found him waiting for me. How did you recognise a man you had not seen?" By a portrait Amy had shown me, and by the description she gave me of his gipsy looks and the scar on his cheek. He had not altered at all, and I beheld before me the same wicked face I had seen in the portrait. I was confused at first, as I knew the face but not the name. When he told me that he was Stephen Krant, that my wife was really his wife, that my children had no name, oh, God!" cried Pendle, covering his face with his hands. "It was terrible, terrible! Oh, my poor friend!" The bishop threw himself into a chair. "After close on 30 years," he moaned. "Think of it, Graham. The shame, the horror. Oh, God!" Chapter 29. Chapter 30 of The Bishop's Secret by Fergus HUME. Chapter 30. Blackmail. For some moments Graham did not speak, but looked with pity on the grief-shaken frame and bowed shoulders of his sorely tried friend. Indeed, the position of the man was such that he did not see what comfort he could administer, and so, very wisely, held his peace. However, when the bishop, growing more composed, remained still silent, he could not forbear offering him a trifle of consolation. "Don't grieve so, Pendle," he said, laying his hand on the other's shoulder. "It is not your fault that you are in this position." The bishop sighed and murmured with a shake of his head, "Omnis qui facet peccatum servus est peccati." "But you have not done sin," cried Graham, dissenting from the text. "You, your wife, myself, every one thought that Krant was dead and buried. The man fled and lied and forged to gain his freedom, to shake off the marriage bonds which galled him. He was the sinner, not you, my poor innocent friend." "True enough, doctor, but I am the sufferer. Had God in his mercy not sustained me in my hour of trial, I do not know how I should have borne my misery, weak, erring mortal that I am." "That speech is one befitting your age and office," said the doctor gravely, "and I quite approve of it. All the same, there is another religious saying, I don't know if it can be called a text, 'God helps those who help themselves.' You will do well, Pendle, to lay that to heart." "How can I help myself?" said the bishop, hopelessly. "The man is dead now, without doubt; but he was alive when I married his supposed widow, therefore the ceremony is null and void. There is no getting behind that fact. Have you consulted a lawyer on your position?" "No. The law cannot sanction a union, at least in my eyes, which I know to be against the tenets of the Church. So far as I know, if a husband deserts his wife and is not heard of for 7 years, she can marry again after that period without being liable to prosecution as a bigamist, but in any case the second ceremony is not legal." "Mrs. Krant became your wife before the expiration of 7 years, I know," said Graham, wrinkling his brow. "Certainly, and therefore she is, in the eyes of the law, a bigamist." The bishop shuddered, although God knows she fully believed her husband to be dead. "But the religious point of view is the one I take, doctor. As a churchman I cannot live with a woman whom I know is not my wife. It was for that reason that I sent her away." "But you cannot keep her away for ever, bishop; at all events, unless you explain the position to her." "I dare not do that in her present state of health. The shock would kill her. No, Graham, I see that sooner or later she must know, but I wished for her absence that I might gain time to consider my terrible position. I have considered it in every way, but, God help me, I can see no hope, no escape. Alas, alas, I am sorely, sorely tried." Graham reflected. "Are you perfectly certain that Jentham and Krant are one and the same man?" he asked doubtfully. "I am certain of it," replied Pendle decisively. "I could not be deceived in the dark gipsy face, in the peculiar cicatrice on the right cheek. And he knew all about my wife, Graham, about her family, her maiden name, the amount of her fortune, her taking up parish work in Marylebone. Above all, he showed me the certificate of his marriage and a number of letters written to him by Amy, reproaching him with his cruel desertion. Oh, there can be no doubt that this Jentham is, or rather was, Stephen Krant." "It would seem so," sighed Graham, heavily. "Evidently there is no hope of proving him to be an impostor in the face of such evidence." "He came to extort money, I suppose?" "Need you ask?" said the bishop, bitterly. "Yes, his sole object was blackmail. He was content to let things remain as they are, provided his silence was purchased at his own price. He told me that if I paid him £200 he would hand over certificate and letters and disappear, never to trouble me again." "I doubt if such a blackguard could keep his word, Pendle. Moreover, although novelists and dramatists attach such a value to marriage certificates, they are really not worth the paper they are written on, save perhaps as immediate evidence. The register of the church in which the ceremony took place is the important document, and that can neither be handed over nor destroyed. Krant was giving you withered leaves for your good gold, Pendle. Still, needs must when Sir Urian drives, so I suppose you agreed to the bribe." The bishop's grey head drooped on his breast, his eyes sought the carpet, and he looked like a man overwhelmed with shame. "Yes," he replied, in low tones of pain. "I had not the courage to face the consequences. Indeed, what else could I do? I could not have the man denounce my marriage as a false one, force himself into the presence of my delicate wife, and tell my children that they are nameless. The shock would have killed Amy. It would have broken my children's hearts. It would have shamed me in my high position before the eyes of all England. I was innocent. I am innocent. Yes, but the fact remained, as it remains now, that I am not married to Amy, that my children are not entitled to bear my name. I ask you, Graham, I ask you, what else could I do than pay the money in the face of such shame and disgrace?" "There is no need to excuse yourself to me, Pendle. I do not blame you in the least." "But I blame myself, in part," replied the bishop, sadly. "As an honest man, I knew that my marriage was illegal. As a priest, I was bound to put away the woman who is not my wife. But think of the shame to her, of the disgrace to my innocent children. I could not do it, Graham, I could not do it. Satan came to me in such a guise that I yielded to his tempting without a struggle. I agreed to buy Jentham's silence at his own price, and as I did not wish him to come here again lest Amy should see him, I made an appointment to meet him on Southberry Heath on Sunday night, and there pay him his £200 blackmail." "Did you speak with him on the spot where his corpse was afterwards found?" said Graham, in a low voice, not daring to look at his friend. "No," answered the bishop simply, not suspecting that the doctor hinted at the murder. "I met him at the cross roads." "You had the money with you, I suppose?" "I had the money in notes of tens. As I was unwilling to draw so large a sum from the Beorminster Bank, lest my doing so should provoke comment, I made a special journey to London and obtained the money there." "I think you were over careful, Bishop." "Graham, I tell you I was overcome with fear, not so much for myself as for those dear to me. You know how the most secret things become known in this city, and I dreaded lest my action should become public property and should be connected in some way with Jentham. Why, I even tore the butt of the cheque I drew out of the book, lest any record should remain likely to excite suspicion. I took the most elaborate precautions to guard against discoveries." "And rather unnecessary ones," rejoined Graham, dryly. "Well, and you met the scamp?" "I did, on Sunday night. That Sunday I was at Southberry holding a confirmation service, and as I rode back, shortly after 8 in the evening, I met Jentham, by appointment, at the cross roads. It was a stormy and wet night, Graham, and I half thought that he would not come to the rendezvous. But he was there, sure enough, and in no very good temper at his wedding. I did not get off my horse, but handed down the packet of notes, and asked him for the certificate and letters." "Which, no doubt, he declined to part with at the last moment?" "You are right," said the bishop, mournfully. "He declared that he would keep the certificate until he received another £100." "The scoundrel! What did you say?" "What could I say but yes? I was in the man's power. At any cost, if I wanted to save myself and those dear to me, I had to secure the written evidence he possessed. I told him that I had not the extra money with me, but that if he met me in the same place a week later he should have it. I then rode away downcast and wretched. The next day," concluded the bishop, quietly, "I heard that my enemy was dead." "Murdered," said Graham, explicitly. "Murdered, as you say," rejoined Pendle, tremulously. "And, oh, my friend, I fear that the Cain who slew him now has the certificate in his possession and holds my secret. What I have suffered with that knowledge God alone knows. Every day, every hour, I have been expecting a call from the assassin." "The deuce you have," said the doctor, surprised into unbecoming language. "Yes, he may come and blackmail me also, Graham." "Not when he runs the risk of being hanged, my friend." "But you forget," said the bishop, with a sigh. "He may trust to his knowledge of my secret to force me to conceal his sin." "Would you be coerced in that way?" Dr Pendle threw back his noble head, and, looking intently at his friend, replied in a firm and unfaltering tone. "No," said he, gravely. "Even at the cost of my secret becoming known, I should have the man arrested." "Well," said Graham, with a shrug, "you are more of a hero than I am, bishop. The cost of exposing the wretch seems too great." "Graham, I must do what is right at all hazards." "Fiat justitia ruat caelum," muttered the doctor. "There is a morsel of dictionary Latin for you. The heavens above your family will certainly fall if you speak out." The bishop winced and whitened. "It is a heavy burden, Graham, a heavy, heavy burden. But God will give me strength to bear it. He will save me according to His mercy." The little doctor looked meditatively at his boots. He wished to tell Pendle that the chaplain suspected him of the murder, and that Baltic, the missionary, had been brought to Beorminster to prove such suspicions, but at the present moment he did not see how he could conveniently introduce the information. Moreover, the bishop seemed to be so utterly unconscious that any one could accuse him of the crime, that Graham shrank from being the busybody to enlighten him. Yet it was necessary that he should be informed, if only that he might be placed on his guard against the machinations of Cargrim. Of course, the doctor never for one moment thought of his respected friend as the author of a deed of violence, and quite believed his account of the meeting with Jentham. The bishop's simple way of relating the episode would have convinced any liberal-minded man of his innocence and rectitude. His accents and looks and candour all carried conviction. Finally, Graham hit upon a method of leading up to the subject of Cargrim's treachery by referring to the old gipsy and her fortune-telling at Mrs Pansey's garden party. "What does Mother Jael know of your secret?" he asked with some hesitation. "Nothing," replied the bishop, promptly. "It is impossible that she can know anything unless" here he paused "unless she is aware of who killed Jentham, and has seen the certificate and letters." "Do you think she knows who murdered the man?" "I cannot say. At that garden party I went into the tent to humour some ladies who wished me to have my fortune told." "I saw you go in, bishop, and you came out looking disturbed." "No wonder, Graham, for Mother Jael, under the pretence of reading my hand, hinted at my secret. I fancied, from what she said, that she knew what it was, and I accused her of having gained the information from Jentham's assassin. However, she would not speak plainly, but warned me of coming trouble, and talked about blood and the grave, until I really believe she fancied I had killed the man. I could make nothing of her, so I left the tent considerably discomposed, as you may guess. I intended to see her on another occasion, but as yet I have not done so." "Is it your belief that the woman knows your secret?" asked Graham. "No. On consideration I concluded that she knew a little, but not much, at all events not sufficient to hurt me in any way. Krant, that is Jentham, was of gipsy blood, and I fancied that he had seen Mother Jael, and perhaps in his boastful way had hinted at his power over me. Still, I am quite certain that for his own sake he did not reveal my secret. And after all, Graham, the allusions of Mother Jael were vague and unsatisfactory, although they disturbed me sufficiently to make me anxious for the moment." "Well, Bishop, I agree with you. Mother Jael cannot know much, or she would have spoken plainer. So far as she is concerned, I fancy your secret is pretty safe. But," added Graham, with a glance at the door, "what about Cargrim?" "He knows nothing, Graham." "Perhaps not, but he suspects much." "Suspects!" echoed the bishop, in scared tones. "What can he suspect?" "That you killed Jentham," said Graham, quietly. Dr Pendle looked incredulously at his friend. "I murder? I kill? What Cargrim says?" he stammered; then asked him with a sharp rush of speech, "Is the man mad?" "No, but he is a scoundrel, as I told you. Listen, Bishop," and in his rapid way Graham reported to Dr Pendle all that Harry Brace had told him regarding Cargrim and his schemes. The bishop listened in incredulous silence, but almost against his will he was obliged to believe in Graham's story. That a man whom he trusted, whom he had treated with such kindness, should have dug this pit for him to fall into was almost beyond belief, and when the truth of the accusation was forced upon him, he hardly knew what to say about so great a traitor. But he made up his mind to one thing. "I shall dismiss him at once," he said determinedly. "No, Bishop. It is unwise to drive a rat into a corner, and Cargrim may prove himself dangerous if sharply treated. Better tolerate his presence until Baltic discovers the real criminal." "I don't like the position," said the bishop, frowning. "No man would. However, it is better to temporise than to risk all and lose all. Better let him remain, Pendle." "Very well, Graham. I shall take your advice." "Good." Graham rose to depart. "And Gabriel?" he asked, with his hand on the door. "Send him to me, doctor. I must speak to him." "You won't scold him for seeing me first, I hope." "Scold him!" said the bishop, with a melancholy smile. "Alas, my friend, the situation is too serious for scolding." Chapter 31 of The Bishop's Secret by Fergus HUME. Chapter 31. Mr Baltic on the Trail. What took place at the interview between Gabriel and his father, Dr Graham never knew, and indeed never sought to know. He was a discreet man even for a doctor, and meddled with no one's business, unless, as in the present instance, forced to do so. But even then his discretion showed itself; for after advising the bishop to tolerate the presence of Cargrim until Baltic had solved the riddle he was set to guess, and after sending Gabriel to the palace, he abstained from further inquiries and discussions in connection with murder and secret. He had every faith in Baltic, and quite believed that in time the missionary would lay his hand on the actual murderer. When this was accomplished, and Cargrim's attempt to gain illegal power over Pendle was thwarted, then, all chance of a public scandal being at an end, would be the moment to consider how the bishop should act in reference to his false marriage. Indeed, there was the possible danger that the criminal might learn the secret from the certificate and papers, and might reveal it when captured, but Graham thought it best to ignore this difficulty until it should actually arise; for, after all, such a contingency might not occur. The certificate of marriage between Krant and his wife will reveal nothing to a man unacquainted with Mrs Pendle's previous name, and without such knowledge he cannot know that she married the bishop while her first husband was alive. Certainly she might have mentioned Pendle's name in the letters, but she would not write of him as a lover or as a possible husband. Therefore, unless the assassin knows something of the story, which is improbable, and unless he can connect the name of Mrs Krant with Mrs Pendle, which on the face of it is impossible, I do not see how he is to learn the truth. He may guess, or he may know for certain, that Jentham received the £200 from the bishop, but he cannot guess that the price was paid for certificate and letters, especially as he found them on the body, and knows that they were not handed over for the money. No, on the whole, I think Pendle is mistaken. In my opinion, there is no danger to be feared from the assassin, whomsoever he may be.' In this way Graham argued with himself, and shortly came to the comfortable conclusion that Dr Pendle's secret would never become a public scandal. Now that Jentham, alias Krant, was dead, the secret was known to three people only, namely, to the bishop, to himself, and to Gabriel. If none of the three betrayed it, and they had the strongest reason for silence, no one else would or could. The question of the murder was the immediate matter for consideration, and once Dr Pendle's innocence was proved by the capture of the real assassin, Cargrim could be dismissed in well merited disgrace. With all the will in the world he could not then harm the bishop, seeing that he was ignorant of the dead man's relation to Mrs Pendle. Other danger there was none. Of that the little doctor was absolutely assured. Perhaps the bishop argued in this way also; or it may be he found a certain amount of relief in sharing his troubles with Gabriel and Graham; but he certainly appeared more cheerful and less worried than formerly, and even tolerated the society of Cargrim with equanimity, although he detested playing a part so foreign to his frank and honourable nature. However, he saw the necessity of masking his dislike until the sting of his domestic viper could be rendered innocuous, and was sufficiently gracious on such occasions as he came into contact with him. Gabriel was less called upon to be courteous to the schemer, as, having come to a complete understanding with his father, he rarely visited the palace. But when he did so, his demeanour towards Mr Cargrim was much the same as of yore. For the good of their domestic peace, both father and son concealed their real feelings, and succeeded as creditably as was possible with men of their honourable natures. But they were not cunning enough, or perhaps sufficiently guarded, to deceive the artful chaplain. Evil himself, he was always alert to see evil in others. 'I wonder what all this means,' he ruminated one day, after vainly attempting to learn why Gabriel had returned so unexpectedly to Beorminster. 'The bishop seems unnecessarily polite, and young Pendle appears to be careful how he speaks. They surely can't suspect me of knowing about the murder. Perhaps Baltic has been talking. I'll just give him a word of warning.' This he did, and was promptly told by the ex sailor not to advise on points of which he was ignorant. 'I know my business, sir; none better,' observed Baltic, in his solemn way, 'and there are few men who are more aware of the value of a silent tongue.' 'You may be an admirable detective, as you say,' retorted Cargrim, nettled by the rebuke, 'but I have only your word for it, and you will permit me to observe that I have not yet seen a proof of your capabilities.' 'All in good time, Mr Cargrim. More haste, less speed, sir. I fancy I am on the right track at last.' 'Can you guess who killed the man?' asked the chaplain, eagerly waiting for the bishop's name to be pronounced. 'I never guess, sir. I theorise from external evidence, and then try, with such brains as God has given me, to prove my theories.' 'You have gained some evidence, then?' 'If I have, Mr Cargrim, you'll hear it when I place the murderer in the dock. It is foolish to show half finished work.' 'But if the ' 'Hold hard, sir,' interrupted Baltic, raising his head. 'I'll so far depart from my rule as to tell you one thing. Whosoever killed Jentham, it was not Bishop Pendle.' Cargrim grew red and angry. 'I tell you it was!' he almost shouted, although this conversation took place in a quiet corner near the cathedral, and thereby required prudent speech and demeanour. 'Didn't Dr Pendle meet Jentham on the common?' 'We presume so, sir, but as yet we have no proof of the meeting.' 'At least you know that he paid Jentham £200.' 'Perhaps he did, and maybe he didn't,' returned Baltic, quietly. 'He certainly drew out that amount from the Ophir Bank, but not having traced the notes, I can't say if he paid it to the man.' 'But I am sure he did,' insisted Cargrim, still angry. 'In that case, sir, why ask me for my opinion?' replied the imperturbable Baltic. If Mr Cargrim had not been a clergyman he would have sworn at the complacent demeanour of the agent, and even as it was, he felt inclined to risk a relieving oath or two. But knowing Baltic's religious temperament, he was wise enough not to lay himself open to further rebuke. So he turned the matter off with a laugh, and observed that no doubt Mr Baltic knew his own business best. 'I think I can safely say so, sir,' rejoined Baltic, gravely. 'By the way, did you not tell me that Captain George Pendle was on the common when the murder took place?' 'Yes, George was there, and so was Gabriel. Mrs Pansey's page saw them both.' 'And where is Captain Pendle now, sir?' 'At Winchester with his regiment. But the bishop has sent for him to come to Beorminster, so I expect he will be here within the week.' 'I am glad of that, Mr Cargrim, as I wish to ask Captain Pendle a few questions.' 'Do you suspect him?' 'I can't rightly say, sir,' answered Baltic, wiping his face with the red bandana. 'Later on I may form an opinion. Mr Gabriel Pendle comes to The Derby Winner sometimes, I see.' 'Yes, he is in love with the barmaid there.' Baltic looked up sharply. 'Mosk's daughter, sir?' 'The same. He wants to marry Bell Mosk.' 'Does he indeed?' drawled the agent, flicking his thumb nail against his teeth. 'Well, Mr Cargrim, he might do worse. There is a lot of good in that young woman, sir. Mr Gabriel Pendle has lately returned from abroad, I hear.' 'Yes, from Nauheim. That is in Germany, I take it, sir. Did he travel on a Cook's ticket, do you know?' 'I believe he did.' 'I'll say good bye, then, Mr Cargrim, for the present. I shall see you when I return from London.' 'Are you going to ask about Gabriel's ticket at Cook's?' 'There's no telling, sir. I may look in.' 'Do you think that I think nothing as yet, Mr Cargrim. When I do, I'll tell you my thoughts. Good day, sir. God bless you.' And Baltic, with a satisfied expression on his face, rolled away in a nautical manner. 'God bless me, indeed!' muttered Cargrim, in much displeasure, for neither the speech nor the manner of the man pleased him. 'Ugh! I wish Baltic would stick to either religion or business. At present he is a kind of moral hermaphrodite, good for neither one thing nor another. I wonder if he suspects the bishop, or his two sons. I don't believe Dr Pendle is innocent; but if he is, either George or Gabriel is guilty. Well, if that is so, I'll still be able to make the bishop give me Heathcroft. He will rather do that than see one of his sons hanged and the name disgraced. Still, I hope Baltic will bring home the crime to his lordship.' With this amiable wish, Mr Cargrim quickened his pace to catch up with Miss Whichello, whom he saw tripping across the square towards the Jenny Wren house. The little old lady looked rosy and complacent, at peace with herself and the whole of Beorminster. Nevertheless, her expression changed when she saw Mr Cargrim sliding gracefully towards her, and she received him with marked coldness. As yet she had not forgiven him for his unauthorised interference on behalf of Mrs Pansey. Cargrim was quick to observe her buckram civility, but diplomatically took no notice of its frigidity. On the contrary, he was more gushing and more expansive than ever. "A happy meeting, my dear lady," he said, with a beaming glance. "Had I not met you, I should have called to see you as the bearer of good news." "Really," replied Miss Whichello, dryly, "that will be a relief from hearing bad news, Mr Cargrim. I have had sufficient trouble of late." "Ah!" sighed the chaplain, falling into his professional drawl, "how true is the saying of Job, 'Man is born—' "I don't want to hear about Job," interrupted Miss Whichello, crossly. "He is the greatest bore of all the patriarchs." "Job, dear lady, was not a patriarch." "Nevertheless, he is a bore, Mr Cargrim. What is your good news?" "Captain Pendle is coming to Beorminster this week, Miss Whichello." "Oh!" said the little old lady, with a satirical smile. "You are a day after the fair, Mr Cargrim. I heard that news this morning." "Indeed! But the bishop only sent for Captain Pendle yesterday." "Quite so; and Miss Arden received a telegram from Captain Pendle this morning." "Oh, Miss Whichello, young love, young love!" The little lady could have shaken Cargrim for the smirk with which he made this remark. However, she restrained her very natural impulse, and merely remarked, rather irrelevantly it must be confessed, that if two young and handsome people in love with one another were not happy in their first blush of passion, they never would be. "Oh, no doubt, dear lady. I only trust that such happiness may last. But there is no sky without a cloud." "And there is no bee without a sting, and no rose without a thorn. I know all those consoling proverbs, Mr Cargrim, but they don't apply to my turtle doves." Cargrim rubbed his hands softly together. "Long may you continue to think so, my dear lady," said he, with a sad look. "What do you mean, sir?" asked Miss Whichello, sharply. "I mean that it is as well to be prepared for the worst," said Cargrim, in his blandest manner. "The course of true love but you are weary of such trite sayings. Good day, Miss Whichello." He raised his hat and turned away. "One last proverb. Joy in the morning means grief at night." When Mr Cargrim walked away briskly after delivering this Parthian shaft, Miss Whichello stood looking after him with an expression of nervous worry on her rosy face. She had her own reasons to apprehend trouble in connection with the engagement, and although these were unknown to the chaplain, his chance arrow had hit the mark. The thoughts of the little old lady at once reverted to the conversation with the bishop at the garden party. "Mrs Pansey again," thought Miss Whichello, resuming her walk at a slower pace. "I shall have to call on her, and appeal either to her fears or her charity, otherwise she may cause trouble." In the meantime, Mr Baltic, proceeding in his grave way towards Eastgate, had fallen in with Gabriel coming from the Derby Winner. As yet the two had never met, and save the name, young Pendle knew nothing about the ex sailor. Nevertheless, when face to face with him, he recognised the man at once as a private inquiry agent whom he had once spoken to in Whitechapel. The knowledge of his father's secret, of Jentham's murder, and of this stranger's profession, mingled confusedly in Gabriel's head, and his heart knocked at his ribs for very fear. "I met you in London some years ago," he said nervously. "Yes, Mr Pendle, but then I did not know your name, nor did you know mine." "How did you recognise me?" asked Gabriel. "I have a good memory for faces, sir," returned Baltic, "but as a matter of fact Sir Harry Brace pointed you out to me." "Oh, then you are Baltic." "At your service, Mr Pendle. I am down here on business." "I know all about it," replied Gabriel, recovering his nerve with the knowledge of the man's name and inclination to side with the bishop. "Indeed, sir. And who told you about it?" "Sir Harry told Dr Graham, who informed my father, who spoke to me." "Oh!" Baltic looked seriously at the curate's pale face. "Then the bishop knows that I am an inquiry agent." "He does, Mr Baltic, and to tell you the truth, he is not at all pleased that you presented yourself in our city as a missionary." "I am a missionary," answered the ex sailor quietly. "I explained as much to Sir Harry, but it would seem that he has told the worst and kept back the best." "I don't understand," said the curate, much bewildered. "Sir, it would take too long for me to explain why I call myself a missionary, but you can rest assured that I am not sailing under false colours. As it is, you know me as an agent, and you know also my purpose in coming here." "Yes, I know that you are investigating the "We are in the street, sir," interrupted Baltic, with a glance at passers by. "It is well to be discreet. One moment." He led Gabriel into a quiet alley, comparatively free from listeners. "This is a rather rough sort of neighbourhood, sir." "Rough, certainly, but not dangerous," replied Gabriel, puzzled by the remark. "Don't you carry a pistol, Mr Pendle?" "No. Why should I?" "Why, indeed? If the gospel is not a protection enough, no earthly arms will prevail. Your name is Gabriel, I think, sir?" "Yes, Gabriel Pendle. But I don't see " "I'm coming to an explanation, sir. G.P.," mused Baltic. "Same initials as those of your father and brother, eh, Mr Pendle?" "Certainly. Both the bishop and my brother are named George." "G.P., all three," said Baltic, with a nod. "Do you travel abroad with a Cook's ticket, sir?" "Usually. Why do you " "A through ticket to, say, Nauheim is about £3, I believe." "I paid that for mine, Mr Baltic. May I ask why you question me in this manner?" demanded Gabriel, irritably. Baltic tapped Gabriel's chest 3 times with his forefinger. "For your own safety, Mr Pendle. Good day, sir." Chapter 32 of The Bishop's Secret by Fergus HUME. Chapter 32 The Initials. As has before been stated, Dr Graham had another conversation with his persecuted friend, in which he advised him to tolerate the presence of Cargrim until Baltic captured the actual criminal. It was also at this second interview that the bishop asked Graham if he should tell George the truth. This question the little doctor answered promptly in the negative. "For what is the use of telling him?" said he argumentatively. "Doing so will make you uncomfortable and George very unhappy." "But George must learn the truth sooner or later." "I don't see that it is necessary to inform him of it at all," retorted Graham obstinately. "And at all events you need not explain until forced to do so. One thing at a time, Bishop. At present your task is to baffle Cargrim, and kick the scoundrel out of the house when the murderer is found. Then we can discuss the matter of the marriage with Mrs Pendle." "Graham!" The bishop's utterance of the name was like a cry of pain. "I cannot I dare not tell Amy." "You must, Pendle, since she is the principal person concerned in the matter. You know how Gabriel learned the truth from her casual description of her first husband. Well, when Mrs Pendle returns to Beorminster she may I don't say that she will, mind you, but she may speak of Krant again, since so far as she is concerned there is no need for her to keep the fact of her first marriage secret." "Except that she may not wish to recall unhappy days," put in the bishop softly. "Indeed, I wonder that Amy could bring herself to speak of Krant to her son and mine." "Women, my friend, do and say things at which they wonder themselves," said the misogynist cynically. Probably Mrs Pendle acted on the impulse of the moment, and regretted it immediately the words were out of her mouth. Still, she may describe Krant again when she comes back, and her listener may be as clever as Gabriel was in putting two and two together and connecting your wife's first husband with Krant. Should such a thing occur, and it might occur, your secret would become the common property of this scandal-mongering place, and your last condition would be worse than your first. Also,' continued Graham, with the air of a person clinching an argument, 'if you and Mrs Pendle are to part, my poor friend, she must be told the reason for such separation.' 'Part!' echoed the bishop, indignantly. 'My dear Amy and I shall never part, doctor. I wonder that you can suggest such a thing. Now that Krant is dead and beyond all doubt, I shall marry his widow at once.' 'Quite so, and quite right,' assented Graham, emphatically. 'But in that case, as you can see for yourself, you must tell her that the first marriage is null and void, so as to account for the necessity of the second ceremony.' The doctor paused and reflected. 'Old scatterbrain that I am,' said he, with a shrug, 'I quite forgot that way out of the difficulty. A second marriage! Of course! And there is your riddle solved.' 'No doubt, so far as Amy and I are concerned,' said Pendle, gloomily. 'But so late a ceremony will not make my children legitimate. In England marriage is not a retrospective act.' 'They manage these things better in France,' opined Graham, in the manner of Sterne. 'There a man can legitimise his children born out of wedlock if he so chooses. There was a talk of modifying the English Act in the same way; but of course the very nice people with nasty ideas shrieked out, in their usual pig-headed style, about legalised immorality. However,' pursued the doctor, in a more cheerful tone, 'I do not see that you need worry yourself on that point, bishop. You can depend upon Gabriel and me holding our tongues. You need not tell Lucy or George, and when you marry your wife for the second time, all things can go on as before. What the eye does not see, the heart does not grieve at, you know.' 'But my eyes see, and my heart grieves,' groaned the bishop. 'Pish! Don't make an inquisition of your conscience, Pendle. You have done no wrong. Like greatness, evil has been thrust upon you.' 'I am certainly an innocent sinner, Graham.' 'Of course you are. But now that we have found the remedy, that is all over and done with. Wait till Jentham's murderer is found, then turn Cargrim out of doors, marry Mrs Krant in some out of the way parish, and make a fresh will in favour of your children. There you are, bishop. Don't worry any more about the matter.' 'You don't think that I should tell Brace that ' 'I certainly don't think that you should disgrace your daughter in the eyes of her future husband,' retorted the doctor, hotly. 'Marry your wife and hold your tongue. Even the recording angel can take no note of so obviously just a course.' 'I think you are right, Graham,' said the bishop, shaking his friend's hand with an expression of relief. 'In justice to my children I must be silent. I shall act as you suggest.' 'Then, that being so, you are a man again,' said Graham, jocularly, 'and now you can send for George to pay you a visit.' 'Do you think there is any necessity, Graham? The sight of him ' 'Will do you good, Pendle. Don't martyrise yourself and look on your children as so many visible evidences of sin. Bosh, I tell you, bosh!' cried the doctor, vigorously, if ungallantly. 'Send for George, send for Mrs Pendle and Lucy, and throw all these morbid ideas to the wind. If you do not,' added Graham, raising a threatening finger, 'I shall write out a certificate for the transfer of the cleverest bishop in England to a lunatic asylum.' 'Well, well, I won't risk that,' said the bishop, smiling. 'George shall come back at once. "And all will be gas and gaiters," to quote the immortal Boz. Good day, bishop. I have prescribed your medicine. See that you take it.' 'You are a tonic in yourself, Graham.' 'All men of sense are, Pendle. They are the salt of the earth, the oxygen in the moral atmosphere. If it wasn't for my common sense, bishop,' said the doctor, with a twinkle, 'I believe I should be weak enough to come and hear you preach.' Dr Pendle laughed. 'I am afraid the age of miracles is past, my friend. As a bishop I should reprove, but as a good, sensible fellow you'll take my advice. Well, well, bishop, I have had more obstinate patients than my college chum. Good day, good day,' and the little doctor skipped out of the library with a gay look and a merry nod, leaving the bishop relieved and smiling, and devoutly thankful for the solution of his life's riddle. At that moment the noble verse of the psalmist was in his mind and upon his lips: 'God is our refuge and our strength, a very present help in trouble.' Bishop Pendle was proving the truth of that text. So the exiled lover was permitted to return to Beorminster, and very pleased he was to find himself once more in the vicinity of his beloved. After congratulating the bishop on his recovered cheerfulness and placidity, George brought forward the name of Mab, and was pleased to find that his father was by no means so opposed to the match as formerly. Dr Pendle admitted again that Mab was a singularly charming young lady, and that his son might do worse than marry her. Late events had humbled the bishop's pride considerably, and the knowledge that George was nameless induced him to consider Miss Arden more favourably as a wife for the young man. She was at least a lady, and not a barmaid like Bell Mosk, so the painful fact of Gabriel settling his heart so low made George's superior choice quite a brilliant match in comparison. On these grounds the bishop intimated to Captain Pendle that, on consideration, he was disposed to overlook the rumours about Miss Arden's disreputable father, and accept her as a daughter-in-law. It was with this joyful news that George, glowing and eager, as a lover should be, made his appearance the next morning at the Jenny Wren house. 'Thank God, the bishop is reasonable,' cried Miss Whichello, when George explained the new position. 'I knew that Mab would gain his heart in the end.' 'She gained mine in the beginning,' said Captain George, fondly, 'and that, after all, is the principal thing.' 'What, your own heart, egotist? Does mine, then, count for nothing?' 'Oh!' said George, slipping his arm around her waist, 'if we begin on that subject, my litany will be as long as the Athanasian Creed, and quite as devout.' 'Captain Pendle!' exclaimed Miss Whichello, scandalised both by embrace and speech, both rather trying to a religious spinster. 'Miss Whichello,' mimicked the gay lover, 'am I not to be received into the family under the name of George?' 'That depends on your behaviour, Captain Pendle. But I am both pleased and relieved that the bishop consents to the marriage.' 'Aunty!' cried Mab, reddening a trifle, 'don't talk as though it were a favour. I do not look upon myself as worthless by any means.' 'Worthless!' echoed George, gaily. 'Then is gold mere dross, and diamonds but pebbles. You are the beauty of the universe, my darling, and I your lowest slave.' He threw himself at her feet. 'Set your pretty foot on my neck, my queen.' 'Captain Pendle,' said Miss Whichello, striving to stifle a laugh, 'if you don't get up and behave properly I shall leave the room.' 'If you do, aunty, he will get worse,' smiled Mab, ruffling what the barber had left of her lover's hair. 'Get up at once, you mad Romeo.' George rose obediently and dusted his knees. 'Juliet, I obey,' said he, tragically. 'But no, you are not Juliet of the garden. You are Cleopatra, Semiramis, the most imperious and queenly of women. Where did you get your rich Eastern beauty from, Mab? What are you, an Arabian princess, doing in our cold grey West? You are like some dark browed queen, a daughter of Bohemia, a Romany sorceress.' Mab laughed, but Miss Whichello heaved a quick, impatient sigh, as though these Eastern comparisons annoyed her. George was unconsciously making remarks which cut her to the heart, and, almost unable to control her feelings, she muttered some excuse and glided hastily from the room. With the inherent selfishness of love, neither George nor Mab paid any attention to her emotion or departure, but whispered and smiled and caressed one another, well pleased at their sweet solitude. George spent one golden hour in paradise, then unwillingly tore himself away. Only Shakespeare could have done justice to the passion of their parting. Kisses and sighs, last looks, final hand clasps, and then George in the sunshine of the square, with Mab waving her handkerchief from the open casement. But alas! workaday prose always succeeds Arcadian rhyme, and with the sinking sun dies the glory of the day. With his mind hanging betwixt a mental heaven and earth, after the similitude of Mahomet's coffin, George walked slowly down the street, until he was brought like a shot eagle to the ground by a touch on the shoulder. Now, as there is nothing more annoying than such a bailiff's salute, George wheeled round with some vigorous language on the tip of his tongue, but did not use it when he found himself facing Sir Harry Brace. "Oh, it's you," said Captain Pendle lamely. "Well, with your experience, you should know better than to pull up a fellow unawares." "Oh, you talk in riddles, my good George," said Harry, staring, as well he might, at this not very coherent speech. "I have just left Miss Arden," explained George, quite unabashed, for he did not care if the whole world knew of his love. "Oh! I beg your pardon, I understand," replied Brace, with a broad smile. "But you must excuse me, old chap. I am out of practice lately, you see. My love, she is in Germany, as the old song says. I wish to speak with you." "All right. Where shall we go?" "To the club. I must see you privately." The Beorminster Club was just a short distance down the street, so George followed Harry into its hospitable portals, and finally accepted a comfortable chair in the smoking room, which, luckily for the purpose of Brace, was empty at that hour. The two young men each ordered a cool hock and soda, and lighted two very excellent cigarettes, which came out of the pocket of extravagant George. Then they began to talk, and Harry opened the conversation with a question. "George," he said, with a serious look on his usually merry face, "were you on Southberry Heath on the night that poor devil was murdered?" "Oh, yes," replied Captain Pendle, with some wonder at the question. "I rode over to the gipsy camp to buy a particular ring from Mother Jael." "For Miss Arden, I suppose?" "Yes, I wished a necromantic symbol of our engagement." "Did you hear or see anything of the murder?" "Good Lord, no!" cried the startled George, sitting up straight. "I should have been at the inquest had I seen the act, or even heard the shot." "Did you carry a pistol with you on that night?" "As I wasn't riding through Central Africa, I did not. What is the meaning of these mysterious questions?" Brace answered this question by slipping his hand into his breast pocket, and producing therefrom a neat little pistol, toy like, but deadly enough in the hand of a good marksman. "Is this yours?" he asked, holding it out for Captain Pendle's inspection. "Certainly it is," said George, handling the weapon. "Here are my initials on the butt. Where did you get this?" "It was found by Mother Jael near the spot where Jentham was murdered." Captain Pendle clapped down the pistol on the table with an ejaculation of amazement. "Was he shot with this, Harry?" "Without doubt," replied Brace, gravely. "Therefore, as it is your property, I wish to know how it came to be used for that purpose." "Great Scott, Brace! You don't think that I killed the blackguard?" "I think nothing so ridiculous," protested Sir Harry, testily. "You talk as if you did, though," retorted George, smartly. "I thrashed that Jentham beast for insulting Mab, but I didn't shoot him." "But the pistol is yours." "I admit that, but good Lord!" cried Captain Pendle, starting to his feet. "What now?" asked Brace, turning pale and cold on the instant. "Gabriel, Gabriel, I gave this pistol to him." You gave this pistol to Gabriel? When? Where?' 'In London,' explained George, rapidly. 'When he was in Whitechapel I knew that he went among a lot of roughs and thieves, so I insisted that he should carry this pistol for his protection. He was unwilling to do so at first, but in the end I persuaded him to slip it into his pocket. I have not seen it from that day to this.' 'And it was found near Jentham's corpse,' said Brace, with a groan. The two young men looked at one another in horrified silence, the same thought in the mind of each. The pistol had been in the possession of Gabriel, and Gabriel on the night of the murder had been in the vicinity of the crime. It's impossible,' whispered George, almost inaudibly. 'Gabriel can explain.' 'Gabriel must explain,' said Brace, firmly. 'It is a matter of life and death.' Chapter 33 of The Bishop's Secret by Fergus HUME. Chapter 33 Mr Baltic explains himself. It was Miss Whichello who, on the statement of Mrs Pansey as reported by Mr Cargrim, had told George of his brother's presence on Southberry Heath at the time of Jentham's murder. She had casually mentioned the fact during an idle conversation, but never for one moment had she dreamed of connecting Gabriel with so atrocious a crime. Nor, indeed, did Captain Pendle, until the fact was rudely and unexpectedly brought home to him by the production of the pistol. Nevertheless, despite this material evidence, he vehemently refused to credit that so gentle a being as Gabriel had slain a fellow creature deliberately and in cold blood, particularly as on the face of it no reason could be assigned for so hazardous an act. The curate, in his loyal brother's opinion, was neither a vindictive fool nor an aimless murderer. With this latter opinion Sir Harry very heartily agreed. He had the highest respect for Gabriel as a man and a priest, and could not believe that he had wantonly committed a brutal crime, so repulsive to his benign nature, so contrary to the purity and teachings of his life. He was quite pleased that the young man both could and would explain how the pistol had passed out of his possession, but he did not seek the explanation himself. Baltic, previous to his departure for London, had made Brace promise to question Captain Pendle about the pistol, and report to him the result of such conversation. Now that the pistol was proved to have been in the keeping of Gabriel, the baronet knew very well that Baltic would prefer to question so important a witness himself. Therefore, while waiting for the agent's return, he not only himself refrained from seeing Gabriel, but persuaded George not to do so. 'Your questions will only do more harm than good,' expostulated Brace, 'as you have neither the trained capacity nor the experience to examine into the matter. Baltic returns to morrow, and as I have every faith in his judgment and discretion, it will be much better to let him handle it.' 'Who is this Baltic you talk of so much?' asked the captain, impatiently. 'He is a private inquiry agent who is trying to discover the man who killed Jentham.' 'On behalf of Tinkler, I suppose?' 'He is working with Tinkler in the matter,' replied Brace, evasively, for he did not want to inform George, the rash and fiery, of his father's peril and Cargrim's treachery. 'Baltic is a London detective, no doubt?' 'Yes. His brains are more equal than Tinkler's to the task of solving the riddle.' 'He won't arrest Gabriel, I hope?' said George, anxiously. 'Not unless he is absolutely certain that Gabriel committed the crime; and I am satisfied that he will never arrive at that certainty.' 'I should think not!' cried Captain Pendle, with disdain. 'Gabriel, poor boy, would not kill a fly, let alone a man. Still, these legal bloodhounds are coarse and unscrupulous.' 'Baltic is not, George. He is quite a new type of detective, and works rather from a religious than a judicial point of view.' 'I never heard of a religious detective before,' remarked George, scornfully. 'Nor I. It is a new departure, and I am not sure but that it is a good one, incongruous as it may seem.' 'Is the man a hypocrite?' 'By no means. He is thoroughly in earnest. Here, in public, he calls himself a missionary.' 'Oh! oh! The wolf in the skin of a sheep.' 'Not at all. The man is well, it is no use my explaining, as you will see him shortly, and then can judge for yourself. But if you will take my advice, George, you will let Baltic figure the matter out on his own slate, as the Americans say. Don't mention his name or actual business to anyone. Believe me, I know what I am talking about.' 'Very well,' grumbled George, convinced by Harry's earnestness, but by no means pleased to be condemned to an interval of ignorance and inactivity. 'I shall hold my tongue and close my eyes. But you agree with me that Gabriel did not kill the brute?' 'Of course. From the first I never had any doubt on that score.' Here, for the time being, the conversation ended, and George went his way to play the part of a careless onlooker. But for his promise he would have warned Gabriel of the danger which threatened him, and probably have complicated matters by premature anger. Luckily for all things, his faith in Brace's good sense was strong enough to deter him from so rash and headlong a course. Therefore, at home and abroad, he assumed a gaiety he did not feel. So here in the episcopalian palace of Beorminster were three people, each one masking his real feelings in intercourse with the others. The bishop, his son, and his scheming chaplain were actors in a comedy of life, which, in the opinion of the last, might easily end up as a tragedy. No wonder their behaviour was constrained; no wonder they avoided one another. They were as men living over a powder magazine which the least spark would explode with thunderous noise and damaging effect. Baltic was the Deus Ex Machina to strike the spark for ignition, but he seemed in no hurry to do so. Punctual to his promise, he returned to Beorminster and heard Sir Harry's report about the pistol with grave attention. Without venturing an opinion for or against the curate, he asked Sir Harry to preserve a strict silence until such time as he gave him leave to speak, and afterwards took his way to Gabriel's lodgings in the lower part of the town. There he was fortunate enough to find young Pendle within doors, and after a lengthy interview with him on matters connected with the crime, he again sought the baronet. A detailed explanation to that gentleman resulted in a visit of both to Sir Harry's bank, and an interesting conversation with its manager. When Brace and Baltic finally found themselves on the pavement, the face of the first wore an expression of exultation, while the latter, in his reticent way, looked soberly satisfied. Both had every reason for these signs of triumph, for they had touched the highest pinnacle of success. 'I suppose there can be no doubt about it, Baltic?' 'None whatever, Sir Harry. Every link in the chain of evidence is complete.' 'You are a wonderful man, Baltic. You have scored off that fool of a Tinkler in a very neat way.' 'The inspector is no fool in his own sphere, sir,' reproved the serious ex sailor, 'but this case happened to be beyond it.' 'And beyond him also,' chuckled the baronet. 'There's no denying that, Sir Harry. However, the man is useful in his own place, and having done my part, I shall now ask him to do his.' 'What is his task, eh?' 'To procure a warrant on my evidence. The man must be arrested this afternoon.' 'And then, Baltic?' 'Then, sir,' said the man solemnly, 'I shall be no longer an agent but a missionary, and in my own poor way I shall strive to bring him to repentance.' 'After bringing him to the gallows? A queer way of inducing good, Baltic.' 'Whoso loseth all gaineth all,' quoted Baltic, in all earnestness. 'My mission is not to destroy souls, but to save them.' 'Humph! You destroy the material part for the salvation of the spiritual. A man called Torquemada conducted his religious crusade in the same way some hundreds of years ago, and has been cursed for his system by humanity ever since. Your morality, or rather I should say your religiosity, is beyond me, Baltic." "Magnas veritas et praevalebit," misquoted Baltic solemnly, and, touching his hat roughly, turned away to finish the work he felt himself called upon by his religious convictions to execute. Harry looked after him with a satirical smile. "You filched that morsel of dog Latin out of the end of the English dictionary, my friend," he thought, "and your untutored mind does not apply it with particular relevancy. But I see that, like all fanatics, you distort texts and sayings into fitting your own peculiar views. Well, well, the ends you aim at are right enough, no doubt, but your method of reaching them is as queer a one as ever came under my notice. Go your ways, Torquemada Baltic. There are the germs of a mighty intolerant sect in your kind of teaching, I fear," and in his turn Sir Harry went about his own affairs. Inspector Tinkler, more purple-faced and important than ever, sat in his private office, twirling his thumbs and nodding his head for lack of business on which to employ his mighty mind. The afternoon, by some freak of the sun which had to do with his solar majesty's unusual spotty complexion, was exceptionally hot for a late September day, and the heat made Mr Inspector drowsy and indolent. He might have fallen into the condition of an official sleeping beauty, but that a sharp knock at the door roused him sufficiently to bid the knocker enter, whereupon a well-fed policeman presented himself with the information, delivered in a sleepy, beefy voice, that Mr Baltic wished to see Mr Tinkler. The name acted like a douche of ice water on the inspector, and he sharply ordered the visitor to be admitted at once. In another minute Baltic was in the office, saluting the head of the Beorminster police in his usual grave style. "Ha, Mr Baltic, sir," rasped out Tinkler, in his parade voice, "I am glad to see you. There is a seat, and here am I, both at your service." "Thank you, Mr Inspector," said Baltic, and taking a seat, carefully covered his knees with the red bandana, and adjusted his straw hat on top of it, according to custom. "Well, sir, well," grunted Mr Inspector pompously, "and how does your little affair get on?" "It has got on so far, sir, that I have come to ask you for a warrant of arrest." "By George! What? Have you found him?" roared Tinkler, starting back with an incredulous look. "I have discovered the man who murdered Jentham. Yes." "Good!" snapped Tinkler, trying to conceal his amazement by a reversion to his abrupt military manner. "His name?" "I'll tell you that when I have related my evidence incriminating him. It is as well to be orderly, Mr Inspector." "Certainly, Mr Baltic, sir. Order is at the base of all discipline." "I should rather say that discipline is the basis of order," returned Baltic, with a dry smile. "However, we can discuss that question later. At present I shall detail my evidence against" Mr Inspector leaned eagerly forward "against the man who killed Jentham." Mr Inspector threw himself back with a disappointed snort. "'Tention!" threw out Tinkler, and arranged pen and ink and paper to take notes. "Now, Mr Baltic, sir." "My knowledge of the man Jentham," droned Baltic, in his monotonous voice, "begins at the moment I was informed by Mr Cargrim that he called at the palace to see Bishop Pendle a few days before he met with his violent end. It would appear, although of this I am not absolutely certain, that the bishop knew Jentham when he occupied a more respectable position and answered to another name. Memorandum," wrote down Tinkler, "to inquire if his lordship can supply information regarding the past of the so-called Jentham." "The bishop," continued the narrator, with a covert smile at Tinkler's unnecessary scribbling, "was apparently sorry to see an old friend in a homeless and penniless condition, for to help him on in the world he gave him the sum of £200. "That," declared Tinkler, throwing down his pen, "is charity gone mad, if
he emphasised the word, "if, mark me, it is true." "If it were not true I should not state it," rejoined Baltic, gravely. "As a Christian I have a great regard for the truth. Bishop Pendle drew that sum out of his London account in 20 ten-pound notes. I have the numbers of those notes, and I traced several to the possession of the assassin, who must have taken them from the corpse. On these grounds, Mr Inspector, I assert that Dr Pendle gave Jentham £200. Tinkler again took up his pen. "Memo," he set down, "to ask his lordship if he helped the so called Jentham with money. If so, how much?" "As you know," resumed Baltic, with deliberation, "Jentham was shot through the heart, but the pistol could not be found. It is now in my possession, and I obtained it from Mother Jael." "What! Did she kill the poor devil?" "I have already said that the murderer is a man, Mr Inspector. Mother Jael knows nothing about the crime, save that she heard the shot and afterwards picked up the pistol near the corpse. I obtained it from her with considerable ease." "By threatening her with the warrant I gave you, no doubt." Baltic shook his head. "I made no mention of the warrant, nor did I produce it," he replied, "but I happen to know something of the Romany tongue, and be what the Spaniards call aficionado to the gipsies. When Mother Jael was convinced that I was a brother of tent and road, she gave me the pistol without ado. It is best to work by kindness, Mr Inspector." "We can't all be gipsies, Mr Baltic, sir. Proceed. What about the pistol?" "The pistol," continued Baltic, passing over the envious sneer, "had a silver plate on the butt, inscribed with the letters G.P. I did not know if the weapon belonged to Bishop George Pendle, Captain George Pendle, or Mr Gabriel Pendle." Inspector Tinkler looked up, aghast. "By Jupiter, sir, you don't mean to tell me that you suspected the bishop? Damme, Mr Baltic, how dare you?" Now, the missionary was not going to confide in this official thickhead regarding Cargrim's suspicions of the bishop, which had led him to connect the pistol with the prelate, so he evaded the difficulty by explaining that as the lent money was a link between the bishop and Jentham, and the initials on the pistol were those of his lordship, he naturally fancied that the weapon belonged to Dr Pendle, although I will not go so far as to say that I suspected him," finished Baltic smoothly. "I should think not," growled Tinkler wrathfully. "Bishops don't murder tramps in England, whatever they may do in the South Seas." And he made a third note, "Memo. To ask his lordship if he lost a pistol." "As Captain George Pendle is a soldier, Mr Inspector, I fancied, on the testimony of the initials, that the pistol might belong to him. On putting the question to him, it appeared that the weapon was his property." "The devil!" "But that he had lent it to Mr Gabriel Pendle to protect himself from roughs when that young gentleman was a curate in Whitechapel, London." "Well, I'm blessed!" ejaculated Tinkler, with staring eyes. "So Mr Gabriel killed Jentham?" "Don't jump to conclusions, Mr Inspector. Gabriel Pendle is innocent. I never thought that he was guilty, but I fancied that he might supply links in the chain of evidence to trace the real murderer. Of course, you know that Mr Gabriel lately went to Germany?" "Yes, I know that." "Very good. As the initials G.P. also stood for Gabriel Pendle, I was not at all sure but what the pistol might be his. For the moment I assumed that it was, that he had shot Jentham, and that the stolen money had been used by him." "But you hadn't the shadow of a proof, Mr Baltic." "I had the pistol with the initials," retorted the missionary. "But, as I said, I never suspected Mr Gabriel. I only assumed his guilt for the moment to enable me to trace the actual criminal. To make a long story short, Mr Inspector, I went up to London and called at Cook's office.
There I discovered that Mr Gabriel had paid for his ticket with a £10 note. That note,' added Baltic impressively, 'was one of those given by the bishop to Jentham and stolen by the assassin from the body of his victim. I knew it by the number.' Tinkler thumped the desk with his hand in a state of uncontrolled excitement. 'Then Mr Gabriel must be guilty,' he declared in his most stentorian voice. 'Hush, if you please,' said Baltic, with a glance at the door. 'There is no need to let your subordinates know what is not true.' 'What is not true, sir?' 'Precisely. I questioned Mr Gabriel on my return, and learned that he had changed a £20 note at the Derby Winner prior to his departure for Germany. Mosk, the landlord, gave him the 10 I traced to Cook's and 2 5s. Hush, please. Mr Gabriel also told me that he had lent the pistol to Mosk to protect himself from tramps when riding to and from Southberry. So ' 'I see,' roared Tinkler, purple with excitement. 'Mosk is the guilty man.' 'Quite so,' rejoined Baltic, unmoved. 'You have hit upon the right man at last.' 'So Bill Mosk shot Jentham. Oh, Lord! Damme! Why?' 'Don't swear, Mr Inspector, and I'll tell you. Mosk committed the murder to get the £200. I suspected Mosk almost from the beginning. The man was almost always drunk and frequently in tears. I found out while at the Derby Winner that he could not pay his rent shortly before Jentham's murder. After the crime I learned from Sir Harry Brace, the landlord, that Mosk had paid his rent. When Mr Gabriel told me about the lending of the pistol and the changing of the note, I went to Sir Harry's bank, and there, Mr Inspector, I discovered that the bank notes with which he paid his rent were those given by the bishop to Jentham. On that evidence, on the evidence of the pistol, on the evidence that Mosk was absent at Southberry on the night of the murder, I ask you to obtain a warrant and arrest the man this afternoon.' 'I shall see a magistrate about it at once,' fussed Tinkler, tearing up his now useless memoranda. 'Bill Mosk! Damme! Bill Mosk! I never should have thought a drunken hound like him would have the pluck to do it. Hang me if I did.' 'I don't call it pluck to shoot an unarmed man, Mr Inspector. It is rather the act of a coward.' 'Coward or not, he must swing for it,' growled Tinkler. 'Mr Baltic, sir, I am proud of you. You have done what I could not do myself. Take my hand and my thanks, sir. Become a detective, sir, and learn our trade. When you know our business you will do wonders, sir, wonders.' In the same patronising way a rushlight might have congratulated the sun on his illuminating powers and have advised him to become a penny candle. Chapter 34 of The Bishop's Secret by Fergus HUME. Chapter 34 The Wages of Sin. While the wickedness and fate of Mosk were being discussed and settled in Inspector Tinkler's office, Bishop Pendle was meditating on a very important subject, important both to his domestic circle and to the wider claims of his exalted position. This was none other than a consideration of Gabriel's engagement to the hotel keeper's daughter, and an argument with himself as to whether or no he should consent to so obvious a mésalliance. The bishop was essentially a fair dealer, and not the man to do things by halves. Therefore it occurred to him that, as he had consented to George's marriage with Mab, he was bound in all honour to deliberate on the position of his youngest son with regard to Miss Mosk. To use a homely but forcible proverb, it was scarcely just to make beef of one and mutton of the other. the more especially as Gabriel had behaved extremely well in relation to his knowledge of his parents' painful position and his own nameless condition. Some sons so placed would have regarded themselves as absolved from all filial ties, but Gabriel, with true honour and true affection, never dreamed of acting in so heartless a manner. On the contrary, he clung the closer to his unhappy father, and gave him, as formerly, both obedience and filial love. Such honourable conduct, such tender kindness, deserved to be rewarded, and, as the bishop determined, rewarded it should be in the only way left to him. Having arrived at this liberal conclusion, Dr Pendle decided to make himself personally known to Bell, and see with his own eyes the reported beauty which had captivated Gabriel. Also, he wished to judge for himself as to the girl's clever mind and modesty and common sense, all of which natural gifts Gabriel had represented her as possessing in no ordinary degree. Therefore, on the very afternoon when trouble was brewing against Mosk in the Beorminster police office, the Bishop of the See took his way to the Derby Winner. The sight of Dr Pendle in the narrow streets of the old town fluttered the slatternly dwellers therein not a little, and the majority of the women whisked indoors in mortal terror lest they should be reproved ex cathedra for their untidy looks and unswept doorsteps. It was like the descent of an Olympian god, and awe-struck mortals fled swift-footed from the glory of his presence. To use a vigorous American phrase, they made themselves scarce. The good bishop was amused and rather amazed by this universal scattering, for it was his wish to be loved rather than feared. He was in a decidedly benign frame of mind, as on that very morning he had received a letter from his wife, stating that she was coming home within a few days, much benefited by the Nauheim baths. This latter piece of intelligence particularly pleased the bishop, as he judged thereby that his wife would be better able to endure the news of her first husband's untimely reappearance. Dr Pendle was anxious that she should know all at once, so that he could marry her again as speedily as possible, and thereby put an end to an uncomfortable and dangerous state of things. Thus reflecting and thus deciding, the bishop descended the stony street in his usual stately manner, and even patted the heads of one or two stray urchins, who smiled in his face with all the confidence of childhood. Afterwards, the mothers of these especial children were offensively proud at this episcopal blessing, and had words with less fortunate mothers in consequence. Out of such slight events can dissensions arise. As Dr Pendle neared the Derby Winner, he was unlucky enough to encounter Mrs Pansey, who was that afternoon harassing the neighbourhood with one of her parochial visitations. She carried a black bag stuffed with bundles of badly printed, badly written tracts, and was distributing this dry fodder as food for Christian souls, along with a quantity of advice and reproof. The men swore, the women wept, the children scrambled out of the way, when Mrs Pansey swooped down like a black vulture; and when the bishop chanced upon her, he looked round as though he wished to follow the grateful example of the vanishing population. But Mrs Pansey gave him no chance. She blocked the way, spread out her hands to signify pleasure, and without greeting the bishop, bellowed out in pretty loud tones, "At last, at last, and not before you are needed, Dr Pendle." "Am I needed?" asked the mystified bishop mildly. "The Derby Winner," was all that Mrs Pansey vouchsafed in the way of an explanation, and cast a glance over her shoulder at the public house. "The Derby Winner," repeated Dr Pendle, reddening, as he wondered if this busybody guessed his errand. "I am now on my way there." "I am glad to hear of it, bishop," said Mrs Pansey, with a toss of her plumed bonnet. How often I asked you to personally examine into the drinking and gambling and loose pleasures which make it a Jericho of sin. Yes, yes, I remember you said something about it when you were at the palace. Said something about it, my lord. I said everything about it. But now that you will see it for yourself, I trust you will ask Sir Harry Brace to shut it up." "Dear, dear," said the bishop nervously, "that is an extreme measure." "An extreme necessity, rather," retorted Mrs Pansey, wagging an admonitory finger. "Do not compound with shameless sin, bishop. The house is a regular upas tree. It makes the men drunkards," Mrs Pansey raised her voice so that the whole neighbourhood might hear, "the women sluts," there was an angry murmur from the houses at this term, "and the children, the children," Mrs Pansey seized a passing brat, "look at this image of the Creator," and she offered the now weeping child as an illustration. Before Dr Pendle could say a word, the door of a near house was flung violently open, and a blowsy, red-faced young woman pounced out, all on fire for a fight. She tore the small sinner from the grasp of Mrs Pansey, and began to scold vigorously. "Ho, indeed, mum! Ho, indeed! And would you be pleased to repeat what you're talking of behind ladies' backs?" "Mrs Trumbly, the bishop woman—" "No more a woman than yourself, mum, and begging his lordship's parding, I 'opes as he'll tell widders as ain't been mothers not to poke their stuck-up noses into what they knows nothing of." By this time a crowd was collecting, and evinced lively signs of pleasure at the prospect of seeing the Bishop of Beorminster as umpire in a street row. But the bishop had heard quite enough of the affray, and without mincing matters fled as quickly as his dignity would permit towards the friendly shelter of the Derby winner, leaving Mesdames Pansey and Trumbly in the thick of a wordy war. The first named lady held her own for some considerable time, until routed by her antagonist's superior knowledge of Billingsgate. Then it appeared very plainly that for once she had met with her match, and she hastily abandoned the field, pursued by a storm of highly coloured abuse from the irate Mrs Trumbly. It was many a long day before Mrs Pansey ventured into that neighbourhood again, and she ever afterwards referred to it in terms which a rigid Calvinist usually applies to papal Rome. As for Mrs Trumbly herself, the archdeacon's widow said the whole commination service over her with heartfelt and prayerful earnestness. Bell flushed and whitened, and stammered and trembled when she beheld the imposing figure of the bishop standing in the dark, narrow passage. To her he was a far removed deity throned upon inaccessible heights, awesome and powerful, to be propitiated with humbleness and prayer; and the mere sight of him in her immediate neighbourhood brought her heart into her mouth. For once she lost her nonchalant demeanour, her free and easy speech, and stood nervously silent before him, with hanging head and reddened cheeks. Fortunately for her, she was dressed that day in a quiet and well-fitting frock of blue serge, and wore less than her usual number of jingling brassy ornaments. The bishop, who had an eye for a comely figure and a pretty face, approved of her looks, but he was clever enough to see that, however painted and shaped, she was made of very common clay, and would never be able to take her place amongst the porcelain maidens to whom Gabriel was accustomed. Still, she seemed modest and shy, as a maid should be, and Dr Pendle looked on her kindly and encouragingly. "You are Miss Mosk, are you not?" he asked, raising his hat. "Yes, my lord," faltered Bell, not daring to raise her eyes above the bishop's gaiters. "I am Bell Mosk." "In that case I should like some conversation with you. Can you take me to a more private place?" "The little parlour, my lord. This way, please," and Bell, reassured by her visitor's kindly manner, conducted him into her father's private snuggery at the back of the bar. Here she placed a chair for the bishop, and waited anxiously to hear if he came to scold or praise. Dr Pendle came to the point at once. "I presume you know who I am, Miss Mosk?" he said quietly. "Oh, yes, sir. The Bishop of Beorminster." "Quite so. But I am here less as the bishop than as Gabriel's father." "Yes," whispered Bell, and stole a frightened look at the speaker's face. "There is no need to be alarmed," said Dr Pendle encouragingly. "I do not come here to scold you." "Oh, I hope not, my lord," said Miss Mosk, recovering herself a trifle, "as I have done nothing to be scolded for. If I am in love with Gabriel and he with me, 'tis only human nature, and as such can't be run down." "That entirely depends upon the point of view which is taken," observed the bishop mildly. "For instance, I have a right to be annoyed that my son should engage himself to you without consulting me." Bell produced a foolish little lace handkerchief. "Of course, I know I ain't a lady, sir," said she tearfully, "but I do love Gabriel, and I'm sure I'll do my best to make him happy." "I do not doubt that, Miss Mosk. But are you sure that you are wise in marrying out of your sphere?" "King Cophetua loved a beggar maid, my lord, and the Lord of Burleigh married a village girl," said Bell, who knew her Tennyson, "and I'm sure I'm as good as both lots." "Certainly," assented the bishop dryly. "But if I remember rightly, the Lord of Burleigh's bride sank under her burden of honours." Bell tossed her head in spite of the bishop's presence. "Oh, she had no backbone, not a bit. I've got heaps more sense than she had. But you mustn't think I want to run after gentlemen, sir. I have had plenty of offers, and I can get more if I want to. Gabriel has only to say the word and the engagement is off." "Indeed, I think that would be the wiser course," replied the bishop, who wondered more and more what Gabriel could see in this commonplace beauty attractive to his refined nature. "But I know that my son loves you dearly, and I wish to see him happy." "I hope you don't think I want to make him miserable, sir," cried Bell, her colour and temper rising. "Oh, no, Miss Mosk. But a matter like this requires reflection and consideration." "We have reflected, my lord. Gabriel and me's going to marry." "Indeed! Will you not ask my consent?" "I ask it now, sir, I'm sure," said Bell, again becoming tearful. "This ain't my idea of love making, to be badgered into saying I'm not good enough for him. If he's a man, let him marry me. If he's a worm, he needn't. I've no call to go begging. No, indeed." The bishop began to feel somewhat embarrassed, for Miss Mosk applied every word to herself in so personal a way that whatever he said constituted a ground of offence, and he scarcely knew upon what lines to conduct so delicate a conversation. Also the girl was crying, and her tears made Dr Pendle fear that he was exercising his superiority in a brutal manner. Fortunately the conversation was brought abruptly to an end, for while the bishop was casting about how to resume it, the door opened softly and Mr Mosk presented himself. "Father!" cried Bell in anything but pleased tones. "My gal!" replied Mosk with husky tenderness, and in tears. "What have you been saying to her, sir?" he added with a ferocious glance at Pendle. "Hush, father, 'tis his lordship, the bishop." "I knowed the bishop's looks afore you was born, my gal," said Mosk playfully, "and it's proud I am to see him under my humble roof. Lor', here's a happy family meeting." "I think," said the bishop, with a glance at Mosk to assure himself that the man was sober, "I think, Miss Mosk, that it is advisable your father and myself should have a few words in private." "I don't want father to interfere," began Bell, when her parent gripped her arm, and cutting her short with a scowl, conducted her to the door. "Don't you get my back up," he whispered savagely, "or you'll be cussedly sorry for yourself and every one else. Go to your mother." "But, father, I——" "Go to your mother, I tell 'ee." growled the man, whereupon Bell, seeing that her father was in a soberly brutal state, which was much more dangerous than his usual drunken condition, hastily left the room and closed the door after her. "And now, my lord," continued Mosk, returning to the bishop, "just look at me." Dr Pendle did so, but it was not a pretty object he contemplated, for the man was untidy, unwashed, and frowsy in looks. He was red-eyed and white-faced, but perfectly sober, although there was every appearance about him of having only lately recovered from a prolonged debauch. Consequently, his temper was morose and uncertain, and the bishop, having a respect for the dignity of his position and cloth, felt uneasy at the prospect of a quarrel with this degraded creature. But Dr Pendle's spirit was not one to fail him in such an emergency, and he surveyed Mr. Caliban in a cool and leisurely manner. "I'm a father, I am," continued Mosk defiantly, "and as good a father as you. My gal's going to marry your son. Now, my lord, what have you to say to that?" "Moderate your tone, my man," said the bishop imperiously. "A conversation conducted in this manner can hardly be productive of good results either to yourself or to your daughter." "I don't mean any 'arm," replied Mosk, rather cowed, "but I mean to have my rights, I do." "Your rights? What do you mean?" "My rights as a father," explained the man sulkily. "Your son's been running arter my girl and lorn of her good name." "Hold your tongue, sir. Mr. Pendle's intentions with regard to Miss Mosk are most honourable." "They'd better be," threatened the other, "or I'll know how to make 'em so. Ah, that I shall." "You talk idly, man," said the bishop coldly. "I talk what'll do, my lord. Who's your son, anyhow? My gal's as good as he, and a sight better. She's born on the right side of the blanket, she is. There now." A qualm as of a deadly sickness seized Dr Pendle, and he started from his chair with a pale face and a startled eye. "What do you mean, man?" he asked again. Mosk laughed scornfully, and lugging a packet of papers out of his pocket, flung it on the table. "Ha, that's what I mean," said he. "Certificate, letters, story. Your wife ain't your wife. Gabriel's only Gabriel, and not Pendle at all." "Certificate, letters," gasped the bishop, snatching them up. "You got these from Jentham." "That I did. He left 'em with me before he went out to meet you." "You murderer!" "Murderer! Hallo!" cried Mosk, recoiling, pale and startled. "Murderer!" repeated Dr Pendle. "Jentham showed these to me on the common. You must have taken them from his dead body. You are the man who shot him." "It's a lie," whispered Mosk, with pale lips shrinking back. "And if I did, you daren't tell. I know your secret." "Secret or not, you shall suffer for your crime," cried the bishop, with a stride towards the door. "Stand back. It's a lie. I'm desperate. I didn't kill. 'Ark!" There was a noise outside which terrified the guilty conscience of the murderer. He did not know that the officers of justice were at the door, nor did the bishop, but the unexpected sound turned their blood to water and made their hearts, the innocent and the guilty, knock at their ribs. A sharp knock came at the door. "Help!" cried the bishop. "The murderer!" and he sprang forward to throw himself on the shaking, shambling wretch. Mosk eluded him, but uttered a squeaking cry like the shriek of a hunted hare in the jaws of the greyhound. The next instant the room seemed to swarm with men, and the bishop, as in a dream, heard the merciless formula of the law pronounced by Tinkler: "In the name of the Queen, I arrest you, William Mosk, on a charge of murder." Chapter 35 of The Bishop's Secret by Fergus HUME. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. CHAPTER XXXV THE HONOUR OF Gabriel. Great as had been the popular excitement over Jentham's death, it was almost mild compared with that which swept through Beorminster when his murderer was discovered and arrested. No one had ever thought of connecting Mosk with the crime, and even on his seizure by warrant many declined to believe in his guilt. Nevertheless, when the man was brought before the magistrates, the evidence adduced against him by Baltic was so strong and clear and irrefutable that, without a dissenting word from the bench, the prisoner was committed to stand his trial at the ensuing assizes. Mosk made no defence; he did not even offer a remark; but, accepting his fate with sullen apathy, sunk into a lethargic, unobservant state, out of which nothing and no person could arouse him. His brain appeared to have been stunned by the suddenness of his calamity. Many people expressed surprise that Bishop Pendle should have been present when the man was arrested, and some blamed him for having even gone to the Derby Winner. A disreputable pothouse, they whispered, was not the neighbourhood in which a spiritual lord should be found. But Mrs Pansey, for once on the side of right, soon put a stop to such talk by informing one and all that the bishop had visited the hotel at her request in order to satisfy himself that the reports and scandals about it were true. That Mosk should have been arrested while Dr Pendle was making his inquiries was a pure coincidence, and it was greatly to the bishop's credit that he had helped to secure the murderer. In fact, Mrs Pansey was not very sure but what he had taken the wretch in charge with his own august hands. And the bishop himself? He was glad that Mrs Pansey, to foster her own vanity, had put this complexion on his visit to the hotel, as it did away with any need of a true but uncomfortable explanation. Also, he had carried home with him the packet tossed on the table by Mosk. Therefore, so far as actual proof was concerned, his secret was still his own. But the murderer knew it, for not only were the certificate and letters in the bundle, but there was also a sheet of memoranda set down by Krant, alias Jentham, which proved clearly that the so called Mrs Pendle was really his wife. If I destroy these papers, thought the bishop, all immediate evidence likely to reveal the truth will be done away with. But Mosk knows that Amy is not my wife; that my marriage is illegal; that my children are nameless. Out of revenge for my share in his arrest, he may tell some one the story and reveal the name of the church wherein Amy was married to Krant. Then the register there will disclose my secret to anyone curious enough to search the books. What shall I do? What can I do? I dare not visit Mosk. I dare not ask Graham to see him. There is nothing to be done but to hope for the best. If this miserable man speaks out, I shall be ruined. Dr Pendle quite expected ruin, for he had no hope that a coarse and cruel criminal would be honourable enough to hold his tongue. But this belief, although natural enough, showed how the bishop misjudged the man. From the moment of his arrest, Mosk spoke no ill of Dr Pendle. He hinted at no secret, and to all appearances was quite determined to carry it with him to the scaffold. On the third day of his arrest, however, he roused himself from his sullen silence and asked that young Mr Pendle might be sent for. The governor of the prison, anticipating a confession to be made in due form to a priest, hastily sent for Gabriel. The young man obeyed the summons at once, for, his father having informed him of Mosk's acquaintance with the secret, he was most anxious to learn from the man himself whether he intended to talk or keep silent. It was with a beating heart that Gabriel was ushered into the prison cell. By special permission the interview was allowed to be private, for Mosk positively refused to speak in the presence of a third person. He was sitting on his bed when the parson entered, but looked up with a gleam of joy in his bloodshot eyes when he was left alone with the young man. 'Tis good of you to come and see a poor devil, Mr Pendle," he said in a grateful voice. "You'll be no loser by your kindness, I can tell 'ee." "To whom should a priest come, save to those who need him?" "Stow that," growled Mosk, in a tone of disgust. "If I want religion, I can get more than enough from that Baltic cove. He's never done preachin' and prayin' as if I were a bloomin' heathen. No, Mr Pendle, it ain't as a priest as I ask 'ee to see me, but as a man, as a gentleman." His voice broke. "It's about my poor gal," he whispered. "About Bell?" faltered Gabriel, nervously clasping his hands together. "Yes. I s'pose, sir, you don't think of marryin' her now?" "Mosk! Mosk! Who am I that I should visit your sins on her innocent head?" "Hold 'ard!" cried Mosk, his face lighting up. "Does that Bible speech mean as you're to behave honourable?" "How else did you expect me to behave? Mosk," said Gabriel, laying a slim hand on the man's knee, "after your arrest I went to The Derby Winner. It is shut up, and I was unable to enter, as Bell refused to see me. The shock of your evil deed has made your wife so ill that her life is despaired of. Bell is by her bedside night and day, so this is no time for me to talk of marriage. But I give you my word of honour that, in spite of the disgrace you have brought upon her, Bell shall be my wife." Mosk burst out crying like a child. "Oh, God bless you, Mr Pendle!" he sobbed, catching at Gabriel's hand. "You have lifted a weight off my heart. I don't care if I do swing now. I dare say I deserve to swing, but as long as she's all right my poor gal! It's a sore disgrace to her. And Susan, too. Susan's dying, you say? Well, it's my fault. But if I've sinned, I've got to pay a long price for it." "Alas, alas! The wages of sin is death." "I don't want religion, I tell 'ee," said Mosk, drying his eyes. "I've lived bad, and I'll die bad." "Mosk, Mosk, even at the 11th hour—" "That's all right, Mr Pendle. I know all about the 11th hour, and repentance, and all the rest of the rot. Stow it, sir, and listen. You'll keep true to my gal?" "On the honour of a gentleman. I love her. She is as dear to me now as she ever was." "That's what I expected you to say, sir. You always was a gentleman. Now you 'ark, Mr Pendle. I know all about that mare—" "Don't speak of it," interrupted Gabriel, with a shudder. "I ain't goin' to, sir. His lordship have the papers I took from him as I did for, so no one but yourself and your father knows about 'em. I shan't breathe a word about that crant marriage to a single solitary soul, and when I dies the secret will die with me. You're acting square by my poor gal, sir, so I'm going to act square by you. It ain't for me to cover with shame the name as you going to give my Bell." "Thank you," gasped Gabriel, whose emotion at this promise was so great that he could hardly speak. "Thank you." "I don't need no thanks, sir. You're square and I'm square. So now as I've got that orphan mind, you're better go. I ain't fit company for the likes of you." "Let me say a prayer, Mosk." "No, sir. It's too late to pray for me." Gabriel raised his hand solemnly. "As Christ liveth, it is not too late. Though your sins be as—" "Good bye," interrupted Mosk, and throwing himself on his bed, he turned his face to the wall. Not another word of confession or repentance could Gabriel get him to speak. Nevertheless, the clergyman knelt down on the chill stones and implored God's pardon for this stubborn sinner, whose heart was hardened against the divine grace. Mosk gave no sign of hearing the supplication, but when Gabriel was passing out of the cell, he suddenly rushed forward and kissed his hand. "God in his mercy pity and pardon you, Mosk," said Gabriel, and left the wretched man with his frozen heart shivering under the black, black shadow of the gallows. It was with a sense of relief that the curate found himself once more in the sunshine. As he walked swiftly along towards the palace, to carry the good news to his father, he thanked God in his heart that the shadow of impending disaster had passed away. The incriminating papers were in the right hands. Their secret was known only to himself, to Graham, and to the bishop. When the truth was told to his mother, and her position had been rectified by a second marriage, Gabriel felt that all would be safe. Cargrim knew nothing of the truth, and therefore could do nothing. With the discovery of the actual criminal, all his wicked plans had come to naught, and it only remained for the man he had wronged so deeply to take from him the position of trust which he had so dishonourably abused. As for Gabriel himself, he determined to marry Bell Mosk, as he had promised her miserable father, and to sail with his wife for the mission fields of the South Seas. There they could begin a new life, and, happy in one another's love, would forget the past in assiduous labours amongst the heathen. Baltic knew the South Seas. Baltic could advise and direct how they should begin to labour in that vineyard of the Lord. And Baltic could start them on a new career for the glory of God and the sowing of the good seed. With thoughts like these, Gabriel walked along, wrapped in almost apocalyptic visions, and saw with inspired gaze the past sorrows of himself and Bell fade and vanish in the glory of a God-guided, God-provided future. It was not the career he had shadowed forth for himself, but he resigned his ambitions for Bell's sake, and, aided by love, overcame his preference for civilised ease. Vincit qui se vincit. While Gabriel was thus battling and thus overcoming, Baltic was seated beside Mosk, striving to bring him to a due sense of his wickedness and weakness, and need of God's forgiveness. He had prayed, and reproved, and persuaded, and besought many times before, but had hitherto been baffled by the cynicism and stubborn nature of the man. One less enthusiastic than Baltic would have been discouraged; but, braced by fanaticism, the man was resolved to conquer this adversary of Christ, and win back an erring soul from the ranks of Satan's evil host. With his well-worn Bible on his knee, he expounded text after text, amplified the message of redemption and pardon, and with all the eloquence religion had taught his tongue, urged Mosk to plead for mercy from the God he had so deeply offended. But all in vain. "What's the use of living bad all these years, and then turning good for 5 minutes?" growled Mosk, contemptuously. "There ain't no sense in it." "Think of the penitent thief, my brother. He was in the same position as you are now, yet he was promised paradise by God's own Son." Mosk shrugged his shoulders. "It's easy enough promising, I dare say, but how do I know, or do you know, as a promise'll be kept?" "Believe, and you shall be saved." "I can't believe what you say." "Not what I say, poor sinner, but what Christ says." There was no possible answer to this last remark, so Mosk launched out on another topic. "I like your cheek, I do," he growled. "It's you that have got me into this mess, and now you wants me to take up with your preaching." "I want to save your soul, man." "You'd much better have saved my life. If you'd left me alone I wouldn't have been caught." "Then you would have gone on living in a state of sin. So long as you were safe from the punishment of man, you would not have turned to God. Now you must. He is your only friend." "It's more nor you are. I ain't call it friendship to bring a man to the gallows." "I do, when he has committed a crime," said Baltic, gravely. "You must suffer and repent, or God will not forgive you. You are Cain, for you have slain your brother." "You've got to prove that," growled Mosk, cunningly. "Look, Mr. Baltic, just drop religion for a bit, and tell me how you know as I killed that cove." Baltic closed his Bible and looked mildly at the prisoner. "The evidence against you is perfectly clear, Mosk," said he, deliberately. "I traced the notes stolen from the dead man to your possession. You paid your rent to Sir Harry Brace with the fruits of your sin." "Yes, I did," said Mosk, sullenly. "I know it ain't no good saying as I didn't kill Jentham, for you're one too many for me.
But what business had he to go talking of hundreds of pounds to a poor chap like me as hadn't had one copper to rub agin the other? If he'd held his tongue I'd have known nothing, and he'd have been alive now for you to try your 'and on in the religious way. Jentham was a bad 'un, if you like.'
'We are all sinners, Mosk.'
'Some of us are wuss than others. With the 'ception of murdering Jentham and prigging his cash, I ain't done nothing to no one as I knows of. Look here, Mr Baltic, I've done one bit of business to day with the parson, and now I'm going to do another bit with you. Have you pen and paper?'
'Yes.' Baltic produced his pocket book and a stylographic pen. 'Are you going to confess?'
'I s'pose I may as well,' said Mosk, scowling. 'You'll be blaming young Mr Pendle or the bishop if I don't, and as the first of 'em's going to marry my Bell I don't want trouble there.'
'Won't you confess from a sense of your sin?'
'No, won't. It's my gal, and not repentance as makes me tell the truth. I want to put her and young Mr Pendle fair and square.'
'Well,' said Baltic, getting ready to write, 'confession is a sign that your heart is softening.'
'It ain't your religion as is doing it, then,' sneered Mosk. 'Now then, fire away, old cove.'
The man then went on to state that he was desperately hard up when Jentham came to stay at The Derby Winner, and as he was unable to pay his rent, he feared lest Sir Harry should turn him and his sick wife and much loved daughter into the streets. Jentham, in his cuffs, several times boasted that he was about to receive a large sum of money from an unknown friend on Southberry Heath, and on one occasion went so far as to inform Mosk of the time and place when he would receive it. He was thus confidential when very drunk, on Mosk reproaching him with not paying for his board and lodging. As the landlord was in much need of money, his avarice was roused by the largeness of the sum hinted at by Jentham, and thinking that the man was a tramp who would not be missed, he determined to murder and rob him. Gabriel Pendle had given, or rather had lent, Mosk a pistol to protect himself from gipsies, and vagrants, and harvesters on his frequent night journeys across the lonely heath between Beorminster and Southberry. On the Sunday when the money was to be paid at the cross roads, Mosk rode over to Southberry, and late at night, about the time of the appointment, he went on horseback to the cross roads. A storm came on and detained him, so it was after the bishop had given the money to Jentham that Mosk arrived. He saw the bishop departing, and recognised his face in the searching glare of the lightning flashes. When Dr Pendle had disappeared, Mosk rode up to Jentham, who, with the money in his hand, stood in the drenching rain under the sign post. He looked up as the horse approached, but did not run away, being rendered pot valiant by the liquor he had drunk earlier in the evening. Before the man could recognise him, Mosk had jumped off his horse, and at close quarters had shot Jentham through the heart. 'He fell in the mud like a heap of clothes,' said Mosk, 'so I jist tied up the hoss to the sign post and went through his pockets. I got the cash, a bundle of notes they was, and some other papers as I found. Then I dragged his corp into a ditch by the road and galloped orf on my horse as quick as I could go back to Southberry. There I stayed all night, fearing as I'd been turned back by the storm from riding over to Beorminster. Next day I came back to my hotel, and a week arter I paid my rent to Sir Harry with the notes I'd stole. I guv a 10 of 'em to young Mr Pendle, and 2 5s of my own, as he wanted to change to 20. If I'd knowed as it was dangerous I'd have gone up to London and got other notes, but I never thought I'd be found out by the numbers. No one thought as I did it, but I did. How did you think 'twas me, guv'nor?' 'You are always drunk,' answered Baltic, who had written all this down, 'and I sometimes heard you talking to yourself. Then Sir Harry said that you had paid your rent, and he did not know where you got the money from. Afterwards I found out about the pistol and the notes you had paid Sir Harry. I had no proof of your guilt, although I suspected you for a long time. But it was the pistol which Mother Jael picked up that put me on the right track.' 'Ah, was it now?' said Mosk, with regret.
The 'oss knocked that out of my hand when I was tying him up, and I ain't no time to look for it in the mud and dark. It wouldn't have caught me, I suppose, if it hadn't been for that bloomin' pistol." "Oh, yes, I would," rejoined Baltic, coolly. "The notes would have hanged you in any case, and I would have got at them somehow. I suspected you all along." "Wish you hadn't come to my house," muttered Mosk, discontentedly. "I was guided there by God to punish your sin." "Ah, stuff! Give me that confession and I'll sign it." But Baltic, wary old fellow as he was, would not permit this without due formality. He had the governor of the jail brought to the cell, and Mosk, with a laugh, signed the confession which condemned him in the presence of 2 witnesses. The governor took it away with him, and again left Baltic and the murderer alone. They eyed one another. "Now that I know all," began Baltic. "You don't know all," interrupted Mosk, with a taunting laugh. "There's something I ain't told you, and I ain't goin' to tell." "You have confessed your sin. That is enough for me. God is softening your hard heart. Grace is coming to your soul. My brother, let us pray." "Shan't. Leave me alone, can't you?" Baltic fell on his knees. "O merciful God, have pity upon this most unhappy man sunk in the pit of sin. Let the Redeemer, thy only begotten Son, stretch out his saving—" Mosk began to sing a comic song in a harsh voice. "His saving hand, O God, to drag this poor soul from perdition. Let him call upon thy most holy name out of the low dungeon. Cut him not off in the—" "Stop! Stop!" shrieked the unhappy man, with his fingers in his ears. "Stop!" "His sins are as scarlet, but the precious blood of the Lamb will bleach them whiter than the fine wool. Have mercy, Heavenly Father." Mosk, overwrought and worn out, began to sob hysterically. At the sound of that heavy grief, Baltic sprang to his feet and laid a heavy hand on the shoulder of the sinner. "On your knees, my brother," he cried in trumpet tones, with flashing eyes. "Implore mercy before the great white throne. Now is the time for repentance. God pity you, Christ save you, Satan loose you," and he forced the man on to his knees. "Down, in Christ's name." A choking, strangled cry escaped from the murderer, and his body pitched forward heavily on the cold stones. Baltic continued to pray. Chapter 36 of The Bishop's Secret by Fergus HUME. Chapter 36 The Rebellion of Mrs Pendle. "Thank God," said the bishop, when he heard from Gabriel's lips that the criminal, who knew his secret, had promised to be silent. "At last I can breathe freely. But what a price to pay for our safety! What a price!" "Do you mean my marriage to Bell?" asked Gabriel, steadily. "Yes. If she was undesirable before, she is more so now. So far as I have seen her, I do not think she is the wife for you, and as the daughter of that blood stained man, oh, Gabriel, my son, how can I consent that you should take her to your bosom?" "Father," replied the curate, quietly, "you seem to forget that I love Bell dearly. It was not to close Mosk's mouth that I consented to marry her. In any case I should do so. She promised to become my wife in her time of prosperity, and I should be the meanest of men did I leave her now that she is in trouble. Bell was dear to me before; she is dearer to me now, and I am proud to become her husband." "But her father is a murderer, Gabriel." "Would you make her responsible for his sins? That is not like you, father." The bishop groaned. "God knows I do not wish to thwart you, for you have been a good son to me. But reflect for one moment how public her father's crime has been. Everywhere his wickedness is known, and should you marry this girl, your wife, however innocent, must bear the stigma of being that man's daughter.
How would you, a sensitive and refined man, shrinking from public scandal, bear the shame of hearing your wife spoken about as a murderer's daughter?" "I shall take steps to avert that danger. Yes, father, when Bell becomes my wife, we shall leave England for ever." "Gabriel, Gabriel," cried the bishop, piteously, "where would you go?" "To the South Seas," replied the curate, his thin face lighting up with excitement. "There, as Baltic tells us, missionaries are needed for the heathen. I shall become a missionary, father, and Bell will work by my side to expiate her father's sin by aiding me to bring light to those lost in darkness." "My dear boy, you dream Utopia. From what I saw of that girl, she is not one to take up such a life. You will not find your Priscilla in her. She is of the world, worldly." "The affliction which has befallen her may turn her thoughts from the world." "No," said the bishop, with quiet authority. "I am, as you know, a man who does not speak idly or without experience, and I tell you, Gabriel, that the girl is not the stuff out of which you can mould an ideal wife. She is handsome, I grant you, and she seems to be gifted with a fair amount of common sense. But if you will forgive my plain speaking of one dear to you, she is vain of her looks, fond of dress and admiration, and is not possessed of a refined nature. She says that she loves you. That may be. But you will find that she does not love you sufficiently to merge her life in yours, to condemn herself to exile amongst savages for your sake. Love and single companionship are not enough for such an one. She wants, and she will always want, society, flattery, amusement, and excitement. My love for you, Gabriel, makes me anxious to think well of her, but my fatherly care mistrusts her as a wife for a man of your nature." "But I love her," faltered Gabriel. "I wish to marry her." "Believe me, you will never marry her, my poor lad." Gabriel's face flushed. "Father, would you forbid—" "No," interrupted Dr Pendle, "I shall not forbid, but she will decline. If you tell her about your missionary scheme, I am confident she will refuse to become your wife. Ask her by all means. Keep your word as a gentleman should, but prepare yourself for a disappointment." "Ah, father, you do not know my Bell." "It is on that point we disagree, Gabriel. I do know her. You do not. My experience tells me that your faith is misplaced." "We shall see," said Gabriel, standing up very erect. "You judge her too harshly, sir. Bell will become my wife. I am sure of that." "If she does," replied the bishop, giving his hand to the young man, "I shall be the first to welcome her." "My dear, dear father," cried Gabriel, with emotion, "you are like yourself, always kind, always generous. Thank you, father." And the curate, not trusting himself to speak further lest he should break down altogether, left the room hurriedly. With a weary sigh Dr Pendle sank into his seat and pressed his hand to his aching head. He was greatly relieved to know that his secret was safe with Mosk, but his troubles were not yet at an end. It was imperative that he should reprove and dismiss Cargrim for his duplicity, and most necessary for the rearrangement of their lives that Mrs Pendle should be informed of the untimely resurrection of her husband. Also, foreseeing the termination of Gabriel's unhappy romance, he was profoundly sorry for the young man, knowing well how disastrous would be the effect on one so impressionable and highly strung. No wonder the bishop sighed. No wonder he felt depressed. His troubles had come after the manner of their kind, not in single spies but in battalions, and he needed all his strength of character, all his courage, all his faith in God, to meet and baffle anxieties so overwhelming. In his affliction he cried aloud with bitter-mouthed Jeremiah, "Thou hast removed my soul far off from peace. I forget prosperity." In due time Mrs Pendle reappeared in Beorminster, wonderfully improved in health and spirits.
The astringent waters of Nauheim had strengthened her heart so that it now beat with regular throbs, where formerly it had fluttered feebly. They had brought the blood to the surface of the skin, and had flushed her anæmic complexion with a roseate hue. Her eyes were bright, her nerves steady, her step brisk; and she began to take some interest in life and in those around her. Lucy presented her mother to the bishop with an unconcealed pride, which was surely pardonable. "There, papa," she said proudly, while the bishop was lost in wonder at this marvellous transformation, "what do you think of my patient now?" "My dear, it is wonderful. The Nauheim spring is the true fountain of youth." "A very prosaic fountain, I am afraid," laughed Mrs Pendle. "The treatment is not poetical." "It is at least magical, my love. I must dip in these restorative waters myself, lest I should be taken rather for your father than your—" Here Mr Pendle, recollecting the falsity of the unspoken word, shut his mouth with a qualm of deadly sickness, what the Scotch call a grue. Mrs Pendle, however, observant rather of his looks than his words, did not notice the unfinished sentence. "You look as though you needed a course," she said anxiously. "If I have grown younger, you have become older. This is just what happens when I am away. You never can look after yourself, dear." Not feeling inclined to spoil the first joy of reunion, Dr Pendle turned aside his speech with a laugh, and postponed his explanation until a more fitting moment. In the meantime, George and Gabriel and Harry were hovering round the returned travellers with attentions and questions and frequent congratulations. Mr Cargrim, who had been sulking ever since the arrest of Mosk had overthrown his plans, was not present to spoil this pleasant family party, and the bishop spent a golden hour or so of unalloyed joy. But as the night wore on, this evanescent pleasure passed away, and when alone with Mrs Pendle in her boudoir, he was so gloomy and depressed that she insisted upon learning the cause of his melancholy. "There must be something seriously wrong, George," she said earnestly. "If there is, you need not hesitate to tell me." "Can you bear to hear the truth, Amy? Are you strong enough?" "There is something serious the matter, then," cried Mrs Pendle, the colour ebbing from her cheeks. "What is it, George? Tell me at once. I can bear anything but this suspense." "Amy!" The bishop sat down on the couch beside his wife, and took her hand in his warm, encouraging clasp. "You shall know all, my dearest, and may God strengthen you to hear the knowledge." "George, I am calm. I am strong. Tell me what you mean." The bishop clasped her in his arms, held her head to his breast, and in low, rapid tones related all that had taken place since the night of the reception. He did not spare himself in the recital; he concealed nothing, he added nothing, but calmly, coldly, mercilessly told of Krant's return, of Krant's blackmail, of Krant's terrible end. Thence he passed on to talk of Cargrim's suspicions, of Baltic's arrival, of Mosk's arrest, and of the latter's promise to keep the secret of which he had so wickedly become possessed. Having told the past, he discussed the present, and made arrangements for the future. "Only Gabriel and myself and Graham know the truth now, dearest," he concluded, "for this unhappy man Mosk may be already accounted as one dead. Next week you and I must take a journey to some distant parish in the west of England, and there become man and wife for the second time. Gabriel will keep silent, George and Lucy need never know the truth; and so, my dearest, all things, at least to the public eye, shall be as they were. You need not grieve, Amy, or accuse yourself unjustly. If we have sinned, we have sinned innocently, and the burden of evil cannot be laid on you or me. Stephen Krant is to blame, and he has paid for his wickedness with his life. So far as we may, so far as we are able, we must right the wrong. God has afflicted us, my dearest, but God has also protected us.
Therefore let us thank him with humble hearts for his many mercies. He will strengthen us to bear the burden. Through him we shall do valiantly. For the Lord God is a sun and shield. The Lord will give grace and glory. No good thing will he withhold from them that walk uprightly. How wonderful are women! For weeks Bishop Pendle had been dreading this interview with his delicate, nervous, sensitive wife. He had expected tears, sighs, loud sorrow, bursts of hysterical weeping, the wringing of hands, and all the undisciplined grief of the feminine nature. But the unexpected occurred, as it invariably does with the sex in question. To the bishop's unconcealed amazement, Mrs. Pendle neither wept nor fainted. She controlled her emotion with a power of will which he had never credited her with possessing, and her first thought was not for herself, but for her companion in misfortune. Placing her hands on either side of the bishop's face, she kissed him fondly, tenderly, pityingly. "My poor darling, how you must have suffered!" she said softly. "Why did you not tell me of this long ago, so that I might share your sorrow?" "I was afraid to speak, Amy," gasped the bishop, overwhelmed by her extraordinary composure. "You need not have been afraid, George. I am no fair weather wife." "Alas, alas!" sighed the bishop. "I am your wife," cried Mrs. Pendle, answering his thought after the manner of women. "That wicked, cruel man died to me 30 years ago. In the eyes of the law, in the eyes of God, I am your wife," interrupted Mrs. Pendle vehemently. "For over 25 years we have been all in all to one another. I bear your name. I am the mother of your children. Do you think these things won't outweigh the claims of that wretch who ill-treated and deserted me, who lied about his death and extorted money for his forgery? To satisfy your scruples I am willing to marry you again, but to my mind there is no need, even though that brute came back from the grave to create it. Amy, the man is dead." "I know he is. He died 30 years ago. Don't tell me otherwise. I am married to you, and my children can hold up their heads with any one. If Stephen Krant had come to me with his villainous tempting, I should have defied him, scorned him, trod him under foot." She rose in a tempest of passion and stamped on the carpet. "He would have told. He would have disgraced us." "There can be no disgrace in innocence," flashed out Mrs. Pendle fierily. "We married, you and I, in all good faith. He was reported dead. You saw his grave. I deny that the man came to life." "You cannot deny facts," said the bishop, shaking his head. "Can't I? I'd deny anything so far as that wretch is concerned. He fascinated me when I was a weak, foolish girl, as a serpent fascinates a bird. He married me for my money, and when it was gone his love went with it. He treated me like the low-minded brute he was. You know he did, George, you know he did. When he was shot in Alsace, I thanked God. I did. "Hush, Amy, hush," said Dr Pendle, trying to soothe her excitement. "You will make yourself ill." "No, I won't, George. I am as calm as you are. I can't help feeling excited. I wished to forget that man and the unhappy life he led me. I did forget him in your love and in the happiness of our children. It was the sight of that student with the scarred face that made me think of him. Why, oh, why did I speak about him to Lucy and Gabriel? Why? "You were thoughtless, my dear." "I was mad, George, mad. I should have held my tongue, but I didn't. And my poor boy knows the truth. You should have denied it." "I could not deny it." "Ah, you have not a mother's heart. I would have denied and lied and swore its falsity on the Bible sooner than that one of my darlings should have known of it." "Amy, you are out of your mind to speak like this." "I deny what is true? I, a priest,
You are a man before everything, a man and a father.' 'And a servant of the Most High,' rebuked the bishop, sternly. 'Well, you look on it in a different light to what I do. You suffered; I should not have suffered. I don't suffer now. I am not going back 30 years to make my heart ache.' She paused and clenched her hands. 'Are you sure that he is dead?' she asked harshly. 'Quite sure. Dead and buried. There can be no doubt about it this time.' 'Is it necessary that we should marry again?' 'Absolutely necessary,' said the bishop, decisively. 'Then the sooner we get it over the better,' replied Mrs Pendle, petulantly. 'Here!' She wrenched the wedding ring off her finger. 'Take this. I have no right to wear it. Neither maid, wife, nor widow, what should I do with a ring?' And she began to laugh. 'Stop that, Amy!' cried the bishop, sharply, for he saw that, after all, she was becoming hysterical. 'Put the ring again on your finger until such time as I can replace it by another. You are Krant's widow, and as his widow I shall marry you next week.' As a drop of cold water let fall into boiling coffee causes the bubbling to subside, so did these few stern words cool down Mrs Pendle's excitement. She overcame her emotion; she replaced the ring on her finger, and again resumed her seat by the bishop. 'My poor dear George,' said she, smoothing his white hair, 'you are not angry with me?' 'Not angry, Amy; but I am rather vexed that you should speak so bitterly.' 'Well, darling, I won't speak bitterly again. Stephen is dead, so do not let us think about him any more. Next week we shall marry again, and all our troubles will be at an end.' 'They will, please God,' said the bishop, solemnly. 'And oh, Amy, dearest, let us thank him for his great mercy.' 'Do you think he has been merciful?' asked Mrs Pendle, doubtfully, for her religious emotion was not strong enough to blind her to the stubborn fact that their troubles had been undeserved, that they were innocent sinners. 'Most merciful,' murmured the bishop, bowing his head. 'Has he not shown us how to expiate our sin?' 'Our sin? No, George, I won't agree to that. We have not sinned. We married in the fullest belief that Stephen was dead.' 'My dear, all that is past and done with. Let us look to the future and thank the Almighty that He has delivered us out of our troubles.' 'Yes, I thank Him for that, George,' said Mrs Pendle, meekly enough. 'That is my own dear Amy,' answered the bishop, and producing his pocket Bible he opened it at random. His eye alighted on a verse of Jeremiah, which he read out with thankful emotion: 'And I will deliver thee out of the hand of the wicked, and I will redeem thee out of the hand of the terrible.' Chapter 37 of The Bishop's Secret by Fergus Hume. Chapter 37 Deo Ex Machina. As may be guessed, Captain Pendle, now that the course of true love ran smoother, was an assiduous visitor to the Jenny Wren house. He and Mab were all in all to one another, and in the egotism of their love did not trouble themselves about the doings of their neighbours. It is true that George was relieved and pleased to hear of Mosk's arrest and confession, because Gabriel was thereby exonerated from all suspicion of having committed a vile crime; but when reassured on this point, he ceased to interest himself in the matter. He was ignorant that his brother loved Bell Mosk, as neither Baltic nor the bishop had so far enlightened him, else he might not have been quite so indifferent to the impending trial of the wretched criminal. As it was, the hot excitement prevalent in Beorminster left him cold, and both he and Mab might have been dwellers in the moon for all the interest they displayed in the topic of the day. They lived, according to the selfish custom of lovers, in an Arcadia of their own creation, and were oblivious to the doings beyond its borders; which disregard was natural enough in their then state of mind.
However, George, being in the world and of the world, occasionally brought to Mab such scraps of news as he thought might interest her. He told her of his mother's return, of her renewed health, of her pleasure in hearing that the engagement had been sanctioned by the bishop, and delivered a message to the effect that she wished to see and embrace her future daughter-in-law, all of which information gave Mab wondrous pleasure and Miss Whichello a considerable amount of satisfaction, since she saw that there would be no further question of her niece's unsuitability for George. "You deserve some reward for your good news," said Mab, and produced a silk knitted necktie of martial red. "So here it is." "Dearest," cried Captain Pendle, kissing the scarf, "I shall wear it next to my heart." Then, thinking the kiss wasted on irresponsive silk, he transferred it to the cheek of his lady love. "Nonsense," said Miss Whichello, smiling broadly. "Wear it round your neck like a sensible lover." "Are lovers ever sensible?" inquired the captain, with a twinkle. "I know one who isn't," cried Mab playfully. "No, sir," removing an eager arm, "you will shock aunty." "Aunty has become hardened to such shocks," smiled Miss Whichello. "Aunty has been as melancholy as an owl of late," retorted Mab, caressing the old lady. "Ever since the arrest of that man Mosk she has been quite wretched." "Oh, don't speak of him, Mab." "Halloo!" said George, with sudden recollection. "I knew there was something else to tell you. Mosk is dead." Miss Whichello gave a faint shriek, and tightly clasped the hand of her niece. "Dead!" she gasped, pale cheeked and low toned. "Mosk dead?" "As a dormouse," rejoined George, admiring his present. "He hanged himself last night with his braces; so that the gallows have lost a victim, and Beorminster society a sensation trial of—" "George," cried Mab in alarm, "don't talk so. You will make aunty faint." And, indeed, the little old lady looked as though she were on the point of swooning. Her face was white, her skin was cold, and leaning back her head she had closed her eyes. Captain Pendle's item of news had produced so unexpected a result that he and Mab stared at one another in surprise. "You shouldn't tell these horrors, George." "My love, how was I to know your aunt took an interest in the man?" "I don't take an interest in him," protested Miss Whichello, faintly. "But he killed Jentham, and now he kills himself. It's horrible." "Horrible, but necessary," assented George, cheerfully. "A man who murders another can't expect to get off scot free. Mosk has only done for himself what the law would have done for him. I'm sorry for Baltic, however." "The missionary? Why, George?" "Because this suicide will be such a disappointment to him. He has been trying to make the poor devil beg pardon poor wretch repent, but it would seem that he has not been successful." "Did he not confess to Mr Baltic?" asked Miss Whichello, anxiously. "I believe so. He repented that far." "Do you know what he told him?" "That he had killed Jentham and had stolen his money." "Did he say if he had found any papers on Jentham's body?" "Not that I know of," replied George, staring. "Why? Had Jentham any particular papers in his possession?" "Oh, I don't know. I can't really say," answered Miss Whichello, confusedly, and rose unsteadily to her feet. "Mab, my dear, you will excuse me. I am not very well. I shall go to my bedroom." "Let me come too, aunty." "Oh, no, no!" Miss Whichello waved her niece back. "I wish to be alone," and she left the room abruptly, without a look at either of the young people. They could not understand this strange behaviour. Mab, womanlike, turned to Captain Pendle. "It is all your fault, George, talking of murders and suicides." "I'm awfully sorry," said the captain, penitently, "but I thought you would like to hear the news." "Not the police news, thank you," said Mab, with dignity. "Why not? Something to talk about, you know." "You have me to talk about, Captain Pendle." "Oh!" George sprang forward. "Let us discuss that subject at once. You deserve some punishment for calling me out of my name. There, wicked one!' 'George,' very faintly, 'I shall not allow it. You should ask permission.' 'Waste of time,' said the practical George, and slipped his arm round her waist. 'Oh, indeed!' indignantly. 'Well, I ' Here Captain Pendle punished her again, after which Mab said that he was like all men, that he ought to be ashamed of himself, etc., etc., etc. Then she frowned, then she smiled, and finally became a meek and patient Grisel, to the unfeigned delight of the superior mind. So the pair forgot Mosk and his wretched death, forgot Miss Whichello and her strange conduct, and retreated from the world into their Arcadia, Paradise, Elysium, in which it is best that all sensible people should leave this pair of foolish lovers. Miss Whichello had other things to think of than this billing and cooing. She went to her bedroom and lay down for 10 minutes or so. Then she got up again and began pacing restlessly to and fro. Her thoughts were busy with Mosk, with his victim, with Baltic. She wondered if Jentham had been in possession of certain papers, if these had been stolen by Mosk, if they were now in the pocket of Baltic. This last idea made her blood turn cold and her heart drum a loud tattoo. She covered her face with her hands, she sat down, she rose up, and in a nervous fever of apprehension leaned against the wall. Then, after the manner of those overwrought, she began to talk aloud. 'I must tell some one. I must have advice,' she muttered, clenching her hands. 'It is of no use seeing Mr Baltic. He is a stranger. He may refuse to help me. Dr Graham? No, he is too cynical. The bishop?' She paused and struck her hands lightly together. 'The bishop. I shall see him and tell him all. For his son's sake he will help my poor darling.' Having made up her mind to this course, Miss Whichello put on her old fashioned silk cloak and poke bonnet. Then she fished a bundle of papers, yellow with age, out of a tin box, and slipped them into her capacious pocket. Biting her lips and rubbing her cheeks to bring back the colour, she glided downstairs, stole past the drawing room door like a guilty creature, and in another minute was in the square. Here she took a passing fly, and ordered the man to drive her to the palace as speedily as possible. 'I trust I am acting for the best,' murmured the little old lady, with a sigh. 'I think I am, for if Bishop Pendle cannot help me, no one else can. After 30 years oh, God, my poor, poor darling!' In the Greek drama, when the affairs of the dramatis personae become so entangled by circumstance, or fate, or sheer folly, as to be beyond their capability of reducing them to order, those involved in such disorder were accustomed to summon a deity to accomplish what was impossible for mortals to achieve. Then stepped the god out of a machine to redress the wrong and reward the right, to separate the sheep from the goats, and to deliver a moral speech to the audience, commanding them to note how impossible it was for man to dispense with the guidance and judgment and powerful aid of the Olympian hierarchy. Miss Whichello's mission was something similar, and although both she and Bishop Pendle were ignorant that she represented the goddess out of a machine, who was to settle all things in a way conducive to the happiness of all persons, yet such was the case. Impelled by fate, she sought out the very man to whom her mission was most acceptable, and, seated face to face with Bishop Pendle in that library which had been the scene of so many famous interviews, she unconsciously gave him a piece of information which put an end to all his troubles. She had certainly arrived at the 11th hour, and might just as well have presented herself earlier. But Destiny, the playwright of the universe, always decrees that her dramas should play their appointed time, and never permits her arbitrator to appear until immediately before the fall of the green curtain. So far as the Beorminster drama was concerned, the crucial moment was at hand. the actor, or rather actress, who was to remedy all things, was on the scene; and shortly the curtain would fall on a situation of the rough made smooth. Then red fire, marriage bells, triumphant virtue, and cowering guilt, with a rhyming tag delivered by the prettiest actress of All's Well that Ends Well. "I come to consult you confidentially," said Miss Whichello, when she and the bishop were alone in the library. "I wish to ask for your advice." "My advice and my friendship are both at your service, my dear lady," replied the courteous bishop. "It's about Mab's parents," blurted out the little old lady. "Oh!" The bishop looked grave. "You are about to tell me the truth of those rumours which were prevalent in Beorminster when you brought Miss Arden home to your house." "Yes, I daresay Mrs Pansey said all sorts of wicked things about me, bishop." "Well, no." Dr Pendle wriggled uneasily. "She spoke rather of your sister than of you. I do not wish to repeat scandal, Miss Whichello, so let us say no more about the matter. Your niece shall marry my son. Be assured of that. It is foolish to rake up the past," added the bishop, with a sigh. "I must rake up the past. I must tell you the truth," said Miss Whichello, in firm tones, "if only to put a stop to Mrs Pansey's evil tongue." "What did she say, bishop?" "Really, my dear lady, Bishop, tell me what she said about my sister. I will know." Reluctantly the bishop spoke out at this direct request. "She said that your sister had eloped in London with a man who afterwards refused to marry her, that she had a child, and that such a child is your niece, Miss Arden, whom you brought to Beorminster after the death of your unhappy sister." "A fine mixture of truth and fiction indeed," said the old lady, in a haughty voice. "I am obliged to Mrs Pansey for the way in which she has distorted facts." "I fear indeed that Mrs Pansey exaggerates," said Dr Pendle, shaking his head. "With all due respect, bishop, she is a wicked old Sapphira," cried Miss Whichello, and forthwith produced a bundle of papers out of her pocket. "My unfortunate sister Annie did run away, but she was married to her lover on the very day she left our house in London, and my darling Mab is as legitimate as your son George, Dr Pendle." The bishop winced at this unlucky illustration. "Have you a proof of this marriage, Miss Whichello?" he asked, with a glance at the papers. "Of course I have," she replied, untying the red tape with trembling fingers. "Here is the certificate of marriage which my poor Annie gave me on her dying bed. I would have shown it before to all Beorminster had I known of Mrs Pansey's false reports. Look at it, bishop." She thrust it into his hand. "Anne Whichello, spinster. Pharaoh Bosvile, bachelor. They were married at St Chad's Church, Hampstead, in the month of December, 1869. Here is Mab's certificate of birth. She was christened in the same church, and born in 1870, the year of the Franco-German War, so as this is '97, she is now 27 years of age, just 2 years older than your son, Captain Pendle." With much interest the bishop examined the 2 certificates of birth and marriage which Miss Whichello placed before him. They were both legally perfect, and he saw plainly that however badly Bosvile might have behaved afterwards to Ann Bosvile, she was undoubtedly his wife. "Not that he would have married her if he could have helped it," went on Miss Whichello, while the bishop looked at the documents, "but Annie had a little money not much which she was to receive on her wedding day. So the wretch married her, and wrote to my dear father for the money, which, of course, under grandfather's will, had to be paid. Father never would see Annie again; but when the poor darling wrote to me a year afterwards that she was dying with a little child by her side, what could I do but go and comfort her?" "Ah, poor darling Annie!" sobbed the little old lady. "She was sadly changed from the bright, beautiful girl I remembered. Her husband turned out a brute and a ruffian and a spendthrift. He wasted all her money, and left her within 6 months of the marriage. The wretch! Annie tried to support herself by needlework, but she took cold in her starving condition and broke down. Then Mab was born, and she wrote to me. I went at once, Bishop, but arrived just in time to get those papers and close my dear Annie's eyes. Afterwards I brought Mab back with me to Beorminster, but I kept her for some time in London on account of my father. When I did bring her here, and I showed him the marriage certificate, he got quite fond of the little pet. So all these years Mab has lived with me quite like my own sweet child, and your son is a lucky man to win her love,' added the old maid, rather incoherently. 'It is not every one that I would give my dear Annie's child to, I can tell you, Bishop. So that's the whole story, and a sadly common one it is.' 'It does you great credit, Miss Whichello,' said Dr Pendle, patting her hand, 'and I have the highest respect both for you and your niece. I am proud, my dear lady, that she should become my daughter. But tell me how your unhappy sister became acquainted with this man.' 'He was a violinist,' replied Miss Whichello, 'a public violinist, and played most beautifully. Annie heard him and saw him, and lost her head over his looks and genius. He called himself Amaru, but his real name was Pharaoh Bosvile.' 'A strange name, Miss Whichello.' 'It is a gipsy name, Bishop. Bosvile was a gipsy. He learned the violin in Hungary or Spain, I don't know which, and played wonderfully. Afterwards he had an accident which hurt his hand, and he could not play. That was the reason he married Annie, just for her money, the wretch.' 'A gipsy,' murmured the bishop, who had turned pale. 'Yes, an English gipsy, but like all those people he wandered far and near. The accident which hurt his hand also marked his cheek with a scar.' 'The right cheek?' gasped Dr Pendle, leaning forward. 'Why, yes,' said Miss Whichello, rather astonished at the bishop's emotion. 'That was how I recognised him here when he called himself Jentham. He ' With a cry the bishop sprang to his feet in a state of uncontrollable agitation, shaking and white. 'Was Jentham Bosvile?' he stammered. 'Are you sure?' 'I am certain,' replied Miss Whichello, with a scared look. 'I have seen him dozens of times, bishop.' Her voice rose in a scream, for Dr Pendle had fallen forward on his desk. 'Oh, my God!' cried the bishop. 'Oh, God most merciful!' The little old lady was trembling violently. She thought that the bishop had suddenly gone out of his mind. Nor was she reassured when he stood up and looked at her with a face down which the tears were streaming. Never had Miss Whichello seen a man weeping before, and the sight terrified her much more than an outburst of anger would have done. She looked at the bishop, he looked at her, and they were both ashy white, both overcome with nervous emotion. After a moment the bishop opened a drawer and took out a bundle of papers. Out of these he selected the marriage certificate of his wife and Krant, and compared it with the certificate of Pharaoh Bosvile and Anne Whichello. 'Thank God!' he said again, in a tremulous voice. 'This man as Bosvile married your sister in 1869. As Krant he married Mrs Pendle in 1870.' 'Married Mrs Pendle!' shrieked Miss Whichello, darting forward. 'Yes. She was a Mrs Krant when I married her, and as her husband was reported dead, I believed her to be his widow.' 'But she was not his widow.' 'No, for Krant was Jentham, and Jentham was alive after my marriage.' 'I don't mean that,' cried Miss Whichello, laying a finger on her sister's certificate, 'but Jentham as Bosvile married Annie in 1869.' 'He married my wife in October 1870,' said the bishop, breathlessly. 'Then his second marriage was a false one,' said Miss Whichello, 'for in that year, in that month, my sister was still alive. Mrs Pendle was never his wife.' 'No! Thank
God,' said the bishop, clasping his hands, 'she is my own true wife after all.' Chapter 38 of The Bishop's Secret by Fergus HUME. Exit Mr Cargrim. Once informed of the welcome truth, Dr Pendle lost no time in having it verified by documents and extraneous evidence. This was not the affair of hours, but of days, since it entailed a visit to St Chad's Church at Hampstead, and a rigorous examination of the original marriage and death certificates. Also, as Bosvile, alias Krant, alias Jentham, was said to be a gipsy on the authority of Miss Whichello, and as the information that Baltic was in the confidence of Mother Jael had trickled through Brace and Graham to the bishop, the last named considered it advisable that the ex sailor should be informed of the actual truth. Now that Dr Pendle was personally satisfied of the legality of his marriage, he had no hesitation in acquainting Baltic with his life history, particularly as the man could obtain from Mother Jael an assurance, in writing if necessary, that Bosvile and Jentham were one and the same. For the satisfaction of all parties concerned, it was indispensable that proof positive should be procured and the matter settled beyond all doubt. The position, as affecting both the private feelings and social status of Bishop and Mrs Pendle, was too serious a one to be dealt with otherwise than in the most circumspect manner. After Miss Whichello's visit and revelation, Dr Pendle immediately sought out his wife to explain that after all doubts and difficulties and lies and forgeries, they were as legally bound to one another as any couple in the three kingdoms; that their children were legitimate and could bear their father's name, and that the evil which had survived the death of its author was now but shadow and wind; in a word, non-existent. Mrs Pendle, who had borne the shock of her pseudo husband's resurrection so bravely, was quite overwhelmed by the good news of her re established position, and fainted outright when her husband broke it to her. But for Lucy's sake, as the bishop did not wish Lucy to know or even suspect anything, she afterwards controlled her feelings better, and, relieved from the apprehension of coming danger, speedily recovered her health and spirits. She was thus, at a week's end, enabled to attend in the library a council of 6 people summoned by her husband to adjust the situation. The good bishop was nothing if not methodical and thorough, and he was determined that the matter of the false and true marriages should be threshed out to the last grain. Therefore the council was held ex aequo et bono. On this momentous occasion there were present the bishop himself and Mrs Pendle, who sat close beside his chair; also Miss Whichello, fluttered and anxious, in juxtaposition with Dr Graham; and Gabriel, who had placed himself near Baltic, the sedate and solemn faced. When all were assembled, the bishop lost no time in speaking of the business which had brought them together. He related in detail the imposture of Jentham, the murder by Mosk, who since had taken his own life, and the revelation of Miss Whichello, ending with the production of the documents proving the several marriages, and a short statement explaining the same. "Here," said Dr Pendle, "is the certificate of marriage between Pharaoh Bosvile and Anne Whichello, dated December 1869. They lived together as man and wife for 6 months, up to May 1870, after which Bosvile deserted the unhappy lady." "After spending all her money, the wretch!" put in Miss Whichello, angrily. "Bosvile," continued the bishop, "had previously made the acquaintance of my wife, then Amy Lancaster, under the false name of Stephen Krant, and so far won her love that, thinking him a single man, she consented to marry him." "No, bishop," contradicted Mrs Pendle, very positively, "he did not win my love.
He fascinated me with his good looks and charming manners, for in spite of the scar on his cheek, Stephen was very handsome. Some friend introduced him to my father as a Hungarian exile hiding under the name of Krant from Austrian vengeance, and my father, enthusiastic on the subject of patriotism, admitted him to our house. I was then a weak, foolish girl, and his wicked brilliancy drew me towards him. When he learned that I had money of my own, he proposed to marry me. My father objected, but I was infatuated by Stephen's arts, and became his wife in October, 1870. "Quite so, my love," assented her husband mildly. "As an inexperienced girl you were at the mercy of that Belial. You were married, as you say, in October, 1870. Here, to prove that statement, is the certificate," and the bishop passed it to Baltic. "But at the time of such marriage Mrs. Bosvile was still alive. Miss Whichello can vouch for this important fact." "Ah, that I can," sighed the little old lady, shaking her head. "My poor darling sister did not die until January, 1871, and I was present to close her weary, weary eyes. Is not that the certificate of her death you are holding?" "Yes," answered the bishop simply, and gave the paper into her outstretched hand. "You can now understand, my friends," he continued, addressing the company generally, "that as Mrs. Bosvile was alive in October, 1870, the marriage which her husband then contracted with Miss Lancaster was a false one." "That is clear enough," murmured the attentive Baltic, nodding. "It thus appears," resumed the bishop, concisely, "that when I married, as I thought, Amy Krant, a widow, in September, 1871, I really and truly wedded Amy Lancaster, a spinster. Therefore this lady," and here the bishop clasped tenderly the hand of Mrs. Pendle, "is my true dear wife, and has been legally so these many years, notwithstanding Bosvile's infamous assertion to the contrary." "Thank God! Thank God!" cried Mrs. Pendle, with joyful tears. "Gabriel, my darling boy," and she stretched out her disengaged hand to caress her son. Gabriel kissed it with unconcealed emotion. In the meantime, Dr Graham was examining the bishop's marriage certificate with sharp attention, as he thought he espied a flaw. "Pardon me, my dear Pendle," said he in his crisp voice, "but I see that Mrs. Pendle became your wife under a name which we now know was not then her own. Does that false name vitiate the marriage?" "By no means," replied the bishop promptly. "I took counsel's opinion on that point when I was in London. It is as follows," and Dr Pendle read an extract from a legal looking document. "A marriage which is made in ignorance in a false name is perfectly good. The law on the subject appears to be this: if a person, to conceal his or her identity, assumes either a wrong name or description, so as to practically obtain a secret marriage, the marriage is void. But if the wrong name or description is adopted by accident or innocently, the marriage is good. Therefore," added Dr Pendle, placing the paper on one side, "Mrs Pendle was not Bosvile's wife on two distinct grounds. Firstly, because his true wife was alive when he married her. Secondly, because he fraudulently made her his wife by giving a false name and description. Regarding my own marriage, it is a good one in law, because Mrs Pendle's false name of Krant was adopted in all innocence. There is no court in the realm of Great Britain," concluded the bishop with conviction, "that would not uphold my marriage as true and lawful, and God be thanked that such is the case." "God be thanked," said Gabriel in his turn, and said it with heartfelt earnestness. Graham, bubbling over with pleasure, jumped up in his restless way and gave a friendly hand in turn to Dr Pendle and his wife. "I congratulate you both, my dear friends," said he, not without emotion. "You have won through your troubles at last, and can now live in much deserved peace for the rest of your lives. Deus nobis hac otia fecit. Hey, bishop, you know the Mantuan. Well, well, you have paid forfeit to the gods, Pendle, and they will no longer envy your good fortune or seek to destroy it.' 'Graham, Graham,' said the bishop, with kindly tolerance, 'always these pagan sentiments.' 'Ay, ay, I am a pagan, suckled in a creed outworn,' quoted the doctor, rubbing his hands. 'Well, we cannot all be bishops.' 'We can all be Christians,' said Baltic, gravely. 'Ah!' retorted Graham, 'what we should be, and what we are, Mr Baltic, are points capable of infinite discussion. At present we should all be smiling and thankful, which,' added he, breaking off, 'Miss Whichello is not, I regret to see.' 'I am thinking of my poor sister,' sobbed the old lady. 'How do I know but that the villain did not deceive her also by making her his wife under a false name?' 'No, madam,' interposed Baltic, eagerly. 'Bosvile was the man's true name, therefore he was legally married your sister's husband. I wrote down a statement by Mother Jael that Jentham was really Pharaoh Bosvile, and at my request she signed the same. Here it is, signed by her and witnessed by me. I shall give it to you, my lord, that you may lock it up safely with those certificates.' 'Thank you, Mr Baltic,' said the bishop, taking the slip of paper tendered by the missionary. 'But I trust that this woman knows little of the truth?' 'She knows nothing, my lord, save that Bosvile, for his own purposes, took the names of Amaru and Jentham at different times. The rogue was cunning enough to keep his own counsel of his life amongst the Gentiles. Of his marriages, false and true, Mother Jael is ignorant. Set your mind at rest, sir, she will never trouble you in any way.' 'Good,' said Dr Pendle, drawing a long breath of relief. 'Then, as such is the case, my friends, I think it advisable that we should keep our knowledge of Bosvile's iniquities to ourselves. I do not wish my son George or my daughter Lucy to learn the sad story of the past. Such knowledge would only vex them unnecessarily.' 'And I'm sure I don't want Mab to know what a villain her father was,' broke in Miss Whichello. 'Thank God she is unlike him in every way, save that she takes after him in looks. When Captain Pendle talks of Mab's rich Eastern beauty, I shiver all over. He little knows that he speaks the truth, and that Mab has Arab blood in her veins.' 'Not Arab blood, my dear lady,' cried Graham, alertly. 'The gipsies do not come from Arabia, but, as is believed, from the north of India. They appeared in Europe about the 15th century, calling themselves, falsely enough, Egyptians; but both Burrough and Leland are agreed that ' 'I don't want to hear about the gipsies,' interrupted Miss Whichello, cutting short the doctor's disquisition. 'All I know is, that if Bosvile, or Jentham, or whatever he called himself, is a sample of them, they are a wicked lot of Moabites. I wonder the bishop lets his son marry the child of one, I do indeed.' 'Dear Miss Whichello,' said Mrs Pendle, putting her arm round the poor lady's neck, 'both the bishop and myself are proud that Mab should become our daughter and George's wife. And after all,' she added naively, 'neither of them will ever know the truth.' 'I hope not, I'm sure,' wept Miss Whichello. 'I buried that miserable man at my own expense, as he was Mab's father; and I have had a stone put up to him with his last name, Jentham, inscribed on it, so that no one might ask questions which might have been asked had I written his real name.' 'No one will ask questions,' said the bishop, soothingly, 'and if they do, no answers will be forthcoming. We are all agreed on that point.' 'Quite agreed,' answered Baltic, as spokesman for the rest. 'We shall let the dead past bury its dead, and God bless the future.' 'Amen,' said Dr Pendle, and bowed his grey head in a silence more eloquent than words. So far the rough was made smooth with as much skill as could be exercised by mortal brains; but after Dr Pendle had dismissed his friends there yet remained to him an unpleasant task, the performance of which, in justice to himself, could not longer be postponed. This was the punishment and dismissal of Michael Cargrim, who indeed merited little leniency at the hands of the man whose confidence he had so shamefully abused. Serpents should be crushed, traitors should be punished, however unpleasant may be the exercise of the judicial function. For to permit evil men to continue in their evil doings is to encourage vicious habits detrimental to the well-being of humanity. The more just the judge, the more severe should he be towards such calculating sinners, lest, infected by example, mankind should become even more corrupt than it is. Bishop Pendle was a kindly man, who wished to think the best of his fellow creatures, and usually did so. But he could not blind himself to the base and plotting nature of Cargrim, and for the sake of his family, for the well-being of the Church, for the benefit of the schemer himself, he summoned him to receive rebuke and punishment. He was not now the patron, the benefactor, but the judge, the ecclesiastical superior, severe and impartial. Cargrim obeyed the summons unwillingly enough, as he knew very well that he was about to receive the righteous reward of his deeds. A day or so before, when lamenting to Baltic that Dr Pendle had proved innocent, the man had rebuked him for his baseness, and had given him to understand that the bishop was fully aware of the contemptible part which he had acted. Deserted by his former ally, ignorant of Dr Pendle's secret, convinced of Mosk's guilt, the chaplain was in anything but a pleasant position. He was reaping what he had so industriously sown. He was caught in his own snare, and saw no way of defending his conduct. In a word, he was ruined, and now stood before his injured superior with pale face and hanging head, ready to be blamed and sentenced without uttering one word on his own behalf. Nor, had he possessed the insolence to do so, could he have thought of that one unnecessary word. "Michael," said the bishop mildly, "I have been informed by Mr Baltic that you accused me of a terrible crime. May I ask on what grounds you did so?" Cargrim made no reply, but, flushing and paling alternately, looked shamefaced at the carpet. "I must answer myself, I see," continued Dr Pendle, after a short silence. "You thought that because I met Jentham on the heath to pay him some money, I murdered him in the viciousness of my heart. Why should you think so ill of me, my poor boy? Have I not stood in the place of your father? Have I not treated you as my own son? You know that I have. And my reward is, that these many weeks you have been secretly trying to ruin me. Even had I been guilty," cried the bishop, raising his voice, "it was not your place to proclaim the shame of one who has cherished you. If you had such wicked thoughts in your heart, why did you not come boldly before me and accuse me to my face? I should then have known how to answer you. I can forgive malice, yes, even malice, but not deceit. Did you never think of my delicate wife, of my innocent family, when plotting and scheming my ruin with a smiling face? Alas, alas, Michael, how could you act in a way so unworthy of a Christian, of a gentleman?" "What is the use of crying over spilt milk?" said Cargrim doggedly. "You have the advantage now, and can do what you will." "What do you mean by talking like that?" said the bishop sternly. "Have the advantage now, indeed! I never lost the advantage, sir, so far as you are concerned. I did not murder that wretched man, for you know that Mosk confessed how he shot him for the sake of the money I gave him. I knew of Jentham in other days, under another name, and when he asked me for money I gave it to him. My reason for doing so I do not choose to tell you, Mr Cargrim. It is not your right to question my actions. I am not only your elder, but your ecclesiastic superior, to whom as a priest you are bound to yield obedience. That obedience I now exact. You must suffer for your sins." "You can't hurt me," returned Cargrim, with defiance. "I have no wish to hurt you," answered the bishop, mildly. "But for your own good you must be punished. And punish you I will, so far as lies in my power." "I am ready to be punished, my lord. You have the whip hand, so I must submit." "Michael, Michael, harden not your heart. Repent of your wickedness, if it is in you to do so. I cannot spare you if I would. Bonis nocet quis perceperet malis. That is a true saying, which as a priest I should obey, and which I intend to obey, if only for your own benefit. After punishment comes repentance and amendment." Cargrim scowled. "It is no use talking further, my lord," he said roughly. "As I have acted like a fool, I must take a fool's wages." "You are indeed a fool," rejoined the bishop coldly, "and an ungrateful fool to boot, or you would not thus answer one who has your interest at heart. But as you take up such a position, I shall be brief. You must leave my house at once, and for very shame I should advise you to leave the church." "Leave the church!" echoed Cargrim in dismay. "I have said it. As a bishop I cannot entrust to a guilty man the care of immortal souls." "Guilty? I am guilty of nothing." "Do you call malice, falsehood, dissimulation nothing?" "You cannot unfrock me for what I have done," said Cargrim, evading a direct reply. "You may have the will, but you have not the power." Dr Pendle looked at him in amazement. "Yours is indeed an evil heart, when you can use such language to me," he said sorrowfully. "I see that it is useless to argue with you in your present fallen condition." "Fallen condition, my lord?" "Yes, poor lad. Fallen not only as a priest, but as a man. However, I shall plead no more. Go where you will, do what you will, although I advise you once more not to insult an offended God by offering prayers for others which you need for yourself. Yet, as I am unwilling that you should starve, I shall instruct my banker in London to pay you a monthly sum of money until you are beyond want. Now go, Michael. I am bitterly disappointed in you, and by your own acts you have put it out of my power to keep you by my side. Go, repent, and pray." The chaplain, with a look of malice on his face, walked, or rather slunk, towards the door. "You magnify my paltry sins," he flung back. "What of your own great ones?" "Dare you, wretched man, to speak against your spiritual head?" thundered the bishop, starting to his feet, vested with the imperious authority of the Church. "Go! Quit my sight, lest I cast you out from amongst us. Go!" Before the blaze of that righteous wrath, Cargrim, livid and trembling, crept away like a beaten hound. Chapter 39 of The Bishop's Secret by Fergus HUME. Chapter 39. All's well that ends well. "Bell, Bell, do not give me up." "I must, Gabriel. It is my duty." "It is your cruelty. Ah, you never loved me as I love you." "That is truer than you think, my poor boy. I thought that I loved you, but I was wrong. It was your position which made me anxious to marry you. It was your weak nature which made me pity you. But I do not love you. I never did love you, and it is better that you should know the truth before we part." "Part? Oh, Bell, Bell!" "Part," repeated Bell firmly, "and for ever." Gabriel's head drooped on his breast, and he sighed as one, long past tears, who hears the clods falling on the coffin in which his beloved lies. He and Bell Mosk were seated in the little parlour at the back of the bar, and they were alone in the house, save for one upstairs, in the room of Mrs Mosk, who watched beside the dead. On hearing of her husband's rash act, The poor wife, miserable as she had been with the man, yet felt her earlier love for him so far revive as to declare that her heart was broken. She moaned and wept and refused all comfort, until one night she closed her eyes on the world which had been so harsh and bitter. So Bell was an orphan, bereft of father and mother, and crushed to the earth by sorrow and shame. In her own way she had loved her father, and his evil deed and evil end had struck her to the heart. She was even glad when her mother died, for she well knew that the sensitive woman would never have held up her head again, after the disgrace which had befallen her. And Bell, with a white face and dry eyes long past weeping, sat in the dingy parlour, refusing the only comfort which the world could give her weary heart. Poor Bell! Poor, pretty Bell! "Think, Gabriel," she continued, in a hard, tearless voice, "think what shame I would bring upon you were I weak enough to consent to become your wife. I had not much to give you before, I have less than nothing now. I never pretended to be a lady, but I thought that, as your wife, I should never disgrace you. That's all past and done with now. I always knew you were a true gentleman, honourable and kind. No one but a gentleman like you would have kept his word with the daughter of a murderer. But you have done so, dear, and I thank and bless you for your kindness. The only way in which I can show how grateful I am is to give you back your ring. Take it, Gabriel, and God be good to you for your upright kindness." There was that in her tone which made Gabriel feel that her decision was irrevocable. He mechanically took the ring she returned to him and slipped it on his finger. Never again was it removed from where he placed it at that moment, and in after days it often reminded him of the one love of his life. With a second sigh, hopeless and resigned, he rose to his feet and looked at the dark figure in the twilight of the room. "What are your plans, Bell?" he asked in an unemotional voice, which he hardly recognised as his own. "I am going away from Beorminster next week," answered the girl, listlessly. "Sir Harry has arranged all about this hotel, and has been most kind in every way. I have a little money, as Sir Harry paid me for the furniture and the stock in trade. Of course I had to pay father's debts," she could hardly speak the words, "so there is not much left. Still I have sufficient to take me to London and keep me until I can get a situation." "As a barmaid?" asked Gabriel in a low voice. "As a barmaid," she replied coldly. "What else am I fit for?" "Can I not help you?" "No, you have given me all the help you could by showing me how much you respect me." "I do more than respect you, Bell. I love you." "I am glad of that," replied Bell softly. "It is a great thing for a miserable girl like me to be loved." "Bell, Bell, no one can cast a stone at you." "I am the daughter of a murderer, Gabriel, and I know better than you what the world's charity is. Do you think I would stay in this place, where cruel people would remind me daily and hourly of my father's sin? Ah, my dear, I know what would be said, and I don't wish to hear it. I shall bury my poor mother, and go away, never to return." "My poor Bell, God has indeed laid a heavy burden upon you." "Don't!" Her voice broke, and the long absent tears came into her eyes. "Don't speak kindly to me, Gabriel. I can't bear kindness. I have made up my mind to bear the worst. Go away. Your goodness only makes things the harder for me. After all, I am only a woman, and as a woman I must weep." She broke down, and her tears flowed quickly. "I shall go," said Gabriel, feeling helpless, for indeed he could do nothing. "Good bye, Bell," he faltered. "Good bye," she sobbed. "God bless you." Gabriel, with a sick heart, moved slowly towards the door. Just as he reached it, Bell rose swiftly, and crossing the room, threw her arms round his neck. weeping as though her overcharged heart would break. "I shall never kiss you again," she wailed. "Never, never again." "God bless you and keep you, my poor darling," faltered Gabriel. "And God bless you, for a good man you have been to me," she sobbed, and then they parted, never to meet again in this world. And that was the end of Gabriel Pendle's romance. At first he thought of going to the South Seas as a missionary, but his father's entreaties that he should avoid so extreme a course prevailed, and in the end he went no further from Beorminster than Heathcroft Vicarage. Mr. Lee died a few days after Bell vanished from the little county town, and Gabriel was presented with the living by the bishop. He is a conscientious worker, an earnest priest, a popular vicar, but his heart is still sore for Bell, who so nobly gave him up to bear her own innocent disgrace alone. Where Bell is now he does not know. Nobody in Beorminster knows, not even Mrs. Pansey, for she has disappeared like a drop of water in the wild waste ocean of London town. And Gabriel works on amid the poor and needy with a cheerful face but a sore heart, for it is early days yet, and his heart wounds are recent. No one save the bishop knows how he loved and lost poor Bell, but Mrs. Pendle, with the double instinct of woman and mother, guesses that her favourite son has his own pitiful romance, and would fain know of it, that she might comfort him in his sorrow. But Gabriel has never told her; he will never tell her, but go silent and unmarried through life, true to the memory of the rough, commonplace woman who proved herself so noble and honourable in adversity. And so, no more of these poor souls. It is more pleasant to talk of the Whichello Pansey War. Bella matronis detesta, saith the Latin poet, who knew little of the sex to make such a remark. To be sure, he was talking of public wars, and not of domestic or social battles, but he should have been more explicit. Women are born fighters, with their tongues, and an illustration of this truth was given in Beorminster when Miss Whichello threw down the gage to Mrs. Pansey. The little old lady knew well enough that when George and Mab were married, the archdeacon's widow would use her famous memory to recall the scandals she had set afloat nearly 30 years before. Therefore, to defeat Mrs. Pansey once and for all, she called on that good lady, and dared her to say that there was any disgrace attached to Mab's parentage. Mrs. Pansey, anticipating an easy victory, shook out her skirts and was up in arms at once. "I know for a fact that your sister Anne did not marry the man she eloped with," cried Mrs. Pansey, shaking her head viciously. "Who told you this fact?" demanded Miss Whichello, indignantly. I can't remember at present, but that's no matter. It's true." "It is not true, and you know it is an invention of your own spiteful mind, Mrs. Pansey. My sister was married on the day she left home, and I have her marriage certificate to prove it. I showed it to Bishop Pendle, because you poisoned his mind with your malicious lies, and he is quite satisfied." "Oh, any story would satisfy the bishop," sneered Mrs. Pansey. "We all know what he is." "We do. An honourable Christian gentleman, and we all know what you are, a scandal-mongering, spiteful, soured cat." "Hoity-toity, fine language this." "It is the kind of language you deserve, ma'am. All your life you have been making mischief with your vile tongue." "Woman," roared Mrs. Pansey, white with wrath, "no one ever dared to speak like this to me." "It's a pity they didn't, then," retorted the undaunted Miss Whichello. "It would have been the better for you, and for Beorminster also." "Would it indeed, ma'am?" gasped her adversary, beginning to feel nervous. "Oh, really," with a hysterical titter, "you and your certificate. I don't believe you have it." "Ask the bishop if I have not. He is satisfied, and that is all that is necessary, you wicked old woman." You leave my house." "I shall do no such thing.
Here I am, and here I'll stay until I speak my mind," and Miss Whichello thumped the floor with her umbrella while she gathered breath to continue. "I haven't the certificate of my sister's marriage, haven't I? I'll show it to you in a court of law, Mrs Pansey, when you are in the dock. The dock, ma'am." "Me in the dock!" screeched Mrs Pansey, shaking all over, but more from fear than wrath. "How dare you?" "I dare anything to stop your wicked tongue. Everybody hates you. Some people are fools enough to fear you, but I don't," cried Miss Whichello, erecting her crest. "No, not a bit. One word against me or against Mab, and I'll have you up for defamation of character, as sure as my name's Selina Whichello." I don't want to say a word," mumbled Mrs Pansey, beginning to give way, after the manner of bullies when bravely faced. "You had better not. I have the bishop and all Beorminster on my side, and you'll be turned out of the town if you don't mind your own business. Oh, I know what I'm talking about," and Miss Whichello gave a crow of triumph like a victorious bantam. "I am not accustomed to this violence," sniffed Mrs Pansey, producing her handkerchief. If you don't go, I'll call my servants." "Do, and I'll tell them what I think of you. I'm going now." Miss Whichello rose briskly. "I've had my say out, and you know what I intend to do if you meddle with my affairs. Good day, Mrs Pansey, and good bye, for it's a long time before I'll ever cross words with you again, ma'am," and the little old lady marched out of the room with all the honours of war. Mrs Pansey was completely crushed. She knew quite well that Miss Whichello was speaking the truth about the marriage, and that none of her own inventions could stand against the production of the certificate. Moreover, she could not battle against the Bishop of Beorminster, or risk a realization of Miss Whichello's threat to have her into court. On the whole, the archdeacon's widow concluded that it would be best for her to accept her defeat quietly and hold her tongue. This she did, and never afterwards spoke anything but good about young Mrs Pendle and her aunt. She even sent a wedding present, which was accepted by the victor as the spoils of war, and was so lenient in her speeches regarding the young couple that all Beorminster was amazed, and wished to know if Mrs Pansey was getting ready to join the late archdeacon. Hitherto the old lady had stormed and bullied her way through a meek and terrified world, but now she had been met and conquered and utterly overthrown. Her nerve was gone, and with it went her influence. Never again did she exercise her venomous tongue. To use a vulgar but expressive phrase, Mrs Pansey was wiped out. Shortly before the marriage of George and Mab, the tribe of gipsies over which Mother Jael ruled vanished into the nowhere. Whither they went nobody knew, and nobody inquired, but their disappearance was a relief both to Miss Whichello and the bishop. The latter had decided that to run no risks it was necessary Mab should be married under her true name of Bosville; and as Mother Jael knew that such was Jentham's real name, Miss Whichello fancied she might come to hear that Mab was called so, and make inquiries likely to lead to unpleasantness. But Mother Jael went away in a happy moment, so Miss Whichello explained to her niece and George that the name of the former was not Arden, but Bosville. "It is necessary that I should tell you this, dear, on account of the marriage," said the little old lady. "Your parents, my dearest Mab, are dead and gone, but your father was alive when I took you to live with me, and I called you by another name so that he might not claim you. He was not a good man, my love." "Never mind, aunty," cried Mab, embracing the old lady. "I don't want to hear about him. You are both my father and my mother, and I know that what you say is right. I suppose," she added, turning shyly to George, "that Captain Pendle loves Miss Bosville as much as he did Miss Arden." "A rose by any other name, and all the rest of it," replied George, smiling. "What does it matter, my darling? You will be Mab Pendle soon, so that will settle everything.
even your meek husband." "George," said Miss Bosvile solemnly, "if there is one word in the English language which does not describe you, it is meek." "Really! And if there is one name in the same tongue which fits you like a glove, it is guess." "Angel," cried Mab, promptly. George laughed. "Near it," said he, "but not quite what I mean. The missing word will be told when we are on our honeymoon." In this way the matter was arranged, and Mab, as Miss Bosvile, was married to Captain Pendle on the selfsame day, at the selfsame hour, that Lucy became Lady Brace. If some remarks were made on the name inscribed in the register of the cathedral, few people paid any attention to them, and those who did received from Miss Whichello the same skilful explanation as she had given the young couple. Moreover, as Mother Jael was not present to make inquiries, and as Mrs Pansey had not the courage to hint at scandal, the matter died a natural death. But when the honeymoon was waning, Mab reminded George of his promise to supply the missing word. "Is it goose?" she asked playfully. "No, my sweetest, though it ought to be," replied George, pinching his wife's pretty ear. "It is Mab Pendle," and he kissed her. Brisk Dr Graham was at the double wedding in his most amiable and least cynical mood. He congratulated the bishop and Mrs Pendle, shook hands warmly with the bridegroom, and just as warmly, on the basis of a lifelong friendship, kissed the brides. And after the wedding breakfast, at which he made the best speech, he had an argument with Baltic about his penal conception of Christianity. The ex-sailor had been very mournful after the suicide of Mosk, as the rash act had proved how shallow had been the man's repentance. "But what can you expect?" said Graham to him. "It is impossible to terrify people into a legitimate belief in religion." "I don't want to do that, sir," replied Baltic, soberly. "I wish to lead them to the throne with love and tenderness." "I can hardly call your method by such names, my friend. You simply ruin people in this life to fit them, in their own despite, for their next existence." "When all is lost, doctor, men seek God." "Perhaps, but that's a shabby way of seeking him. If I could not be converted of my own free will, I certainly shouldn't care about being driven to take such a course. Your system, my friend, is ingenious, but impossible." "I have yet to prove that it is impossible, doctor." "I dare say you'll succeed in gaining disciples," said Graham, with a shrug. "There is no belief strange enough for some men to doubt. After Mormonism and Joseph Smith's deification, I am prepared to believe that humanity will go to any length in its search after the unseen. No doubt you'll form a sect in time, Mr Baltic. If so, call your disciples Hobsonites." "Why, Dr Graham?" "Because the gist of your preaching, so far as I can understand, is a Hobson's choice," retorted the doctor. "When your flock of criminals lose everything through your exposure of their crimes, they have nothing left but religion." "Nothing left but God, you mean, sir, and God is everything." "No doubt I agree with the latter part of your epigram, Baltic, although your God is not my God." "There is only one God, doctor." "True, my friend, but you and I see him under different forms, and seek him in different ways." "Our goal is the same." "Precisely, and that undeniable fact does away with the necessity of further argument. Good bye, Mr Baltic. I am glad to have met you. Original people always attract me," and with a handshake and a kindly nod the little doctor bustled off. So, in his turn, Baltic departed from Beorminster and lost himself in the roaring tides of London. It is yet too early to measure the result of his work, to prognosticate if his peculiar views will meet with a reception likely to encourage their development into a distinct sect. But there can be no doubt that his truth and earnestness will, some day, and perhaps at no very distant date, meet with their reward. Every prophet convinced of the absolute truth of his mission succeeds in finding those to whom his particular view of the hereafter is acceptable beyond all others. So, after all, Baltic the untutored sailor may become the founder of a sect. What his particular "ism" will be called it is impossible to say, but taking into consideration the man's extraordinary conception of Christianity as a punishing religion, the motto of his new faith should certainly be Cernit omnia Deus vindex. And Baltic can find the remark cut and dried for his quotation in the last pages of the English dictionary. So the story is told, the drama is played, and Bishop Pendle was well pleased that it should be so. He had no taste for excitement or for dramatic surprises, and was content that the moving incidents of the last few weeks should thus end. He had been tortured sufficiently in mind and body. He had, in Dr. Graham's phrase, paid his forfeit to the gods in expiation of a too happy fortune, therefore he might now hope to pass his remaining days in peace and quiet. George and Lucy were happily married. Gabriel was close at hand to be a staff upon which he could lean in his old age, and his beloved wife, the companion of so many peaceful years, was still his wife, nearer and dearer than ever. When the brides had departed with their several grooms, when the wedding guests had scattered to the four winds of heaven, Bishop Pendle took his wife's hand within his own and led her into the library. Here he sat him down by her side and opened the book of all books with reverential thankfulness of soul. I called upon thy name, O Lord, out of the low dungeon. Thou drewest near in the day that I called upon thee. Thou saidst, fear not. And the words, to these so sorely tried of late, were as the dew to the thirsty herb. End of Chapter 39. End of The Bishop's Secret by Fergus HUME.